He has been rejected by his family, his alpha, and even his fate. But Elias is not broken. In his new home, he finds the strength to start over, meet friends, love, and even find himself. But can he overcome the pain of the past to build a future full of hope? Find out in this gripping story of struggle, love, and acceptance. Elias, today is the day, Elias. Are you happy? My mother asked, and I nodded my head while smiling. I'm delighted I finally get to shift into my wolf. I can't wait to meet Forrest, I replied, and she laughed while nodding her head as I finished my favorite peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Well, since you're done, let's get going then. There's no time to waste here, Dad said as I looked at him with adoration. I wanted to be just like him. My father is the alpha of the Green Bay Pack located here in California. I was going to take over once I turned 18. I'm 16 years old, and now I will be able to meet my wolf and see if I am going to be the next alpha as well. My mother is of beta blood. Her father was a beta before he died, so if I'm not going to be an alpha, then a beta would be my next guess. They told me that either would be fine, that I was their pride and joy, and that they would always be here for me. I smiled as I started reminiscing on what had happened back then, the way we were and still are a happy family. They love me a lot, and I couldn't be happier. I just want them to be proud of me like I was proud of them. Standing outside with the rays from the sun shining down on us, everyone had gathered to watch my transformation. They were eager, too, because they respected my parents. It's time, son. Get ready. I nodded my head and closed my eyes as I felt an excruciating pain coursing through my body. It was expected, though, that first-time shifters have to bear the pain that comes with it. My bones started breaking, which caused me to scream, but I could still hear the comfort of my parents' words, even if it was faint. It took a couple of minutes before I was fully transformed into my wolf. I heard gasps of shock coming from the pack members, and I was feeling a bit proud, thinking maybe they loved what they saw. No, this can't be. Tell me that this is nothing but a sick joke the goddess is playing on us. My dad said, and I whimpered as I looked at him, trying to get him to comfort me. This can't be happening. I'm a beta's daughter, you're an alpha. Mom shouted, and Dad turned to her with hatred in his eyes. It only means one thing: you cheated on me, didn't you? Everyone started talking at the same time, while I was left there confused as to what was going on. I tried to stand but fell because I wasn't used to walking on 4 legs. Mom, Dad, can you help me, please? I asked through the mind link. They stopped and stared at me with so much hatred in their eyes that I felt my heart being broken in two because I didn't know what I did to deserve their hate. All this time, I've known nothing but love. I was spoiled by them, and now they were looking at me like they wanted to murder me. Forrest was a whimpering mess. I couldn't blame him, though, because I was the same. He still hasn't said anything to me because this wasn't the welcome he was expecting. He hoped that our parents would praise us, but all that hope went down the drain. From now on, you, Elias Emerson, is no son of mine. You are a rogue and will leave this pack immediately. I, Desmond Emerson of the Green Bay Pack, banish you to live in the wild among the animals since you are now one of them. I want you to leave immediately, or you'll be sentenced to death if you stay. You are nothing but a disgrace to this pack. Leave, rogue, and never come back. I started trembling from fear after seeing the way my father had just reacted. I looked at my mother for help, but she asked me to leave as well because she hated me, so with all of my efforts, I ran. I didn't know where to go, nor did I care. If my parents didn't love me, then I didn't love myself. I was nothing without them. I'm sorry you have to go through this, Elias. It's all my fault, Forrest said, but I disagreed with him. Don't take all the blame, okay? We are in this together. Let's just see how long we can survive before the goddess calls us home. After reaching the border, I stopped and looked back at the place I once called home. I, Elias Emerson, am no longer a part of this pack. I howled a painful one after I stepped through the border that would make me a rogue. I didn't have any family. I didn't have any friends. This was something I wish I were prepared for, but I wasn't. I have to go through this alone for the rest of my life. Hang in there, Elias. This is my fault, I know it. Just let me take over from now on. You need rest. I'll do everything so you won't have to worry anymore, okay? Forrest said, and I debated on whether I should allow him to do that. I would rather not rely on him all the time, but I also needed the rest. I was mentally and physically exhausted, Not knowing how my life would turn out had left me in a state of madness. I guess it doesn't hurt to try, right? So I allowed him to fully take over. From now on, it's going to be just about him keeping us safe until I am ready to return. We were going to make a home in the forest, to live as a wild animal, like my father had said. I just hope we can get through this, but if we don't make it, at least we won't have anything else to worry about from now on. Liking it so far? Thank you for reading. 2 years later, March 5, 2022 Forest. Ever since that day when I took over, my human was still resting. I didn't want him to see the struggles I faced day in and day out while living in the forest, so I blocked him from contacting me. It was better this way. Knowing him, he would want to take over, and I was too overprotective of him to let that happen. I can't allow him to take all the burdens by himself in human form. That's why it was better in my form. I couldn't hunt, didn't know a damn thing about it. My parents never let me go hunting because they said if I were to be the next alpha, I wouldn't have to do those menial tasks. I couldn't even catch a damn rabbit, no matter how hard I tried. Damn it, who knew coming into this world would already be so challenging? I sighed as I made my way back to the cave where I had taken up residency ever since that fateful day. It seemed as if it was about to rain because of the gray clouds that were rolling in. I stayed as close as I could to my pack because I had hoped that my parents would forgive me for whatever wrongs I did and accept me back. I was too attached to them. I didn't even know the time or date, but I could tell we had been here for a long time. I had some fruit in the cave. That would be enough to give me the energy I needed to resume hunting when the rain stopped. At least there wasn't any lightning and thunder. That's the part I hated the most. When I made it back to my hideout, I ran towards my stack of fruits since I was starving and tired too. I whimpered when I saw an animal there eating my meal. I growled at it, not knowing whether it was a threat or not, but it stopped and started chasing me, so I ran. I ran out in the pouring rain to try to escape this ferocious beast. I knew I wanted to die, but this wasn't the way I wished to be gone from this place. I managed to escape the chase after a long time, but stopped when I realized where I was. I had somehow managed to run onto the dark sea pack, a pack my parents once told me to stay clear of. I whined in defeat and dropped to the ground while my ears flopped over to cover my eyes. Angry wolves were already approaching me, getting ready to kill me any second now. I uncovered my eyes and saw one of them getting close to me right as he was about to deliver the final blow. I shifted. I don't even know how that's possible since Elias was still blocked, but somehow I managed to shift, and now he lay there naked in his human form, smiling at the wolf who was about to kill him. "Thank you," Elias mouthed, and I felt a searing pain in my chest knowing that he was thanking the wolf for taking us out of this miserable world. "Wait!" Someone shouted, which distracted Elias enough for him to shift back, giving me full control once more. I was whimpering. My whines could be heard a mile away because of how broken they sounded to the ears. I didn't want anyone to pity me or my human. I only wanted my parents. Is that too much to ask for Selene? I wanted my parents here with me so they could tell me that they love me. I couldn't deal with this anymore. I couldn't give up. Not only that, but I have to go back. I didn't know whether they were alive or not. I only wanted to see for myself, to be sure, so I could leave this world peacefully. I found all the strength I needed and ran. I ran as fast as I could go. I only remembered where my pack land was because I studied it. I memorized it from scratch because I was hoping that this day would come when I returned to my loving parents. I blocked Elias once more because if we got rejected again, I was strong enough to handle it, and he wasn't. He was thanking them for killing him. He wanted it. He wanted to die because he knew we couldn't survive out here for too long. I didn't want to risk going to another pack and asking for help because I was scared. Scared of how they were going to treat Elias and me. If it was not for that animal, I wouldn't have wandered onto the dark sea pack, where I was almost slaughtered. With a newfound purpose, I hurried home, making sure I followed the same path even though it was challenging because of the rain. A couple of hours later, I arrived and crossed the border which would lead me to my home. I was trembling because my fur was wet, what I would give for a warm blanket right now. I purred at the thought, knowing that I was about to see my parents again, and they were going to hold me and tell me how sorry they were for sending me away. If that were to happen, I would forgive them. Maybe they sent me away as a form of training. Yes, that's it. I've learned enough. So now I am returning to show them that I have done a good job. I wanted their praise. I wanted them to tell me that they love me like they used to. I guess what I wanted, or what I needed, wasn't about to happen as I was surrounded by the warriors with my parents standing there with a pup in my mother's hand. That pup looks a little like me, so perhaps he's my sibling. I was about to shift and do the happy dance because I've always wanted a sibling, but what happened next had me wishing I had never been so dumb for even thinking that my parents would welcome me with open arms. But no matter how they treat me, I still love them with all of my heart. Riker, sir, we had a rogue crossing onto the territory not too long ago. He escaped unharmed. I glared at Miles for not following through on his job. He had one job to do, one fucking job, and he messed it up. I was about to kill him, I swear. But Damien shouted at us to wait, and that's how he got away. I slammed my fist down on the desk, scaring the crap out of my beta. He wasn't easily frightened, but with me, he knows what it's like when I'm angry since he has been on the receiving end of my temper a couple of times before. Find him. No one crosses onto my territory and gets away with it. When you find him, bring him to me. I'll deal with him myself. He nodded his head and left to do what I asked. I called Damien to my office so I could talk to him and find out what he was thinking about when he stopped the kill. No rogues were allowed on my land, let alone be near it. That's where he messed up. What I want to know is why you stopped Miles from killing that unwanted mutt. You know the rules, Damien, so why did you have to fuck it up? He sighed as I continued to rant about his mistake. He didn't like it, but that's not my problem. You know I wouldn't hesitate to kill a rogue before Alpha Riker. I just sensed that there was something special about him. I can't seem to put my finger on it, but I sensed that it wasn't his time. I narrowed my eyes at him, half expecting him to be joking. Was he on something that had him so high he wasn't thinking straight? Don't come at me with that voodoo shit. Keep your beliefs and your feelings to yourself, and next time you fuck up, gamma or not, you'll be punished. For now, you can go with Miles and find that bastard who was brave enough to let his presence be known here. He nodded his head and left as quickly as he could to do my bidding. I was out for blood. No one was going to stop me this time. Damien should have just shut the hell up and let them kill that mutt, but no, he had to interfere. It was about a couple of hours later that I received the good news that I wanted to hear. Alpha, we have eyes on the rogue, it's not looking good. Miles said through MindLink, and I asked him to bring the rogue to me using all necessary force if he had to. I decided to do some work to get my mind off the mess Damien had created. If it was up to me, that rogue would be dead by now. I would have carried out the kill easily because some say that I was an evil bastard with no soul, which was true. Shortly after that, Miles sent me a mind link telling me that they had the rogue, but he wasn't in great shape. I got up and went outside so I could do what they failed to do before. With one thing on my mind, I made it there in no time. I saw a wolf lying on the ground covered in blood. I was about to praise them for it, but Damien shook his head and told me it wasn't them. I marched up to the rogue and started kicking him, trying to get him to wake up, but he was unconscious. Don't, Riker, you know why I'm warning you, so don't do it, my wolf Max said, and I groaned in frustration. It's my kill, I deserve it, don't I replied, but he didn't answer. Fine, if he doesn't want me to kill the mutt, I won't. Take him to the dungeon. Starve him and beat him if you like, I don't care. Make sure you use Wolf Bane on him too, if he would rather not talk. I'll be in my office. Miles and Damien lifted the wolf and walked away with it. I tried to ask Max why he didn't want me to kill him, but he only called me stupid and said that the only sense I have is the instinct to kill, that my brain was like Patrick in SpongeBob and I wasn't even useful. Fuck, my wolf was telling me off. Did I deserve it, though? I don't even know what I did wrong. I eventually blocked him since he was disturbing me. I needed to concentrate on my work, trying to figure out which pack I should invade and take over. Shit, I wasn't going to kill the members. I would only ask them nicely to join me or face the consequences. Alpha, we have a problem. Miles said, and I groaned in frustration because I couldn't believe these idiots couldn't do a simple job without involving me. I got up and made my way down to the dungeons, thinking of how I was going to punish them for disturbing me. When I got there, my eyes became wide at the sight before me. Miles and Damien were trying to calm the boy down, who was shaking like a leaf. Oh, gosh, that smell, his scent is no, it couldn't be. Took you long enough. Max said before disappearing once more. So he's my mate. What made him so sure that I even give a fuck about it? Like I said, I didn't want a mate, and it turned out that he's a boy too. Get out, I ordered, and they nodded their heads while walking away. I opened the cell and walked in so I could get a good look at him. He had red hair and the bluest pair of eyes I've ever seen that were staring back at me with fright. It didn't matter that he was naked, it wasn't turning me on like I heard them say about mates, which was probably proven to be a lie. "What's your name?" I asked, and he opened his mouth to reply, but nothing came out. "Cat got your tongue?" I asked as a joke, but then he broke down crying, which was a disgusting sight to see. I cringed so hard from it that I wish I wasn't here to witness this. You know what? Never mind. I, Riker Green of the Dark Sea Pack, reject you as my mate and Luna of this pack. I walked away from him, leaving him there on the dirty ground writhing from the pain I knew was there, which I'm sure he deserved. Edited Elias, I'm dying. That's the only thing I could think of as I lay on the dirty ground in the dungeon they brought me to. I've always wanted a quick death, not this. I guess this was a punishment for me because I've failed my parents. I was weak and pathetic. I don't even know what title I had that made my parents hate me so much. I'm sure I wasn't an Omega because I would have felt it after weeks of being in here. "What's one thing you would want right now?" Forrest asked immediately as I was closing my eyes. He asked me to stay awake, but I couldn't. Not when there was so much pain that made it hard for me to focus. I missed having a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. He laughed and scoffed at my reply. "I knew you would say that. I kind of miss it too, but it wasn't my thing." I chuckled in my mind, slightly dazed by the fact that I could still hear myself talk, even though my father had cut my tongue out, leaving me mute. That's not the only problem, though during that time my vocal cords got damaged, so I was unable to make any form of sound. Well, Forrest had healed my tongue enough to make me eat. Even though it happened in his wolf form, I was still affected by it because we are one. I still wasn't used to it, but with practice, I was able to eat. My taste was back too, thanks to Forrest, who worked his magic on me. Sporadically, I can't help but cringe at the thought of having half of a tongue. It's a foreign feeling that I'm not used to. Remember, it was the only thing I would enjoy eating you. On the other hand, I loved bread and cheese sandwiches. He agreed with me while sighing. "I wish things would be different. You know, I wish I knew what we were and why our parents did this to us." I agreed with him, but for now, we would not find out. "I'm dying, Forrest. Our mate rejected us. No one wanted us, not even our parents. I wish things were different, but it's not." He sighed as a whimper left him. I knew he was taking this hard, no matter how he tried to be strong for both of us. I will forever have respect for him because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have survived before. "Let me take over." He begged for the 100th time, but I refused. He already suffered for 2 years with me being locked away. Not knowing what he was going through, I just couldn't do that to him again. The door opened suddenly, and I saw one of the warriors here walking in with a look of pity in his eyes. He always has that look before it's been 2 weeks since you've been here, and you're still naked, he asked as he shook his head. I looked at him, confused as to why he was acting as if he cared when I already knew why he was there. I wish I could tell him what was on my mind, but I couldn't talk thanks to my father. My mother laughed when he was doing it too. She said that I deserved it, and knowing that I was unable to talk, I wasn't going to be able to tell anyone what they did to me. He shook his head and opened the cell, then made his way towards me. I looked at his hand, expecting the needle he always walked with. It was there, yes, like a new toy that was made just for me. Wolf's Bane, that's what he would inject me with. He was doing it to please his alpha, I know. That's why I wasn't mad at him. My body was filled with poison, slowly eating away my flesh so I could finally be free from this world. I want to die, no, I hope to die. It would be so much better than this. He left after he was done. The only one that was giving me the strength I needed was Forrest. We haven't eaten or drunk anything for the 2 weeks we have been here. We haven't taken a proper bath or brushed our teeth for years. I forgot what that was like. My breath smells bad thanks to Dad for doing me a favor so I wouldn't have to talk. My hair felt slimy to my touch whenever I could run my hands through it. I didn't even get the luxury of using a toilet if I wanted to do a number 2. It was in the corner of the cell. The smell here was bad, not only bad, but it was sickening. My mate made it, so I wasn't able to live because he didn't want me. I wanted to thank him, though, because I would be able to be free of this world once and for all. Come on, Elias, don't close your eyes on me now, Forrest begged, but I was just too sleepy. I'm sorry, Forrest, just know that I tried. I apologize for everything. I finally closed my eyes, letting the darkness consume me, which was what I wanted from day one. I wasn't certain if I was dead or alive. I didn't care. I was just too tired to care. Did I miss what it was like before all of this? I guess so. I sometimes thought about how my family treated me with love and adoration, how they would spoil me and give me everything I wanted, but I had to learn the hard way. I was only an experiment for them, like a ticket to greatness. Once I failed, they finally showed their true colors. I deserved this, right? I deserved it all. I didn't want any help or any pity. I didn't want any tears or any happiness. What I wanted was to finally be free, to have peace. I have it now, I guess, so I should be happy the moon goddess listened to me this time. At least I wouldn't suffer anymore. At least Forrest wouldn't suffer anymore. My life, as we know it, was over when I turned 16. This was my destiny, and I'm going to fulfill it. This world would be a better place without me. My parents and sibling would be better off without me. My pack, who kicked me out and turned their backs on me, would be better off without me. I'm finally free of this world, and that's all I could ask for. Riker coma. Do I look like I give a damn? I shouted at one of my warriors, Jonathan, who interrupted my time with Sheila. I called her to my room to let out some steam because I was sexually frustrated, but then this idiot had to come here and disturb me. Alpha, I only thought that you would want to know he didn't get to finish his sentence as I felt my temper rising even more. Leave. Get the fuck away from me right now. He scurried away like a scared little rabbit, damn it. After I kicked Shelia out, I was left alone with my thoughts thanks to Jonathan. Ugh now, what am I supposed to do? You could go and visit our mate, Max replied, which was the last straw. I felt my entire body shaking from anger as I started throwing things around like a madman. I didn't stop until my room was completely trashed. That motherfucking rogue, he's to be blamed. I hurriedly made my way outside so I can go and pull that fucking plug that should end his life. I don't need him around. Not now. Not ever. When I got to the Pack Hospital, I made my way to his room, not stopping until I was standing next to his bed. I was disgusted by the sight that I was greeted with, no matter if he was my mate or not. Oh, hi, Alpha didn't see you there. One of the nurses said, and I glared at her. Fuck off, Kimberly, I replied, which had her nodding her head in return and running away. I went back to looking at my mate, secretly wishing I could just end his life right now. What the hell was this so-called moon goddess thought when she paired us together? I have to do something to get rid of him, or I'd end up killing him, and that's something that my wolf doesn't want. I sent a mind link to Miles, who said he was on his way. I already had a plan about what I wanted to do. I know Miles wouldn't be stupid enough to go against my words. He's not like Damien. Shortly after he arrived, and so I started telling him what to do. He agreed to it right away, following my orders like the fool he was. Was I stupid to do this? Maybe, but do I look like I care? No. As far as I'm concerned, I didn't have a mate. He meant nothing to me. Have you ever wondered what had happened to him? Max asked out of the blue, forcing an angry growl to escape my mouth. I'd be stupid if I wasted my time thinking about him. I could see he's nothing but a rejected freak. No one wants him, so why should I? Max didn't want me to hurt him, but I would have if he continued his unwelcome stay here. It wasn't a bad choice for me to reject him, I just didn't feel anything for him, and I didn't want a mate. Why would I want to be tied down to one person when I could be fucking anyone I wanted? I wasn't big on commitment, so he escaped that. Plus, he was incompetent. What use would I have with him if he couldn't even talk? I don't want a handicap for a mate. I would only be laughed at, and I didn't like being taken for a fool. Alpha, I did what you asked. If you need me, I'll be patrolling the north side of the border. Miles said through Mind Link, and I thanked him. See, he's much different from Damien. He's someone I could rely on, someone who's always so loyal, like a lost little puppy. Sheila, come to my room. I need to continue what we have started. Sheila agreed with me, and I closed the link so I could head to my room. You might call me a prick. I don't care. If I didn't like something or someone, they were going to see a different side of me. Mate or not, the moon goddess can fuck off if she thinks that she'll be responsible for my love life. Max growled while saying I didn't have to be so disrespectful, but I didn't listen to him. It's my mouth, and I'm free to say what I want. When I got to my room, Sheila was already there waiting for me, just as I instructed. I didn't waste any time undressing just so I could get this over with. I pulled a condom out and put it on, better to be safe than sorry, right? When I was about to line myself up at her entrance, I stopped. I looked down at my member as it started to get soft. What the hell? I tried to do everything to get it back up, but it wasn't working. What the hell is going on? I slammed my hand down on the bed next to Sheila's head, which she jumped a little from. Leave, I roared, causing her to run right away. I felt my temper rising, and that's how I knew it was going to be bad. I growled and started trashing the room, letting my anger out on it. I knew exactly why this was happening. Max was craving his mate a lot more than Sheila. He made sure I wasn't able to have sex with her because it would somehow be a bit disrespectful to him. With me, I couldn't give a damn who decided to spread their legs for me, and Max was messing things up for me. I wasn't concerned about his beliefs or the beliefs of the moon goddess. Once I find out that it's getting in the way of my time, I won't like it one bit. Max knew, but yet he chose to ruin my time, and as a result, he was left to deal with the mess he caused. Miles, I couldn't believe my alpha, what he wanted me to do. Gosh, I've never felt so angry as I'm feeling right now. He asked me to take the wolf and dump him somewhere far away from here, that he shouldn't be anywhere near his pack land or else he's going to kill him. I shook my head as I continued my trek through the forest with a bag I packed earlier to leave with the boy. I know that it's not much, but it's my way of apologizing. I didn't even want to kill him when Damien stopped me. I now realized how stupid I was to follow Alpha Riker's orders to kill every rogue I came across. Not all of them are bad. Some of them just need a lot of love and training. They somehow lost their way after being kicked out of their pack, but with a great leader, I believed they would be better. When I got to where I saw fit to leave him, I looked at him one last time before placing him on the cold, wet ground under a gigantic tree that would shelter him enough, so he wouldn't get too wet from the rain. The rain hadn't stopped falling, so I decided to pack a few jackets that were big enough to keep him warm when he shifted back into his human form. I also packed other clothes and food along with water, so he would have something. I hope that this will be enough for him. It's a good thing he was in his wolf form so he could stay warm throughout this weather. I patted his head and made my way back to the idiot who gave me this order, who only left me feeling guilty. No one deserved to be treated like this. I now saw what Damien was talking about. I made it back in no time, so I sent Alpha Riker a mind link telling him that I had completed his mission. I would rather not see him now, not after the way he was making me feel about this entire thing. He wasn't that bad, but a lot of us feared him so much that we did his dirty work for him without complaining. I still can't believe, though, that he would stoop so low at this point. But that's him. That's who he was before, and he's not going to change for anyone. I'm just praying for a miracle because we are badly in need of one right now. Forest POV, when I woke up, it was pitch black. I had no idea where I was or if this was some sort of dream. It's a good thing I had enough strength to shift into my wolf form when Elias closed his eyes, or I wouldn't be alive right now. The ground beneath me was wet, which indicates that it was raining before but only just stopped. I thank the goddess that I was still in my wolf form, so Elias didn't have to witness any of this. I know I protected him a lot because he's my other half. If I'm not there to protect him, then who's going to? No one seems to care about us as far as I can see. Even our mate didn't want us, so what's the purpose of trusting anyone else at this point? I tried to stand up, shakily, of course. It was hard, but I got it eventually. Looking around, I noticed that I wasn't in my mate's pack anymore. I don't even know where I was, but I guess I can scope it out a little until I figure it out. I was about to walk off when I noticed something on the ground and started to sniff it. I used my mouth to open it as best as I could so I could see what it was. I whined a little when I realized what was in the bag. Clothes, water, and snacks that could last a while since I'll have to try to hunt too. Who left this for us? I wish I could thank them, but I can't because there was no one else here. I decided to pick it up so I could carry it with me while searching for somewhere safe for now. I know that I can find a cave somewhere, so that's where I'll start looking before the rain starts once more. Yes, it was dark, but I had to try something. anything to make sure Elias was all right. He was my number one priority. I didn't care about myself at this point. Once I know that he's all right, then and only then I'll start thinking about myself. I started my journey through the forest, falling a couple of times and spraining one of my ankles, which was already healing rather slowly because of how weak I was. But during all that struggle, I didn't let go of the bag because I knew that Elias would eventually return, and he would need what was in the bag. I spent a very long time before I found a cave, one that would be all right for now. After getting settled, I crawled into a corner as whimpers of sorrow left my mouth because I was tired, hurt, and, quite frankly, right now, I felt like the world hated us even though we didn't do anything to deserve this. I couldn't blame the moon goddess, either, because of my weakness. I wish I could at least talk to Elias before blocking him, but that wasn't going to happen because he's gone. I don't know when he's going to come back or how long I'll be in my form, but I'm praying to the goddess that he is all right because I can't feel him anymore. He may be scared right now, and I wouldn't know. I have no idea what to do anymore. But one thing I know, during all of this struggle, I wasn't going to give up. I was going to continue to fight for Elias and me because one day we would be happy. One day we will be loved, and I can't wait for that day to come. I still love my family, and I still love my mate, but they didn't love me. Would I forgive them even if they begged me? No, I was stronger than that. Gone were the days when I would run to them looking for some sort of affection. Gone were the days when I was too weak and stupid to see that they didn't love me. This day marks a new beginning for me. I'm going to show them that I am strong and that I can survive in this world alone. In this forest alone without them, I will show them that I changed. Sooner or later, they will be the ones to run back to me and feel what it's like when I turn my back on them. Forest the following day, I was greeted with sunshine after walking out of the cave. I looked around as small puddles from the rain made a home for themselves on the earth's surface as the animals started to appear out of their hiding places one by one. I was glad that the rain had stopped this way. I was able to hunt without any problems. I have yet to touch the snacks and water that were in the bag because I wanted to leave them for when I got my Elias back. Shaking out my fur, I stretched a little before running towards a small herd of rabbits that were too busy eating to notice my presence. I thought that it was going to be another unsuccessful round of hunting, but I was wrong. I was surprised that I caught one. I didn't know I had it in me. If Elias were conscious right now, he would have told me how proud he was. I whined a little as I looked at my catch, not feeling hungry anymore. I needed to try once more to see if I could get Elias back. I didn't want to be alone in this world. Without him, I have nothing. I wish you could hear me. I know you'd be mad at me for shifting because you didn't want me to take all the burden, but I had to. You are all I have, and I'd be damned if I don't get you back. I had a plan. It was going to be stupid, but I had to do something. I knew of a witch that could help me get Elias back, but some say she wanted animal hearts in return, but I wasn't sure what kind. How will I be able to get it, though, when I can barely hunt? This was so frustrating, but I had to try something. I spent the rest of the day hunting, which surprised me a lot since I'd caught a few animals which would help me out. After securing the hearts I took from the animals, I grabbed the bag, determined not to leave it behind. I started my journey to the one place my parents told me to stay away from. The journey there was going to be long and difficult, but I wouldn't give up until I knew that Elias was safe so I could continue to protect him the way I saw fit. A couple of hours into running, I stumbled and fell. A loud whine left my mouth as I realized one of my feet was caught in a trap. Just my luck, right? I started to thrash around trying to get the damn thing off me, but it seemed to be worsening it. I wasn't going to give up, though, so I continued to fight it. Alpha Liliana, there's a wolf here that's trapped. I stopped my movements so that I could get their help. Once I'm free, I will be able to continue my journey after I heal myself. Oh, Brendan, you are right. Thank you for showing me. It seems as if he's been through hell and back, too. The lady replied, and I mentally scoffed because she didn't know half of what I'd gone through. I told you to stop talking to that witch. Dear, she's only filling your head with nonsense. He seems fine to me, a male voice said, which sounded uninterested. Remember who you are talking to. I may be your mate, but I'm also your alpha. Brendan, Brian, pick him up and his belongings and follow us back to the pack house so we can get him checked out. I shivered a little at the sound of her voice. I didn't want to go, but I couldn't fight them on this right now. The minute they put me down, I'll take off and never look back. I was picked up by one of them who was whispering soothing words to me, words I wish I didn't hear. I was about to freak out, but once I saw the other man pick up my bag, I calmed down a little. I couldn't lose it now. It was for Elias. It didn't take us long to reach their pack. Some of the members who were outside growled at me, warning me because they could tell I was a rogue. Countless people didn't like rogues, but I was lucky enough to be alive. Silence, everyone. From what I gathered, this wolf is young and in need of our care. I will not tolerate anyone harming him in any way, or you'll be banished from my pack. Do I make myself clear? I heard a series of yeses coming from everyone as they walked away. I finally had enough courage to look at the lady who was giving out orders. I've never heard of a female alpha before. This was the first. My father thought that women shouldn't be allowed to have that title because it was a man's job. Mom, of course, is a beta by blood, but Dad didn't allow her to use her title because he said it was disrespectful. He also said she was only allowed to play the role of a Luna and take care of the pack's needs because that was her only job. This alpha lady is tall, shit. She's like an Amazon warrior. She reminded me of Wonder Woman, too, with jet black hair and blue eyes. She also had a crown on her head, which indicates that she's more than just their alpha. The man walking next to her was equally tall, with red hair and the greenest pair of eyes I'd ever seen. He's muscular. Too, I could see why everyone seemed to be afraid of them because they seemed intimidating. Once we were inside the pack house, the alpha lady gave orders to place me on a bed so they could check me out to make sure I was okay. My ankle had already healed itself, so I was all right. I don't know what else they wanted to know. I only wanted them to free me so I could continue with my journey. The lady stood in front of me, looking at me with sadness in her eyes. She sighed and shook her head. You've been through a lot, haven't you? Don't worry, I'll make sure you are all right from now on. You don't have to worry. I'll get Raina to try to communicate with you so I can know whether you want to join my pack or not. With a determined look on her face, she closed her eyes and started to chant. Suddenly, this woman appeared out of nowhere, scaring the crap out of me. She was coughing while fanning away a cloud of smoke that somehow came with her, glaring at the alpha lady as if she had just been disturbed by what she was doing. You know, even though we are best friends, I don't appreciate you summoning me like that. The witch lady rests her hand on her hip while shaking her head. It seemed as if she was angry on the outside, but I could tell she was faking it. Come on, Raina, just help me out a little. I found this little wolf here in a death trap, and it seems as if something is wrong with him. I want you to see if you can communicate with him and ask him if he would like to join my pack. I also would like to know whether he can shift or not, so chop chop. The alpha lady clapped her hands at the witch, telling her to hurry up, which seemed to irritate the witch lady even more. I need to start calling them by their names. I doubt they would want me to continue to call them the alpha lady and the witch lady. Oh, what do we have here? Aren't you a ray of sunshine? Raina said as she started to check me out. I'm a young witch, Lily, just starting my training. What makes you think I can tap into his head just like that? Raina asked as she started to rub my fur. I trust you. If I didn't, I wouldn't have summoned you. Now please do what I ask, okay? Raina nodded her head and turned to me with a kind smile on her face. Hi, little wolf. Sorry for the intrusion. She started to chant something in another language. I felt my eyes starting to close. Here we go. Forest, when I opened my eyes, I came face to face with Raina. I was about to freak out, but then I remembered the witch had actually tapped into my mind before when I was conscious, and now I was able to communicate with her. So where should we start? She asked as she was looking around. Not much here, just a big, empty blah. I thought that knowing what's going on in someone else's mind would be interesting, but I thought wrong. She laughed as if she had just told one of the best jokes there is. I only growled at her in return, which caused her to stop laughing. Okay, let's get to the point. What is your name? She asked, making me relax a bit. My name is Forest and my human's name is Elias. She nodded her head and offered me a sad smile. It's okay if you don't want to talk about your past. I'm only doing this for Lily's sake, since she asked me if you wanted to join her pack. I didn't know if I should. What if I accept the offer and later regret it? I didn't even get a chance to think about it. I know it will be difficult for you to choose, but you can't continue to live in that forest forever from what I can see. It wouldn't be good for you or your human. I could always use a spell to bring him back if that's what you want, but I want you to take your time and answer instead of rushing into this. Just know that you will not regret it if you decided to be a part of the pack. She's right, of course, but I wasn't going to tell her that. Now tell me, how comes I'm able to see you? I thought you would just speak to me while I'm unconscious, I asked curiously. A witch never reveals her secret. If we did, everyone would fight to be able to control us, and that would be the last thing someone should try. I scoffed, which had her laughing. Okay, say I accept your offer. How will you bring Elias back? I had to shift when he went into a coma, or his body would just deteriorate, and he would eventually die. I couldn't allow that, at least not right now. Yes, he hopes to die and mine at one point too. But I sense that there's something else keeping us here, so I'm not ready to leave just yet until I find out. She nodded her head as she started to look around. I can try. Won't make any promises, though, because I've never done that. I've done numerous things, but never this. We can try to get him back first before you make such an important decision. Do you think it would be better that way? I told her yes, and she snapped her fingers. I opened my eyes and found everyone staring at me with curiosity. They wanted to know what happened, so Raina briefed Liliana on what took place. So you think you could get his human form back? Raina nodded her head at Liliana's question with confidence. I may be 20 years old, too young to be at level 1 like other experienced witches, but I'll try. I feel like we will be good friends, isn't that right, Forrest? She asked with a chuckle. If I could, I had rolled my eyes at her. Okay, when do you think you'll be able to start? The sooner we do this, the quicker I can welcome him into this pack. Plus, I wouldn't mind adopting him, giving him a place to call home. I looked at Liliana, who had a smile on her face. I could tell she was worried too, which seemed genuine to me. Maybe she did care. Perhaps I could finally have a place to call home, just like she said. I can start right away if you wouldn't mind. I feel this freaking bond with him already, and even I can't explain it. Raina shook her head while looking at me. Did I feel a bond with her? Yes, I did. Was it like a mate's bond? No, it wasn't. It was really hard to explain, but I trust her, I trust them. Perhaps it was too soon, but if I didn't, then I would only end up back in the forest where I was banished, and I don't think I have the strength to carry on. I knew I was getting weak, but my willpower was strong. Okay, I'll leave you two alone then, and please, Raina, do everything you can in your power to get him back. But if it doesn't work, I'll still adopt him because he already won my heart the moment I saw him. She left shortly after, leaving me shocked by what she had just revealed. Okay, little wolf, it's just you and me now. I'm going to use a spell to put you to sleep. It's the only way this will work. I could sense that Raina was nervous. Like she said before, she was a young witch in practice. She would rather not mess this up, and I too really wanted it to work. Maybe if I didn't shift, I would have Elias here with me, but I wasn't changing it. Survival instinct kicked in, and I took over when he went into a coma. It was just too hard on him, and I wanted to be the one to carry his burden. I was a little too late. I should have shifted when we were taken by our mate. I shouldn't have left him so vulnerable. It was all my fault. I would give anything to have Elias here with me, and if it means selling my soul to the devil, I will if it means saving Elias. At least I had someone on my side. I have never heard of a werewolf being friends with a witch before. It has its benefits, yes, but it could get out of hand. I just hope that I'm making the right decision for Elias and myself. Riker pride. That's the only thing that's keeping you from your mate. You're afraid that you won't be able to control yourself. I can't believe you would stoop so low, Riker. I don't even know you anymore. My father said as he shook his head. Did you come here to judge me? Is that it? If so, you can kindly get the fuck out and don't come back. I only told you about my mate because you are my family, but make sure you don't ever disrespect me again. I didn't have a choice but to come clean after my brother ratted me out. I would have killed him, but I only remembered he was my twin and I would rather not harm him. You know what? Enough with your attitude. It's bad enough that I have to deal with one matless son, let alone two. You will find your mate and bring him back here and treat him like your equal, or I'm taking back the alpha title. I couldn't believe he had just said that. Did he expect me to go after someone I don't want? I believe that rejecting your mate is proven to be a myth. All the pain and the madness that comes from it was far from what I was feeling. I wasn't having any of those side effects, and I was very much okay with it. Max, on the other hand, wasn't talking to me. I understand why, but he needed to move on and stop acting stupid. Dad, you can't be serious. I'm not going after him. I got rid of him for that reason so he wouldn't be in my life. I'm not fucking gay and I don't need a mate. What part of that don't you understand? He scoffed and stood up, holding his hand out to my mom, who took it with a smile. The moon goddess must have sensed something in you, deep down, to pair you with a male. Maybe you are in denial, who knows? Or perhaps you are afraid of coming out of the closet because you don't know how people would react. Remember, we have male mates here, so there's nothing to be ashamed of. Find him and bring him back here. Let's just hope that he forgives you for your sake. A pack is not a pack without being completed. If you so much as try to claim another, I will see to it that you are stripped of your title. With that, he walked away, leaving me there as I felt my temper rising. Who does he think he is, giving me such orders? I won't let anyone control me if I choose to live without a mate. I can. The only thing I would want was for him to accept my rejection. Maybe that's why I wasn't feeling the pain that came with it. I sighed as I walked out of my office after everyone had left. My brother tried to talk to me, but I couldn't face him, not after the dilemma he had put me through. Was I going to hunt someone down that I didn't want? I don't know. But my title meant a lot to me, and Dad was powerful. He was so powerful I was afraid to go against his orders. I know it's ridiculous, right? Big bad me, afraid of my father. It's just that I've seen him in action. He may be 52, but he was still as strong as ever. Only my mom could tame him and his pups. But once we messed up, he's going to let us know. Did I mess up, though? I don't know and I don't care. I just know that I liked being who I am. I liked fucking around with different women, and I liked being free. Having this constant fear that surrounded my mate was something that I never wished to experience. This constant worry is not just about yourself, but about them as well. I would have to give up my freedom and focus on him alone, and that's something I don't think I can ever let happen. I won't let my father's words get to me. I won't go after someone I threw away like the piece of trash he is. I will find a chosen mate on my own, someone who would be more suitable for the position. I will show him that I wasn't scared and that his words meant nothing to me. I will show him that I wasn't a pushover. With that on my mind, I decided to put them out of my head, no more thinking about them. Dad's words meant nothing to me, and I will show him that. I am the alpha of this pack. He lost that title the moment he stepped down and handed it to me. My brother didn't want it. He decided to continue his education over what was more important, and my parents were stupid enough to support him. He may be the good twin, but I was the evil one. I'm going to show them the real me. I just prayed to the goddess that they could escape my wrath because they had just released the beast that I kept locked away. I wasn't so bad before, but now I'm worse. I might hate rogues. I kill them for sports or my own fucked-up pleasure. I'm going to hunt every one of those fuckers and make sure to wipe them out of existence. My father, mother, and brother had just made a mistake trying to tame me. But how can they when I'm already so fucked up in the head? Maybe the goddess was saving my mate from me. Has no one ever thought of that? Perhaps Selene saw that I wasn't cut out for a mate, that it would just destroy us. I was a monster, and that's the title I will keep for as long as I'm alive. This is it. Let the games begin. Elias, beep, 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 where the hell am I? Forrest, what's going on? My mind was nothing but fog. I couldn't even think about anything else apart from freak out at the fact that I opened my eyes and was suddenly greeted by my human form. I was lying on a bed, hooked to a machine of some sort that was beeping. It reminded me of a hospital, but a little different. Shit, Elias, you're back. I cringed at how loud he was and nodded my head. I'm back, yes, but back from where? I asked as I was trying to remember what took place. Oh, shoot. Okay, you were in a coma for a month now. Raina had been trying to get you back, but it seems as if it had just worked. Believe me, when I tell you this, Elias, you should trust them. Do not run because I'm tired and need the rest. They will explain everything to you, so remain calm and don't forget to call on me when you require anything at all. I'll be there for you, Elias. I'll never leave or let anything happen to you. You believe me, right? I chuckled as he was rambling on and on. It happens mostly when he's nervous or afraid. Okay, but how will I be able to communicate with them? I can't talk, remember? He sighed before replying. They want to welcome you to their pack. Once you accept their offer, you will be able to communicate with them through mind link, like we are doing right now. When one of them came in, ask for a bag I brought here with me. Remember not to panic and accept their offer of joining this pack. I love you, Elias. Welcome back. With that, he blocked me before I could tell him that I loved him as well. He had been there for me. He saved me. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have made it so far, and even though that's precisely what I want, I can't think that way again. I won't disappoint him. I will show him that I will make it, and hopefully he will be proud of me. The door opened, and I saw a young woman enter with a tray in her hand. When she saw me, the tray fell from her and the contents on it spilled all over the floor. You're back. I can't believe I did it. I'm going to go and get Liliana, so hold on a minute. What a weirdo. Shortly after, I saw the door open and another woman ran inside with her. The woman who, I assumed, was this Raina Forrest had mentioned earlier, started to check on me to make sure I was all right. Shit. I can't believe I did it. If only my parents were alive to see this right now, they would be so fucking proud of me. The other woman, Liliana, laughed while shaking her head. I'll be proud enough for all of us. Thank you so much, Raina. You don't know how much this means to me. I owe you big time, Liliana said, and Raina nodded her head while smiling at me. I could see how excited she was. She was practically dancing on air. As you may have heard before from Forrest, I hope, my name is Liliana, alpha of this pack, and this is my friend Raina. She's a witch. I nodded my head and smiled at the way Raina shot her a look as if she were insulted by the introduction. Before we go any further, do you maybe want to join us? Liliana looked down while fiddling with her fingers. I raised my eyebrow at her because I would never guess that a strong woman like her was that nervous. I nodded my head and started to make hand gestures in hopes that she understood me. A bright smile came on her face as she nodded her head. It didn't take long for her to fully accept me as a member of her pack. I'm so happy to have you here as a member of the Shadow Stone pack. My name is Liliana Stone, and my mate's name is Samuel. I also want to adopt you and take you in as my son. I don't have any children of my own, so it would be good if you would like to be a part of my family as well. She said through mind link, and my mouth fell open from shock. No one has ever accepted me, and now I've been accepted by strangers. It was too much. I knew that Forrest said I shouldn't fight it, but I'm only left confused. Why would anyone want me? I'm nothing but a disgrace, and as far as I can see, I'm also incompetent. I won't amount to anything good in life, so what was so special about me that she wanted me to be a part of her family? You don't have to agree right now, just think about it first, she replied after seeing the look of dread on my face. I took a deep breath, hoping that it would be enough to calm me down. Looking back at all of what I've been through, this was close to living once more. I accept your offer and would like to be a part of your family, I replied after a few minutes of silence. She started to celebrate, rushing up to me and pulling me in for an embrace, one that I have missed dearly. After she pulled away, she nodded her head while smiling at me. I'm so happy to have you as my son. I don't care if you can't talk or if you are not a ranked wolf. I will always protect you and show you what it means to be truly loved. I nodded my head as she started hugging me once more. Raina had already excused herself because she could tell this was a private moment for us. It seems as if I've made the right decision. I hope that I did because I wouldn't know where to go or what to do if I got turned away again. If that had happened, the only thing that I would pray for was my death, because only then would I be free from this cold and evil world. Elias, I was given a room in the Alpha's quarters, which was Liliana's idea. She didn't want me to have anything less than what she deemed fit for a prince. I found out from her that she was an Alpha queen who was cool as hell. Now I knew why she wore the crown I saw earlier. After a long shower, one that I missed dearly, I brushed my teeth and made sure my hair was washed thoroughly because I didn't have any of that luxury before like I do now. After I was done, I got dressed after searching for the bag Forrest told me about. The clothes there were too big, but it was okay for now. There was a knock on the door, and I opened it to a smiling Raina who looked super excited to see me. Hi, there's a big feast going on that I thought you might want to be a part of. Liliana said it might be too overwhelming for you and wanted someone to take something up for you to eat, but I told her that what she said was bullshit, so let's go and prove her wrong. She was about to pull me along with her, but I escaped her hold and shook my head while pointing at my clothes. She didn't understand at first, so she decided to tap into my head so she could communicate with me. She only nodded her head after I explained it to her and snapped her fingers. I jumped from the surprise of finding new, fitting clothes on my body that looked and felt expensive. The fuck? Oh, yeah. I forgot that she was a witch, and she could do some dark magic shit. She took my hand in hers and started pulling me along with her. I had to watch where I was going because she was nothing but a big, clumsy idiot who was trying to get me to trip on each step I took. Once we got to the backyard, I noticed that there were numerous people who were already there. As if noticing my presence, everyone stopped and started staring at me. I felt my entire body freezing. This always happens when people stare at me. No wonder I wasn't cut out to be an alpha. Right as my knees were about to give out, Liliana walked up to me and hugged me. Her comforting presence was enough to ease my mind and take me out of my panicked state. "It's okay, little wolf. They are just curious." I nodded my head against her as I took comfort in her hug, something that I missed and also wish I had gotten from my parents. "Okay, everyone, this is Elias. I have already welcomed him into my pack, so none of you will be able to go against me. Those who fight against this or disagree with my decision can pack up and leave. I'm sure there are other packs out there that are willing to take in rogues." No one said anything, which was probably better for them. I could tell that most of them got scared at the thought of being out there all alone searching for a home. They haven't experienced hardship in life, not as I have. And he's also my son. Everyone started cheering after her declaration. It seemed as if they were genuinely happy for her, which had me breathing a sigh of relief. He's mute, not by choice, but because of something that happened to him. I'm not going to tell you what it is. It's up to him if he wants to say anything to you all about it through MindLink. Next came the pity, which I didn't want. I would rather not be seen as a charity case, someone who couldn't take care of themselves. But I was fighting for love. It outweighs everything else and left me wanting more. So I'll take the pity, at least for now. Let's all give him a warm welcome, and please help him in whatever way you can. If you so much as say anything bad about my son, I will personally see to it that you are not only banished but executed as well. I looked at Liliana, who had a serious look on her face. Was this how it felt to be protected by someone else, apart from Forrest? Is this what I've been missing out on all this time? I guess I wasn't born lucky. After talking for a few more minutes, I was finally able to relax, since everyone went back to doing what they were doing before. That's why I hated public speaking. Having all eyes on me only made my anxiety spike because I couldn't help but feel like they were judging me. At least that's how I saw it. Two young men walked up to me with smiles on their faces. They have similar features, so I'm assuming they are brothers. "Hi, I'm Brendan and this is Brian. I was the one who found your wolf when he was trapped before." Trapped? Forrest didn't tell me anything about that, so I made a mental note to ask him about it later. "I know you can't talk, so we wanted to know if it was okay for our mother to teach you sign language. I know that you can communicate with us through MindLink, but what if you're talking to someone outside our pack?" Brendan stated as he looks at me with genuine concern. I guess I could try, so I nodded my head. "Good. Now I'll let her know when you'll like to start, so take all the time you need. In the meantime, would you like us to show you what we have on the menu?" I looked over at Liliana, who gave me the okay to go with them. I soon spotted the one thing that had my heart skipping a beat from the excitement I was feeling. Passing all the other food that was on display, I made my way over to the sandwich area. I pointed at the peanut butter and jelly sandwich with excitement that had the person who was handing out the food laughing. He handed me a plate with some orange juice, which I greedily accepted and made my way over to an empty table with Brendan and Brian chatting away like we had known each other for years. I didn't mind, though, because I liked their company. At least now I can safely say I found a home, and thanks to them, I was finally living once again. Riker fear. That's one thing I thrived on, I fed on, which kept me alive and going. It made me feel powerful. Fear is what I loved the most. Presently, it's staring back at me in the form of a rogue. With my talons extended along with my canines getting ready for my kill of the day, I struck. I didn't stop until I was looking at its dismembered body with a smile on my blood-covered face. I heard a gasp and looked around to find my mother and father there with their mouths open as they take in the scene in front of them. "You are getting out of control, Riker. This can't go on any longer. I growled while marching up to my father, a means to kill him etched on my mind like never. Why must they always interfere? I wasn't born a saint, no. I'm the devil himself. I stopped in front of my father's trembling form as he took in my appearance, making sure to let my mother take cover from my wrath behind his back. My eyes had changed from their rightful color to red. It's the color they get when I'm furious, and right now, I am feeling murderous. "Tell me, father, are you sorry the day you wasted your sperm on me?" I asked as he swallowed from nerves. I loved seeing him like this, enjoyed it even. The big, bad Alpha Richard was practically pissing himself right now, and I'm the cause of it. "You know I don't regret the day you and your brother were born. You both mean the world to me." He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before reopening them. When he did, it was black, the color of his alpha wolf. Trying to gain control, to show me he wasn't scared, even though I had just gotten a glimpse of it. "I apologize for doing this, son, but my people are scared. They saw the way you have changed, and it's not good. The elders have already made their decisions based on the reports they have gotten. But I did everything in my power, so they wouldn't interfere any further. Even though I have threatened you before by stripping you of your title, I can't do it. I know how important this is to you." I felt myself calming down a little, knowing that I was wrong for challenging my father. My mother was still trembling, not saying anything as she watched us with wide, fearful eyes. "And what do they want in return?" I asked as I retracted my talons, not appearing as deadly as I was before. "For you to find your mate." I shook my head at him, showing him that I wasn't going to slip up and go searching for a trash that I already got rid of. What's the sense through, when I've already had someone in mind to be the next Luna? The so-called moon goddess did me wrong. She thought that I would change and live happily ever after with my mate, but fuck that. It's not what I want, so it will never happen. I'm serious, Riker. The elders were planning to take away your alpha title and demote you of your position. I had to talk some sense into them. I couldn't just walk away knowing my son's position was on the line. I had to do something, at least give me some credit here for saving your life. I'm not saying you should love your mate. I'm saying he should be here with you. I know you said you didn't want a mate, and I respect that, but at least try, damn it. I growled out of frustration, not liking where this was going. I had to find that good-for-nothing mutt to keep my alpha title. It's not fair at all. Life is not fair, asshole. Suck it up. You need to be punished for rejecting my mate, and this will be one of the best punishments for you since I have to suffer because of your decision," Max said, and I rolled my eyes. "Do I get a chance to at least think about it?" I asked after seeing my father's relaxed state, knowing we weren't about to tear each other apart just to show who's the boss here. "You get to think about it. You will only get 2 days. I made a move to protest, but he held his hand up, stopping me. That's the deal, so you should learn to live with it. Not everything revolves around you, Riker. Look at what you just did here. That rogue you killed looked young. A teenager the least, but you didn't care. You took yet another life, and if it got to the chance where I have to step up and challenge you, I will. Now apologize to your mother for scaring her, and we'll be on our way." Mom smiled at me while shaking her head and clapping the back of my father's head. "What? I just thought that he should have some respect." "Why are you abusing me, woman?" Dad mumbles as he looks at Mom with sparkling eyes. "Is this what it feels like to have a mate? Someone who is destined to be yours and only yours?" I shook my head, trying to get rid of that thought. No need to think about it when I already knew what the result would be. My father thought he was smart, thought that I would follow his every command, but that's not me. I was the bad twin, the one who saw this world differently, the one who thrives on fear and ruin people's lives for my own fucked-up reasons. After apologizing to my mother, they left, and I couldn't stop my mind from wandering to my mate. I was unable to stop myself from thinking about what my father had said. How I could lose my alpha title just like that if I didn't accept my mate. But there was something else further in my mind that was thinking of something fucked up, and I loved every minute of it. I will have to go through with my plan. No one will find out my motives, and that's the best part of it all. Elias, I was enjoying myself a lot here so far. Everyone was nice to me, something that I have never expected. The feast I went to earlier was a blast. I ate so many types of foods I was too stuffed to move, so Brendan had to help me get into bed. I fell asleep for the first time in a long time with a smile on my face. The next morning, when I woke up, I got ready and then made my way downstairs to see if I needed to do anything around here. I couldn't just sit down and not do anything. I had to find a way to repay them for their kindness. As I was looking around for someone to talk to, I ran into Brian, who asked me if I was okay. I sent him a mind link telling him my concern, and he nodded his head while listening to me with understanding. You know Alpha Liliana wouldn't want you to do anything around here. You are her son now, so she wouldn't want you to lift a finger. I rolled my eyes and shook my head, letting him see how annoyed I was because of what he said. I still want to do something, though. This is not forever. One day, I will be alone again, and only then I would be left with Forrest alone, who will look after me. I can't act like a spoiled brat when I know that one day I won't be needed here anymore, I replied as his eyes became wide. Why did I say that? Well, it was the truth. I shouldn't get comfortable in a pack, no matter if I was accepted here or not. One day, I will be all alone again. At least that was the life I was given, and I had accepted it with open arms. I'm sure Alpha Liliana wouldn't allow that. Plus, you have to visit my mother to start your sign language session, so that would be able to get your mind off things, right? He asked as he sighed. I shrugged my shoulders and sent him a thank you before parting ways with him. Walking around with a lot on my mind, I found myself at the PAX border, staring at the never-ending forest that was in front of me. I found myself drawn to it, like something was calling me there. Maybe it's because that was my home before. I still wasn't over it, and I don't think I would ever be. It was like I was in a trance or something as I found myself walking, trying to cross the border and become that rogue I was destined to be. A voice stopped me, pulling me out of my trance-like state as I shook my head and looked back at Raina, who had a shocked look on her face. I was about to send her a link, denying what I was about to do, but instead I found myself being teleported. I screeched when I landed in front of Liliana, who was pacing back and forth in her room. I suddenly felt myself being pulled towards her as she enveloped me with a hug. Don't ever do that again. You hear me, Elias. Raina told me what you were about to do. I was the one who told her to bring you here. She pulled me away from her as she started to check if I was okay if I had any bruises, which I did. My heart was the only broken organ that no one could mend, no matter how hard they tried to. I was trying to not be ungrateful. I was trying to put my old life behind me, but I couldn't. I know that I don't belong here. How do I tell the one person that helped me so much that I won't be staying for too long? That I would have to venture out there on my own once more to find myself? I won't feel 100% welcome until I moved on. Moved on from what was bothering me so much. I wouldn't be able to move on unless I faced the problems that were always plaguing my life. Forrest was still asleep. He needed time to himself, and I was giving him that much because of what he had done for me. I wouldn't be alive because of him. A part of me wished for death and still do. But I made a promise to myself that I will live because of Forrest. I wouldn't let him down because he deserves the world, and I will gladly hand it to him on a silver platter. I'm sorry about that. I wasn't thinking. I just spaced out a bit there. I sent through MindLink, and she nodded her head in understanding. Maybe you're right, Raina. He does need a therapist, someone to talk to and get rid of what's bothering him. He needs all the help he can get and more. I looked at Raina, who nodded her head, agreeing with Liliana. But what about me? As far as I know, going to therapy was pointless. It won't help. It will only bring me back to that darkness I found myself loving a lot. It will only bring back memories I was trying to keep hidden, which would make it a lot worse. As much as I hated the idea, I wasn't going to say no. I couldn't. Liliana and Raina have done a lot for me. They have given me all that I could ask for and more. So with that thought, I will try. I will go to this stupid therapist and see if he or she was any good. I once heard someone say you could pronounce therapist as the rapist. At first, I laughed because it was funny. But subsequently, I learned that the person hated going to therapy and that she came up with that name. Maybe that's what I should do. Yeah, that's what I will do. I just hope that I can get all the help that I desperately needed because my mind was drifting back to that dark place that it seems to love more than anything else in this cold and evil world. Elias, I was standing outside after my talk with Liliana, taking in the day, as it was calm and nice here. The sun was out, and it allowed everyone to be outside just to enjoy the beautiful day that left nothing but a clear view I seemed to enjoy the most. Even though I was by myself, I was smiling. I never thought this would happen, but it did, and I found myself liking it more than anything in the world. I had agreed with what Liliana had said, that I needed to see a therapist, but would that help me? I don't know, but I will try and see where it takes me. Hey, guess who's back? My smile became wide as I heard the one voice I've missed dearly. That one voice that kept me together when all I wanted to do was fall apart. Forrest, gosh, I'm so happy to hear your voice again. You have no idea how much I've struggled this past few weeks without you. Forrest sighed, promising to never leave me once more. I guess the reason he's back was that he heard my thoughts before. I was drowning, heading back to my lonely place where I felt more comfortable. Knowing him, he would want to blame himself for my never-ending depression that seems to go on and on. Forrest was always present whenever I felt this way. He would want to take all the burden as his own just to make sure I was okay. I couldn't do that to him, though. It would be wrong for me to always count on him when I should be more mature than this. But how do I forget all that has happened to me? How do I put the past behind me, knowing that I kept on reliving it in the form of a nightmare? Every night since my arrival here, I've dreamt about that day. That faithful day when Forrest went back, determined to get our parents to love us once more. It never happened, and I was left to deal with this fucked up situation I was in. I would rather not be a victim anymore, but how do I forget when I've been trying and nothing seems to be working? I still remembered it all, that day when it went down the drain. I was watching it when Forrest ran towards our home. With a determination I've never seen before. I saw our parents standing there with a child. That child looked a lot like me. Maybe he was my sibling. A newfound joy took over, finally happy that my parents were able to try once more and succeed. Forrest and I went back hoping, no praying, that they would accept us once more, but that wasn't our fate. My father ordered some warriors who I've trained alongside. They all looked at me with pity. I could see how hesitant they were, but they couldn't go against my father. To do so, they would be kicked out of the pack, and they were too proud to be labeled as a rogue. My father ordered them to hold me down, well, Forrest since I was in my wolf form, and took out his knife. A knife he once showed me that would be passed down to me as it was done to him. He grabbed Forrest's tongue and placed the cold metal against it. I could hear the whimpers as his tongue was being severed from his mouth. My mother laughed as my father carried out his disgusting act. I thought that they would stop there, but no, Dad ordered the warriors to beat the hell out of me. To use any weapons they had on me because I deserved it for being worthless, and maybe I did. Perhaps I deserved it because I wasn't going to be who my parents thought I was going to be. I was a disappointment to them, and it's something that I have come to believe. When the beating stopped, I was placed in a cellar in the dungeon as I was injected with Wolf's Bane. Goddess knows how I've even survived after that. What I don't get, though, was the fact that it was Forrest who lost his tongue, but when I shifted, I lost mine as well. Maybe it was because we are one, so if something happens to one, it will always affect the other. Your mind is straying again, Elias, Forrest said after I didn't say anything. He hated it when I was sad, and right now, I was fucking unhappy. I couldn't talk. I was barely gaining the weight back that I'd lost before. The point is I wasn't happy here. I'm not being ungrateful. No, I'm not. Liliana had helped me a lot, making sure I was getting the best care there is. She bought me new clothes, my hair had been cut, and I was fed. I had a nice warm bed to sleep in, so why the fuck was my mind straying? Why the fuck was my mind on my parents when they were the cause of my misfortune? You know, ever since we got here, we haven't thought about our mate, Forrest said, taking my mind away from my parents and to the other person who hated my very existence. I hated myself, too, so he was welcome to get in line. You're right, he's irrelevant at this point. I have no mate for all I know. The only thing I can do, though, is accept his rejection so I can move on. He doesn't want me, so why should I waste my time on him? I have a second chance made out there, even though I'm uncertain if he or she would want me, but I can't just waste my time on one person. Forrest hums, feeling proud of me. I haven't thought about my mate, the one person who Selene mistakenly paired me with. He didn't deserve my time, that I can guarantee. Okay, let's cut this sad bullshit. Our lives have been nothing but a roller coaster ever since we have been kicked out of the pack. We should be focusing on ourselves, trying to get stronger, not wasting our precious time on people who don't like us. I'm here for you, Elias. At the end of the day, we have each other. But we also have people here who are willing to help us, who have been doing so since the moment we were brought here. So why don't we try? Try to better ourselves. We can do this, but all you need is a little push in the right direction for that to happen. I love you, Elias. Please remember that, and when you require me, I'm always here for you. There he goes again. Forrest always knew when to say the right things. I love you too, Forrest. Thank you for always being there for me. With that out of the way, I was left to clear my mind as the sound of laughter and wolves howling in the distance presented a new meaning of life to me, one that I didn't know truly existed before now. Elias, it's been a week since I've been getting counseling. It's not that great, but at least it was somewhat helping me. I didn't like talking about my past. It brought up plenty of unwanted memories. But the good thing was that Forrest was there for me. He made sure I was okay, and he has been my rock through it all. I have also been going to sign language class, which was helpful in some aspects. It's late night now, and it was raining. I hated the rain, especially what comes with it. The lightning and thunder were both scary. I'm not certain how Forrest had made it through before when we were all alone, but to tell you the truth, it wasn't because we weren't strong and right now. It was being proven. I was a coward. Hiding under the bed with a flashlight as I trembled from fright was not very manly of me, was it? No, I was about to pass out any minute now as the crashing sounds from the thunder echoed through the house. Forrest was long gone, hiding as well because he didn't like experiencing this as well. It was safe to say that we were both cowards, and that's how it's going to be. The room was once again brightened by the lightning that zapped through it. My eyes became wide with fear as I decided to hightail it out of my hiding spot and go find somewhere else to hide. I hate my life. What the hell is wrong with me? Running through the narrow hallway, I crashed into someone, sending him backward as he landed with a humph. Another lightning chose that moment to let itself be known as if mocking me, which I probably deserved. So I did one of the most shocking things I can think of. I jumped on the stranger and curled myself into him while shaking like a leaf. If I could talk, I would be begging him not to let me go, but I couldn't, so I held on for dear life. What the fuck? The person said as he tried to pry me off him, which only allowed me to hold on tighter. He grunted while mumbling something under his breath, saying he was going to talk to Liliana and Samuel about this situation he found himself in. He started walking with me, still holding on, as I tried not to listen to him calling me all sorts of names, including a monkey. I didn't even notice that we had arrived at Liliana's office until I heard laughter coming from everyone who was there. I found myself blushing, and being the center of attention didn't sit well with me. "My dear brother, what's this you have gotten yourself in?" Samuel said, as he was laughing at my expense. "Sam, it's not funny. I came here for my vacation, not to be bombarded by someone who's terrified right now," the man said while successfully pulling me off him. I was placed on my feet, finally being able to look at him, and my goddess, he's gorgeous. He has dark brown hair, but his eye color was different. They are gray, the grayest pair I've ever seen. They resembled the sky when it's about to rain. He scowled at me when he realized I was staring, so I tried my best to hide my face so he wouldn't see that I was blushing. "Jason, stop looking at my son like that," Liliana said as she came to stand next to me. "Are you all right, Elias? Why were you so scared?" She asked as she tilted my head to get a good look at me. I had calmed down some, but not a lot. The lightning and thunder were still present, making me tremble as I looked at my mother. I'm sorry, I'm just afraid of the storm," I replied, which had her nodding her head in understanding. "Don't worry, you're safe here." I smiled at her and looked back at the man who was watching me with curiosity. He switches his gaze over to Samuel when I caught him, as if he weren't just staring at me. "We were just finalizing some things here. It's now 10 at night, so we will have to hurry and get you settled," Liliana said, and Jason nodded his head. "It's good to see you guys too, Brendan and Brian. It's been a while since I've visited." They both smiled while talking about some of the things he has missed out on, which left him in awe. I couldn't believe he was so handsome. I zoned out as I was watching him, taking in his appearance. "Stop that," Forrest said as he sighed. "Stop what?" "Is it wrong for me to look at someone else?" I asked, waiting for his reply. No, it's not. It's not wrong, but remember we are not like Riker. We have to accept his rejection so we can move on and you can do all the flirting you want to. I rolled my eyes, angry at him for ruining my moment. Okay, so for distracting you. I didn't know we were both so afraid of lightning and thunder. Back in the forest, it wasn't so bad. It would only rain nonstop, which had been difficult for me to hunt. I know that when we were younger, we used to run to Mom and Dad when it started raining. It's true, though, we were terrified of the rain when we were younger, and it appears that we still are. Do you miss them? Mom and Dad, I mean, I asked in a sad tone. Not a day goes by where I don't miss them. I wanted to be able to be there for my sibling, and that's not possible. Even though they hate us, I still wish there was a part of them that would accept us for who we are. I agreed with him because I felt the same, but knowing that would never happen left a hole in my heart. As the conversation continued between everyone, I was left to my thoughts. At least for now, I didn't have to worry about what was going to happen to me, which was a great feeling. Riker, where is that asshole? I've been searching for him ever since my father dumped that speech on me the other day, but it seems as if he had disappeared off the face of the planet. His scent was gone, so I couldn't find him, all because I had rejected him. My temper was getting the better of me. I was lashing out at everyone, because my idiot of a father kept on reminding me that I had to find him or suffer the consequences as if I gave a damn. Why must I go through so much? Why can't I choose someone for myself instead of wasting my time on an unwanted rogue? Maybe I should have killed him when I had the chance then, and only then would I have been free of him. Another one, I said as I slammed my glass down on the countertop, startling Ella, my bartender, in the process. Don't you think that's enough for now? She asked, and I glared at her. Stupid is as stupid does. I'm a fucking werewolf. I can't get drunk, so give me another one. She nodded her head and went on to do what I asked. After having like the 10th drink and still not feeling the effect of it, I got up and started throwing a bitch fit. I threw my glass on the wall, watching as it shattered into pieces, which had everyone scattering out of my way and away from my rage. What? I was the alpha here, and therefore, this was my fucking bar. No one had any say in it, not even my parents. After I was done, it took a moment for me to calm down. Looking around, I realized how stupid I was to make such a move. The bar stools were broken, as well as the hundreds of liquor bottles that were destroyed in the process. I was breathing hard as I took in the scene in front of me. I guess now is not the right time to talk to you, Miles said while shaking his head. If it's not fucking important, I would rather not hear it, I replied as he continued to look around. He started to help Ella clean up as she was mumbling about not being paid enough for shit like this. Zach, Hunter, and Julian were out like you instructed, trying to find your mate. We have a strong feeling he might be well protected, so you won't be able to find him. It seems as if Miles was hiding something. I don't know what, but I have a strong feeling he was keeping something important from me. They are still searching. The next pack they will be heading to is the Shadow Stone pack. Hopefully, we can find him soon. Yeah, hopefully. I'm tired of my father's nagging. I'm tired of the elders always having to say something about how I live my life. The last time I checked, I answered no one, not even the goddess herself. Make sure what you are telling me is true, because if I find out you are lying, I won't hesitate to sever your head from your body. He looked at me like I was losing my mind, and maybe I was, given the predicament I'd been placed in. I left them to continue cleaning up my mess. At least they had something to do, thanks to me. As I stepped outside, I focused my attention on the mass of trees that were in front of me. Where could he be? And who was hiding him? I knew that little bastard couldn't survive on his own for too long without getting help from someone else. Don't call me stupid, maybe I was onto something here. Perhaps I should have gone with them to search for him because I felt like Miles was lying to me. Max, are you still mad at me? I asked after noticing how quiet he was. What do you think? You got rid of my mate and expect me to be happy about it. It's always you stupid humans messing up something that was given to us by the goddess. You always think that you're too special for anyone else, but let me tell you something, you're wrong. You never thought about me. You always thought about yourself, and that is one selfish trait you have. Now leave me the hell alone to deal with this mess you have somehow managed to get me entangled with. With that, he disappeared to the furthest corner of my mind. I sighed and shook my head. Why did I have to be stuck with such a needy wolf? Why were all the wolves like that? I have no idea. They tend to make bad decisions and expect us to sit back and enjoy the ride. Well, fuck no. If I wanted a fucking male mate, I would have accepted him, but what the hell am I going to do with him? Just thinking about fucking, he had me shaking from disgust at the thought of having anal sex. It's just not my cup of tea. Am I to be blamed, though? Was Max right? I groaned as I started walking, heading towards the forest so I could clear my head. This was a lot to think about. With my parents and brother on my case, constantly getting on my nerves, I've had it up to here. No wonder I was quick to snap at anyone who got in my way. The stress was getting too much, and even though I found myself liking this new change, it gets tiring every so often. But I had a plan, though, one that involved that rogue when I found him. I will show him that I amn't going to change because he's here, and when I do find him, I will make sure he suffers just the way he should have. I will show him the monster that I truly am. I pray to the goddess that I don't fall in love with him because that's the last thing I would want to ever happen. Elias, what's one thing that you have always wished for? My therapist, Abigail, asked as she looked at me. I was sitting on a couch while she was in a chair in front of me. She had a book and a pen waiting to write down anything she found interested, typical therapist. She is also a werewolf, which was easier for me to communicate with her through MindLink. When I didn't have a home or anyone to take care of me or to call a family. When I was all alone, I have often wished, now prayed, for death to come my way. It was one thing I needed more than anything else in the world. She looks at me with pity, something that I don't like, but I have always been on the receiving end of it. She started writing down what she felt was important before focusing her attention on me once more. Tell me about your school. Were you being bullied there, or did you have plenty of friends? She asked, and I sighed. Was this necessary? I had friends, some who even looked up to me because I was supposed to be the next alpha, but it didn't quite work out like that. She nodded her head while tapping the pen against her chin. Have you ever wondered why you're not an alpha and what rank you are? She asked with wide eyes, as if she had somehow managed to win a lifetime supply of corned beef. Yuck. Forrest replied as he shivered from disgust. Always hated that thing. You could have said tuna or something. I rolled my eyes and went back to focusing on Abigail and her stupid questions. Maybe I'm just an ordinary wolf. I'm not an omega or even a hybrid. If anything at all, I feel normal. She nodded her head in understanding while staring at me, creepily, I might add. You know Raina got you back. Perhaps she can help you figure out who you are, or might be you're just a late bloomer. Who knows? Numerous times, wolves from higher ranks tend to find out their title at the age of 18, but maybe you are special. You can think about it and let Raina know that you need her. I held my hand up while standing up, getting ready to leave. One thing I don't classify myself as, and that's a damn experiment. I won't sit back while someone pokes and prods my body in hopes of finding out something that I deemed a lost cause. She opened her mouth to protest, but I held my hand up, silencing her. You are being paid a generous amount to help me get better, not turn me into a fucking science project. Forrest may have allowed Raina to tap into his mind to talk to him and get me back, but at the end of the day, I'm not Forrest. I'd rather leave things as it is. Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe our hour has come to an end. With that, I walked away from her as I felt myself getting close to having a panic attack. Today was supposed to be a good day. When I woke up this morning, I made a promise to not let anything bother me. To go about my day without a care in the world. But knowing my luck, something was bound to happen. I shook my head to clear the fog that was trying to take control. Forrest wanted to comfort me, but I blocked him instead to deal with my problems by myself. I didn't realize how deep in the forest I was until my mind started clearing. Looking around, I spotted the pack at a distance and breathed a sigh of relief. I was about to turn back around when I heard the rustling of a bush, so I stopped and held my breath. If it was a bunny that jumped out of it, I'll fucking kill it. But no, it wasn't a bunny that stepped out, which left me trembling from fear because of the stranger that was standing in front of me. Hi, you don't know me, but I'm here to warn you. Your mate has been sending out search parties to find you. He's actually a lot closer than expected. If you would rather not be found, I suggest you leave here and run. He will do much worse to you than he has done before. Take my warning and disappear before he gets any closer. The man then vanished, as if he wasn't just standing here in front of me. F. Forrest, do you know him? I asked as I was taking deep breaths to calm down. No, it's the first I'm seeing him. You won't run, will you? He asked in an unhappy tone. It took a while for me to reply because I had to make sure I gave the right answer. I'm not leaving Forrest, so you have nothing to worry about. I may be many things, but one thing I'm most definitely not is a coward. Now if he finds us, we will be able to accept his rejection, so I won't run. I'm through running. Being happy with my reply, Forrest howled a joyful one. I was at a place where I wasn't going to let my darkness take over, even though it was proven to be damn difficult because I was still being drawn towards the forest where I belong. I had to try not only for me but for him as well. If anything goes wrong, I know that I have a badass alpha queen mother who would be willing to fight my battles as well as everyone else who is willing to protect me. I don't know how long this will last or what will happen to me in the end, but I do know that I wouldn't trade what I have here for anything, so I'll fight to remain here. Even if it meant going against my mate, I will, and that the honest fucking truth. Elias, come on. What's the harm in trying? Raina asked as she started following me back to my room. After I left the forest where the stranger warned me about my mate, I went back to the pack house so I could get something to eat and take a shower. I had something to eat, and now I was on my way to take said shower when Raina came up to me, talking nonstop. I said no before, Raina, and I'm still saying no. What use would that be for me? I asked in an irritated tone as she continued to disturb me. You could get your tongue back. I know I'm not as perfect as my family, but I could get you your tongue back. The sad part is you still won't be able to talk, but at least I would help you in some sort of way, please. I sighed as I glared at her. Persistent bitch. I'm not a lab rat, Raina. I would rather not be experimented on. She rolled her eyes while folding her arms. I won't be experimenting on you, you doofus. I will only use a spell I learned from my cousin Kat. It will be as quick as wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. It will be over before you know it. I laughed silently while shaking my head because of what she said. Raina was right. We were on the verge of becoming wonderful friends. I like her personality. There's never a moment when I was around her that I didn't find myself smiling. I sometimes find myself missing the sound of my laugh. I wonder what it would sound like right now. It's been so long since that dreadful day, but it still felt as if it happened yesterday. You know what's interesting? The fact that you can tap into my mind so I can communicate with you even though you aren't a member of this pack. She laughed and shrugged her shoulders. I'm a bad bitch, am I right or what? She started wriggling her eyebrows, which left me in a fit of silent laughter. After we calmed down, she went right back to nagging me. Come on, please. I would rather not pull the I helped you before, so you owe me card. I glared at her, and she returned it as if saying she wasn't scared of me. Not only that, but I guess she wasn't going to let this go. Fine. Do your voodoo stuff, but if I find out I don't like it, I'm killing you in your sleep. She shuddered while pretending to be scared. I opened my room door and gestured for her to get inside, then closed it with a loud bam which scared the hell out of her. Serves her right for cornering me like this. Okay, sit on the bed, so we can get started. I raised my eyebrow at her, which left her blushing as if just realizing what she had said. Not like that, you pervert. I rolled my eyes while telling her to hurry. I was badly in need of a shower, and she was keeping me away from it. After closing her eyes, she started chanting her spell in another language, which was scary as heck. I felt strange. A strange sense of calm surrounded me, putting me in a deep sleep. When I woke up, the first strange thing I noticed was how different my mouth felt. Next thing I realized, I wasn't in my room anymore. Raina, did you kidnap me to use my heart? I promise it will only bring bad luck to you. I heard laughter echoing through the room I was in. Looking around, I didn't see Raina, which was a bit creepy. Oh, calm down, boy. At least I got the job done. Thank you very much. Raina appeared in front of me suddenly, and with me being me, I took up the pillow I laid on and threw it at her. She dodged it easily while sticking her tongue out at me. Want to see it? She asked nervously, which set off an alarm bell in my mind. If you gave me a snake tongue, I will make sure you suffer for a very long time, I replied while glaring at her. Don't tempt me. A mirror appeared in front of me after she snapped her fingers. I stuck my tongue out and nodded my head as I realized it looked as normal as it could given the fact that it was magically placed there. Thank you, Raina. This means a lot to me. She smiled at me as the mirror vanishes into thin air. Now where the hell am I? I told you I wanted to take a shower and get some rest. You and my therapist are the same. You both are always invading my personal space. She chuckled and sat next to me. You're in my hideout. A treehouse I built so I can escape the stress of being a witch. It's calm here and peaceful. I just thought that you would like it here. If you want, I could get you back, or you could take a shower here if you'd like to. She was blushing as she started fiddling with her fingers. You have a bathroom here as well, I asked, surprised because I didn't know that could happen. I have every and anything you can think of. I'm a witch, remember? This place was magically built for my purpose. Plus, I have 2 bedrooms here if you want to sleep here as well, a kitchen that is fully stocked, and a games room you could get lost in. Now this can also be your hideout. We could come here and spend some time together, as friends if you'd like. This couldn't be true. Did Raina like me more than friends? Given the fact that she was stuttering, something she hadn't done before. You do know I'm gay, right? I asked as her eyes became wide. Why, yeah, I do know. I could tell by the way you carry yourself. I promise you, I'm not flirting with you. I have someone out there as well. It's just up to me whether I should find him. I just want us to be good friends, that's all. I nodded my head, still not convinced by her speech because of the blush that was evident on her face. Don't get too cocky, she's just nervous. Forrest said while laughing at me. I know she's nervous, but you never know. Why would she do all of this for me? Why would she go out of her way to help me if she didn't somehow like me? I asked, and he sighed. Who knows? Just go with the flow and accept her offer. You need a friend or 2 right now. It's something you deserve more than anyone else. I agreed with him and gave Raina my answer. I'm making the right decision here, am I not? I hope so. Because Forrest was right, I do need a friend, and I was glad I had someone right here with me, to help me through my lonely, depressed state. At least I was welcomed here, and that's all I could ever ask for. Riker, I didn't think about the consequences, nor did I care that much. It was irrelevant to waste my time thinking about someone that I hated. Someone I should be spending time searching for instead of fucking Sheila. It has always been something that I have done before, and I wasn't going to stop because of a mutt. I know that he would feel the pain that he would be suffering, all because he didn't accept my rejection. It's his fault, though, not mine. Harder, Riker, don't stop. Sheila said as she screams out loud, which told me I was hitting the right spot. That's it right there. Ah, bitch, can you shut the fuck up? Her constant talking and screaming were turning me off, but it was cheap pussy, so I continued plowing my way through it. I had been thinking before, making her my chosen mate, but I decided against it. I don't know why, but something was telling me not to. After we were done, I got rid of her. No use keeping her around when I got what I was looking for, right? When I was done taking a shower, washing her scum off me, I got dressed and made my way downstairs to see if I was needed for anything. After all, an alpha's job was never done. Walking around the pack land, listening to complaints from my people was stressful. It left me in a sour mood, and when I get this way, it was hard for me to calm down. Still not talking to me. I rolled my eyes and kept on walking as if I were alone. Come on, Riker, don't be like this. I growled out of annoyance. Getting rid of this leech was going to be more work than I predicted. Fuck off, Ryland. My brother only laughed as he kept on chasing me. Look, I apologize for telling Mom and Dad about your predicament, but I couldn't sit by and watch you idly throw your life away. You are 24 years old, Riker, not a pup. When will you stop acting like one? I turned to him with narrowed eyes. Him copying me as well didn't sit well with me. You're the one who's acting like a damn pup, copying what I'm doing. Now tell me the truth. What do you want? He only shrugged his shoulders with a smirk on his face, a face that looked exactly like mine. I had once cursed the day my parents allowed this to happen. I know it wasn't their fault, but something deep down inside me hated the fact that I had a carbon copy of myself in the form of a clone. Am I not allowed to spend some time with my brother? When was the last time we hung out? You and your little power game can pause for now, so we can catch up. I sighed, irritated with him, which seems to be a constant occurrence. If I wanted your company, I would have asked for it. I would rather not be around you right now. He only laughed, as if he had heard a joke I had somehow managed to miss. If I could, I would have gladly ended his life, since it seems as if he had no use for it. He narrowed his eyes at me as if hearing my thoughts while making a tusking sound. Good, now he knows exactly how I feel about him. I didn't miss the hurt that appeared in his eyes. It disappeared instantly like it wasn't there before, but I saw it. Did I feel bad about the way I was acting towards him? No, he and my parents had a way of getting under my skin, crawling through it like an unwanted parasite. I just thought that. You know what, never mind. I'll talk to you later. I watched as he walked away from me, feeling a pull on my heart as I saw how his steps were hurried, as if trying to get away from me. That made Max hate me even more, ruining the relationship I had with my twin wasn't sitting well with him. He's just soft. He doesn't know how to be any different, and I somehow blame myself for it. If I let my family have any influence over me in my life, I would only end up being dependent on them, and that's something I don't ever want. That's another reason why I don't want a mate. I don't want to have someone to depend on. It made me feel vulnerable, useless, but most of all, it made me feel soft. I ruined any and every relationship I have, including my family, all because I hated feeling soft. I wasn't one for that type of feeling. It was not something I enjoyed. I like feeling powerful. I enjoyed it tremendously. I like being controlling others. Fear is and will always be what I thrive on the most. If I had somehow gotten over this, I don't want a mate, and I'm not gay attitude. If I had given my mate a chance, then I wouldn't be in control anymore. That's why I will never allow anyone to walk all over me or call me a pushover. Not even my parents or brother can get me to change. Not even the elders who threatened me or my dad, who said he would strip me of my title if I didn't find my mate, even though he had changed his mind like the coward he is. I will never change for anyone, and if no one can accept this side of me, then to hell with them. But even after all of that, why did I feel guilty? Why did I feel my heart breaking at the look of hurt in my brother's eyes before he left? I have no idea. I shouldn't care, but it seems as if I did. I guess after all I said, after the way I acted, there was a softer side to me, and I hated that side with a passion. Elias, I didn't return to the pack house. It wasn't because I didn't want to, it was only because I couldn't. No matter how many times Raina suggested helping me, I refused. No matter the number of times Forrest recommended he take over, I blocked him. As Raina sat next to me on the bed, placing a warm cloth on my forehead, another wave of pain hit me, and this time it was the worst. I knew what it meant. I figured it out the first time it had happened before. The only thing I've been saying to myself was that I deserved it. I deserved the pain my mate was giving me, all because I didn't accept his rejection. I could have written it down or found a way to communicate with him, but I didn't because I was fucking stupid. Raina's sobs could be heard throughout the room I was in as she kept on begging me to let her take my pain away. I shook my head as I started trembling, bracing myself as she picks up the bucket she places there for me so that I could empty my stomach. Forrest was trying to push his way forward. Even though I blocked him, he was able to break it down. He's strong, that wolf. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have lived for so long. I'm the weak one here, the one who's always depending on him, and for that, I was sorry. He whimpers from the pain, but throughout all of it, he was helping me instead of taking care of himself. I don't know how he does it, but I have to give him credit. Is it always this bad? Raina asked as I started to quiet down a little. Sometimes. I felt it before when I was brought back to the forest. I didn't react to it as badly as I'm reacting right now. She nodded her head as the cloth disappears, only for a cup of tea to appear in her hand. At least I'm here to help you through it now. Don't worry too much about it. I wish you would accept my offer to let you sleep it off. It will be much better that way. I shook my head, and she frowns while helping me drink the tea. I shouldn't have trusted her with it, but knowing her so far, I can see just how loyal of a friend she is, and for that, I was grateful. She was about to place the cup back to my lips, but I shook my head, telling her that I have had enough of it. What's in it? I asked, which was a little too late. It's only jasmine. It's very calming. I wouldn't betray your trust like that. Moisture pools in her eyes once more as she takes in my fragile state. I nodded my head and smiled at her, rather weakly. Thank you, Raina. I'm glad you're here with me. A couple of minutes later, I was finally able to fall asleep after Forrest told me that he was going to take over, that was the most he could do. I didn't want him to bear the pain anymore. I wanted to be able to take on something for the both of us, but as always, I was too weak to do it. What would I do without him? What would I do without the help I have been getting from everyone? It was like I was back to square one. Going to therapy did help, yes, but at this point I was second-guessing it. It took a couple of hours before I was able to move around without feeling the pain. The pain my mate had caused from being with someone else. As I stood out on the balcony, I looked up at the evening sky, which was a bit cloudy. I tried talking to Forrest, but he was out cold. It took a lot of energy in him to make sure I wasn't feeling any pain. I shook my head because I couldn't believe I was blessed with such a wonderful wolf. At least Selene did something proper for once. It's like she knew that I needed him. I was weak, and he was strong. We balanced out each other and made it work. Hungry, Raina asked as she came to stand next to me with a sad smile on her face. I nodded my head and chuckled as I thought about what I would like to eat. I could go for some PBJ, but after I take a shower and brush my teeth. She rolled her eyes and gestured for me to follow her, which I did. She led me to another room she told me was mine while showing me around. After snapping her fingers, clothes appeared on the bed, which was still freaky if you ask me. Being a witch must be easy. Raina didn't have to use money to get what she wanted. Magic was her only way around, and I didn't know if I should be jealous or impressed. She left me alone, so I could get some privacy. Stripping my clothes off, I walked into the shower and shrieked as warm water hits my body. I just did that. Sorry if I scared you. I huffed and shook my head, attempting to be annoyed at her but failing rather miserably. I got to work bathing, getting rid of the stress that was placed in my life once more. I had to deal with my parents not wanting me. I had to deal with my mate rejecting me, and now he's also cheating on me. Selene has one fucked up sense of humor, one that I didn't enjoy at all. It's like she likes it when her children are tortured. She's like a sadist, someone who enjoys the pain of others, which was fucked up in more ways than I can count. At least I had people here with me to support me throughout these trying times. At least I had Forrest, who was always there for me. He's my rock, he's my strength, and because of him, I was able to walk again without falling. Because of him, I knew what it was like to love again, to live, and I wouldn't ask for a better wolf, a better half than the one I was given. Elias, the next morning, when I woke up, I was feeling much better, thanks to Raina and Forrest for helping me. I didn't want to go back to the pack house because I loved it here, but Raina told me that Liliana was asking for me and said she got mad at her for not being home. I would rather not come between their friendship, so it was better if I head back. Remember, you can visit any time, just call for me, and I'll get you here even if you want this place to yourself. It's yours now, too. I nodded my head as Raina went into serious mode. She was also unhappy that I was leaving, but I guess she'll get over it soon. And also remember, if you need help with anything, don't hesitate and ask me. I'm your friend, well, your only friend, so that's what I'm here for. I rolled my eyes as she continued to talk. I was on the verge of breaking her neck if she didn't shut up. Then she went on to ask me when my birthday was and when I got kicked out of my pack, as if she didn't want me to leave, so she was dragging the conversation a bit. Damn it, Raina, I'm 18 years old. I've been on my own since I was 16. If you must know, I got kicked out on my 16th birthday, the day I was scheduled to meet Forrest. I spent the last 2 years alone after that. The least you can do is give me some credit for taking care of myself at that time. I hissed out, and she held her hands up in surrender while smirking. You didn't take care of yourself. Forrest was the one who helped you. She shot back, which was a low blow. She laughed as she gestured for me to go on. I already celebrated my birthday on January 20 before I was found by Liliana. She nodded her head and sighed. So you had just turned 18. Have you or Forrest ever thought about what it would be like to celebrate your birthday after that? I mean, you spent 2 years alone. Did you ever once think about your birthday? What's with her and these questions? I shrugged my shoulders and allowed Forrest to answer her since he was the one in control at that time and not me. I decided not to waste my time on meaningless things like that. Forrest said easily as Raina's eyes became wide. But there must be a time when she paused when she saw the look on my face, which gave her the answer she seemed to badly be after. Never mind then. I'll make sure you have a good birthday next year. You don't have to worry your pretty little head anymore. I smiled as she asked me to get ready to go back. And one last thing before you leave, Elias. I'm glad it was Brian, Brendan, and Liliana who found you. Now I have someone to call a friend. With that, she snapped her fingers, allowing me to return to the pack house. I sighed as I looked around the room Liliana gave me. It was everything I've ever wanted and more, but something about it didn't feel right. I felt like I was intruding, that I wasn't meant to be here. If Liliana heard my thoughts, she would surely punish me for thinking in such a manner, but I couldn't help it. At the end of the day, this wasn't my pack. I was an alpha in the making. I was groomed at a tender age on how I should take my job seriously, that my people came first. Even without the alpha title, I thought that my parents would still love me. They switched so easily that I had to question their motives. I've been looking back at the way things were between us, trying to find as many similarities between us as I could, but there were none. While I had red hair and blue eyes, my father and mother had black hair, but my father had green eyes and my mother brown. I wasn't as strong as my father. In height or weight, I was next to nothing. Made me wonder if my father was right, during that time when he asked my mother if she had cheated on him. I shook my head as I got rid of the thoughts. What use was it to waste my time thinking about someone who didn't want me? Even if I had to let go of a sibling I wasn't allowed to know, I had to do it. There was a knock on the door, so I opened it and saw Liliana standing there with a smile on her face. She pulled me in for a hug, one that I returned desperately. "I've missed you, my boy. Don't you ever disappear on me like that again? I was about to commit murder if Raina didn't send you back." She laughed as she hugged me closer to her, a hug that she knew was meant to comfort me, and it was helping a lot. "Are you hungry?" she asked as she pulled away to inspect me. I shook my head and smiled at her. "No, Raina made sure I ate something before I came back. She has been filling me with her special jasmine tea, saying it's a calming remedy of some sort." She chuckled at my response while shaking her head. "You know, I was meant to ask you if you would like to accompany me on my walk. I intended to do a walkthrough of the pack land since it's my duty to let my people voice their concerns, so I can help. I was thinking that maybe you would want to see what it's like if you're not too busy, that is." I nodded my head with a smile, letting her know how much I have appreciated her for doing this. As we walked side by side, she was stopped by a few people who wanted her blessing. Seeing as how she was well respected here was something new to witness. My father would never allow this. He would throw a fit if he saw what was going on. After Liliana and I resumed our walk, she started talking about Brian and Brendan, telling me how they met. If it wasn't for following my instincts, I wouldn't have met them. I was walking one evening alone and I came across some rogues, but they didn't seem feral. If anything, they seemed lost. They were near my land, so, as always, I was about to get rid of them, but something told me to stop, that I shouldn't be too quick to judge them. I took a good look around and saw that there were at least 5 pups there as well who seemed to be hungry. Starving may be the right word to use. I decided to test them, to see if they would betray me. In that little group were 2 young pups, who I've come to love as my own. Brian and Brendan were there with their parents. They didn't have a home because they were kicked out of their pack for going against their alpha. I took them in, and when they became a member of my pack, to thank me they also became my warriors. Not the best, but they are getting there. Their mother, as you know, is a teacher. She teaches sign language, and their father is a mechanic here. I nodded my head as I listened to the story she was telling. At least I got to know a little more about the twins. Samuel once said that I shouldn't be so quick to accept others who are rogues, but I couldn't sit back knowing that they weren't feral, that all they needed was a home just like you. I stopped and looked at her, realizing the moral of her story was based on me. Why, though? Because I wasn't that important. Not everyone should be judged. It's a sin. I knew you were special from the moment the twins found you. I couldn't leave you there for another hour. I sense a lot of greatness in you. Even my sister came to me in my dreams and told me that you are special. I raised my eyebrow at her because I wanted to know who this sister of hers was. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, but for now, know that you are here for a reason. Don't give up so easily. It's better if you keep on trying. At least you wouldn't fail at anything. As we continued our walk, I went over what she had said. Maybe she was right. Perhaps it was time I do things for myself. Maybe it was time I went back to my mate and finally do what I've always wanted to do. He was trying to find me, but I knew where to find him, so why not? Why not be the one to accept his rejection so he can call off his search? I won't ever be with someone like that. That's where I draw the line. Riker, it's been almost 2 weeks now and still no sign of that damn mutt. I continued my search in hopes of finding him, so I could get the elders off my back. They intended to visit, just to make sure I was carrying out their orders, and that's the lowest point I have fallen so far. I was not one to follow, I was the one who led. That's why I'm an alpha. No other title would fit my description, and I was happy about that. The alpha title was originally for my brother and me since we are twins. We both have alpha blood, but he was the immature one. He didn't want the title and was already running from it, only showing his face around here when necessary. Alpha, can you come outside? There's someone here to see you, Damien said, disturbing my thoughts. I sighed as I made my way outside to see what was so important and why he sounded so scared. Max was pacing in my mind, finally showing his presence, which had me wondering why he chose this moment. Once outside, I saw a crowd that had already formed. Some seemed surprised, while others looked confused. A path cleared for me so I could get a good view of who was there, and when I saw it was none other than my mate, a sadistic grin started making its way onto my face. All the thoughts of what I would do to him came rushing at once as I stood there taking him in, looking at him like he was my new favorite toy. I marched up to him with confidence, but somehow it seemed as if he wasn't afraid of me. When I came face to face with him, I laughed at how ridiculous he looked. Did Selene think I would fall for someone so scrawny? My mate had to hold the same power as I do, any less, and it's a no for me. Ah, look who's here. Did you miss me? I asked, trying to get him to talk. The last time I did, he didn't say anything, so I was only messing with him a little now. He closed his eyes, and the next thing I knew, my mind was taken over by something, by his presence. I fought against it, but no matter the amount of strength I possessed, it was impossible. This is the only way I can communicate with you, through your mind. Raina made sure of it. Max growled a little at the mention of someone else's name coming from his so-called mate. Word got out that you were searching for me. I'd like you to stop. I was about to say something, but he interrupted me. I didn't come here to exchange pleasantries or to beg you to take me back. I came here to do the one thing that you want, and that's to accept your rejection. This wasn't how I saw this coming. It's what you wanted after all, right? Now I'm able to move on without worrying about you, without feeling the pain from you cheating on me. Now I can finally be free from you, so I, Elias Emerson, accept your rejection and hope to never see your face again. I fought against his power in my mind and won. Right as I was about to tackle him, to take him back to the dungeon and chain him for being such a fool, he disappeared. I had him in my grasp, just his shirt, and he disappeared. Everyone stood there staring at me with their mouths open from the shock of what they had just witnessed. Ryland said as he tried to find a way of comforting me. I felt the pain slowly making its presence known. My chest was ripping apart, which was too much even for a strong alpha like myself. So I did the only thing I could. I screamed and fell to the ground, writhing from the agony that had just taken place. I thought it was a myth. I thought that the pain wasn't real, but it was, and now I was feeling it. Ryland was somehow experiencing the same effect, but not as bad as me. Maybe it was because we were twins, and they did say twins sometimes feel each other's pain. I couldn't bear it anymore, so I closed my eyes and lost consciousness right there on the ground where I belonged. How long has it been now, Kimberly? I heard my dad asking in a worried tone. It's only been 8 hours, sir. Getting rejected can be deadly as well. He is already deteriorating as we speak. Dad sighed as I heard crying, which seemed to be coming from Mom. He is one stubborn man, so foolish. Why couldn't he have gotten over his pride and accepted his mate? None of this would have happened. Now he and Ryland are suffering, and I don't even know what Ryland has to do with this, but he is also feeling the pain. Both my pups are in pain, and I don't know what to do. Dad, the powerful man I saw him be, started crying. I couldn't take it anymore, so I opened my eyes to let them know that I was all right. Mom was the first one to rush over to me. She started hugging me and making sure I was all right, while Dad shakily made his way over to my side. Will he be all right, Kimberly? Mom asked in a desperate tone as she continued to fuss over me. It all depends on Mrs. Green. He won't be the only one in pain. His mate will also feel it as well. It is up to them to fully accept each other for it to be over. But if they don't, then you know what's coming next. Given it will be the full moon soon, they will both lose their minds. That's just the beginning. They will go into a feral mode with no way of controlling them. But even after that happens, there will be one more thing that is far worse. I knew what she meant. She didn't have to say it to me to figure it out. If they don't accept each other soon, then death will come their way. I can try to lessen his and his brother's pain, but not fully. The effects of getting rejected will outweigh everything else. Mom nodded her head and looked at me with pain in her eyes. It was even harder to breathe as I tried to get through the pain. This was what I deserved. I didn't know what it was like until it was too late. I was foolish enough to let my ego get the better of me now. I hadn't only put my life on the line, I also am the cause of Ryland's pain. I just hope that this will all be over soon, and we can move on from this before it's too late. Riker, tell me, Elder Kodas, why is my son Ryland also feeling the pain my other son Riker is experiencing? Does that mean he is also mated to Riker's former mate? My father asked as I lay there on the bed listening to their conversation. If I could, I had scoffed at such ridiculous speech. But the pain was getting so much harder to bear, rendering me speechless. I could only communicate using Mind Link presently, which wasn't so bad right now. There's only one way to find out. It's the first time I'm seeing this in all my 65 years of being here on Earth. I have no idea how to explain it. Maybe Elder Adela can give us some insight as to what is happening. You know she's known for her special gift. Dad groaned while shaking his head. He had this belief that the elders were fake. They claimed to hold such special gifts he was yet to see. He only had respect for them because they were higher in rank, so he had no other choice but to follow their orders. I, on the other hand, couldn't care less about them. Currently, during this pain I'm experiencing, I wish I could snap their necks and call it a day. They somehow moved Ryland so he was next to me, in hopes that our bond as brothers would lessen the pain, but it was yet to work. How long before she can get here? The sooner we do this, the better. Dad replied with urgency in his voice. It will take up to a day or two. The journey was a bit longer to get here, Michael. Plus, we need Andrea on our side. Remember, she's one of the most powerful witches you can imagine. We get her and... I watched as Dad started to nod his head, a bright smile taking over the frown that was on his face. We get to Riker's mate with no problems. But she's hard to bribe. No one made it onto her land and escape if she doesn't get what she wants. I've heard rumors of Andrea before, of how powerful she was. Why didn't I think about that? I could have gone to her, give her what she required, and found that mud a long time ago. Maybe he was working with her. That's why he could communicate with me through my mind. That's why he disappeared when I reached for him. No, you idiot. He said something similar to a person named Raining or Rainer. I can't remember her name, but it was not Andrea. I guess Max was right. It was hard to even think, let alone remember names, something I wasn't good at. So we find Andrea, give her what she wants, get her on our side, and hope that she can get us to Riker's mate and tell us why Ryland is also feeling the effect of his pain. Should be easy, right? Dad asked, not sounding too confident right now. It's not going to be easy getting onto her land. She left her coven a long time ago. Everyone there feared her because she was too powerful to control. She tried to take over, but they had to use every means necessary to drive her away. We have to be careful going there. Simultaneously, Michael, I'm only doing his because I don't want this pack to be led without a mateless alpha. Simultaneously, I have spoken to the others, and they agree for you to take over the title temporarily until we can get this mess sorted out. I couldn't argue with that. Given my state and Ryland's, it was for the best. But I wanted Miles or Damien to take over even though they were unable to do their job without getting me involved. They have been loyal so far. But if it's Dad, then I would have no other choice. I gave my son that title to have some peace in my life, Elder Kodas. I didn't know the day would come where I have to take it back. I'm only doing this for my sons. I want them to be okay. If it means putting my life on the line for them, that's what I'll do. Dad walked up to me and started looking at Ryland and I. He shook his head as if he were in disbelief of what was going on. How foolish were you to disobey the goddess, her son Riker. You should have accepted your mate no matter their gender. Now look at the mess you've created. Your ego is just too big, and it's going to get you into a lot of trouble. I just pray to the goddess that Andrea will help us, or your mother and I would have to deal with burying our pups next. He turned to Kodas, who was watching us with pity. No matter what, we have to try. If it means I'll die, then I'll die trying. My family comes first. Kodas nodded his head and left. Shortly after, Mom came back from wherever she went and started to fuss over Ryland and I. We have to make it work, Michael. For their sake and ours, we have to make sure our sons are all right. Do you hear me? Get me my sons back. I can't deal with seeing them like this. Its mom started to cry as Dad ran up to her and hugged her. I couldn't hold on anymore as another wave of pain hits me and Ryland in full force. It was so powerful that I lost consciousness. The only voice I heard was that I deserved this. But would I change if I were to pull out of this? Or would I go back to the type of person I was? It wouldn't matter if I was lucky enough to get that mutt here. I would still be the same person I was, and nothing was going to change that. Nothing at all. Elias, when I got back, the pain was too much to bear. It got so bad that I wish I didn't accept his rejection. I wished I could live with knowing that I had a mate who didn't want me. At least the pain from him cheating on me wasn't as bad as this. I didn't know how long I was out for, but to me, it felt like an eternity. I somehow found myself sitting under a tree. The place I was in was pitched black with nowhere to go. I was all alone, just like I was meant to be. No, you're not alone, Elias. You're never alone, Forrest said as he walked up to me. I smiled at him while patting his head that he placed on my lap. Where am I asked as I continued to survey the place. Raina spoke to me before. She said that she placed you here so your spirit can be calm. It's her way of helping. Minus the darkness, I could use a little light. I nodded my head as a new form of emotion started taking over. Love. What Raina did for Forrest, and I was something that I had never expected. She tried her best to make sure I was all right. It's too bad I already had a mate, and given the fact that I was gay, why I couldn't be with her. She told me some things that weren't so pleasing to hear. Liliana is currently meeting with Elder Kodas and Elder Adela in hopes of getting to you. I narrowed my eyes at him, wondering why they would want me. It seems as if our mate's father is working with them in getting you to come back. The last time I checked, Raina told me that they spoke to a powerful witch to get you back. That's how they know that you're here. Let me tell you a little story about when we were in the forest. When you went into a coma, I was about to take on a long journey, in hopes of meeting this witch so she could get you back. I've heard stories of how powerful she can be, and I guess the stories were true. Raina told me that this witch was her aunt, that she wasn't as powerful nor as strong as her. Raina's aunt got kicked out of her coven because of some challenge they were afraid to lose. That challenge was the cause of her parents' death. Forrest said, and I nodded my head in understanding. Okay, that's new. I never knew that Raina's aunt was so powerful. She often talked about not being ready to take on certain tasks, but I guess with a lot of training she can be just as powerful. And what are we supposed to do? I'm trapped in this place that isn't even real. We go back. Forrest deadpans like it was as simple as that. Forrest, you know we can't. The pain won't allow us to. He growls at me, standing up while shaking out his fur. He looks so powerful right now. Anyone would be afraid of him as his green eyes stared at me. We go back. Last time I checked, we aren't cowards. I'm not a coward, and I, for one, won't start acting like one because of some pain. We go back and face them head on. If it's something they want from us, we fight them. There is no way I'm sitting here, hiding away in this make-believe place Raina placed us in. I'm ready to head back, and so are you. Nodding my head, I stand up with a little more confidence than before. Forrest was right. We aren't cowards. He had taught me so much before. He was there for me when I needed him the most, so I won't let him down right now. If he wants to go back, then that's what we will do. Let's go back if that is what you want. You have to take over, though, because I'm afraid I won't be as strong as before. He bowed his head down and let out a powerful growl. Even I would have trembled from the sound of it. Raina appeared out of nowhere. It was like she understood what was going on because she didn't fight us on this. She snapped her fingers, and the next thing I knew, I woke up on my bed surrounded by those who cared about me. Forrest POV Elias, you're back. Liliana shouted as she made a move toward me. She stopped and cursed under her breath while shaking her head. Not Elias, but Forrest, what happened? She asked in a worried tone. Nothing happened. We heard that there are some people here for us. We wanted to see them. I replied through Mind Link. She was about to refuse, but I held my hand up, stopping her. This is my fight, Liliana. I don't wish to draw attention to those who have helped me so far. Please just allow me this chance without fighting me. She sighed and nodded her head. I'll get them. I'm uncertain if you're prepared to meet them as yet because one of them said that he is your mate. I want you to be prepared. I nodded my head at her. It wasn't surprising that Riker was here. He's stubborn enough to want to find me even when I already rejected him. A couple of minutes later, the door opened to 4 people. I looked at them and rolled my eyes because I didn't see what the hype was about them. 2 of them were old enough to be my great-grandfather and great-grandmother, while the other 2 looked to be given some rough tasks during their time on Earth. Hi. My name is... I held my hand up while rolling my eyes. I'm sorry about his manners. Seems as if he woke up without them. He's mute and can only communicate through mind link with other pack members and Reyna. I'm not certain how you will be able to communicate with him. I looked at Liliana, who had a smug look on her face. He's not illiterate, I presume? The old man asked while frowning. I glared at him, which had him looking at me with confusion. No, he's not. Liliana snapped as if she were offended. Then get him a damn paper and a pen. I didn't come all the way here to talk to a damn mute. I stood up so fast, they didn't see it coming. The pain was far from my mind as murder took over. The man shrieked out of fright and jumps back as I let out a silent chuckle. I made my way over to the desk, so I can get something to write on. I was yet to go to sign language class because of what was going on, but I intend to go soon. Okay, let's get started. My name is Michael Green, and I am the father of Riker and Ryland. You recently rejected Riker, but somehow my other son, Ryland, is also experiencing the pain of said rejection. I'm here with Andrea, who will help us find out why this has happened and to see if we can come to some arrangement for you to take back your rejection. I raised my eyebrow at him. He was a fool if he thought that would happen. Furthermore, I would rather die if I ever take back my rejection. It's what he deserves, for now at least. Riker S, so we have no other choice but to accept each other so Ryland can be okay. I asked Andrea, who nodded her head while looking between the mud and I needed to stop calling him that. Liliana already chastised me once within the short amount of time being here for calling him such a name. It's really up to the both of you, though, but that's not what I'm here for. The important part is to find out why this is also affecting Ryland. It seems to be affecting him even more than you. I looked at my twin, who was still unconscious on the bed next to me. The pain was slowly eating me alive. I could feel at times when my mind would drift, not knowing what was real or fake anymore. That was the beginning of what was to come, and it was up to us to stop it. You are powerful. Surely you must have seen why he's like that. Reyna shot back as she glared at her aunt with despise written on her face. I wondered what that was all about. Oh, my dear niece, no need to be jealous because they chose me over you. I'm always one step ahead, remember that. To answer your question, yes, I already know. I narrowed my eyes at the cunning witch, Andrea, who had a smug look on her face, already guessing what was about to happen. You want something, don't you? Reyna asked as she chuckled a little as if she were enjoying this. Of course I want something in return. What other witch, wizard, or warlock would do any sort of job for free? It's what I want would be a shock to all of you. Andrea turned to the mutt Elias and pointed at him. I want permission to enter your pack. Your father owes me a great deal and I would like to collect. Why was she asking Elias for permission? There, I said it. At least I was making progress, right? Elias nodded his head as if agreeing with her. It seems as if it wasn't him. When he was brought to my room, I could tell the difference from the sacred and timid boy to the confident one that's there now. It somehow made me feel jealous. Elias is not just a werewolf. He doesn't have a rank because his powers are dormant. That means he is half warlock, half werewolf. Andrea said as my eyes became wide as I looked at Elias, who was letting out a silent laugh while shaking his head. This isn't funny, by the way. I didn't come all the way here to make a mockery of. Elias stopped laughing while glaring at Andrea, who shot him a glare as well. How else would you explain your previous situation? You should be in more pain than that, but no, it's a bit dull. And it isn't because of my niece who you thought was helping you. Your warlock side also has healing power, meaning you will feel the pain a little less than they do. Andrea was trying her best to explain, given the fact that Elias found it funny, and I, for one, found it hard to believe. No, You may not have the power of a warlock because that power was taken from you at a young age, leaving you without a rank. That's why I want to visit your parents to talk to them about it. But your soul already chose Riker as your mate, and when you rejected each other, your soul was left to wander alone until it found Ryland mistakenly. Given the fact that you accepted Riker's rejection in some way, your soul rejected Ryland because of the bond between them being twins. So that's why Ryland is feeling the pain 10 times worse. I was still confused. Andrea wasn't making any sense, as far as I know. She was blabbering gibberish nonsense in hopes of getting us to understand, but it wasn't working. Witches are so weird occasionally. Aunt Andrea, it's best if you stop confusing them further. Elias isn't from a warlock's background. I would have sensed that about him. He's what you call a normal wolf. Andrea laughed as she rolled her eyes at Raina's input in all of this mess that was created. Why do you think he's called the lonely wolf? Do you think it was because he was kicked out of his pack and on his own for years? No, he's called the lonely wolf because his soul as I know it is still not at peace. It's confused as to whom to choose. Being identical twins isn't helping him in this situation, and quite frankly, I'm tired of explaining to you all. You are too hard to teach. In the meantime, thank you elders as well as Mr. and Mrs. Green for the gifts you have brought to me. I'll be off now. Andrea disappeared after her speech, leaving nothing but a cloud of smoke behind. I made a tusking sound as the pain was threatening to take over again. We didn't learn anything, only wasted our time with Andrea. What are the chances of her being right? Samuel, who I have found out was Liliana's mate, asked as he looked at us. Elias tends to wander a lot like he is trying to find something. She said his soul was lost when you two rejected each other and mistakenly linked it to Ryland before the rejection happened, which explains a lot. Samuel explained as I heard groans coming from Ryland as he struggled to talk. Mom and Dad ran over to him, trying their best to comfort him. Could it be true? Was this all our fault? There's no other choice. We have to accept each other in hopes of making this work. In hopes of finding out if Ryland is still Elias's second chance mate. Looking over at Elias, I could see how hesitant he was. He would rather not do this as much as I didn't. But it had to be done, whether he liked it or not. Riker Green of the Dark Sea Pack accepts you, Elias, as my mate. Elias nodded his head while looking at Raina, who seemed to understand what he wanted. My mind was once again taken over by his presence, but this time I didn't fight it because I knew what was going to come. Elias Emerson accepts you, Riker Green as my mate. Everything seemed to stop as our bond was back. The groans of pain coming from my brother eases as he seems to be feeling a lot better. I would do anything for them, no matter how stubborn I can get. My family always comes first, and in this one fucked up situation, I had no other choice but to accept him. I'm just praying to the goddess that I can control myself around him because knowing me, I'll be the one to mess things up whether I want to or not. Elias, so you're mute. At least that's what Raina told me. It seems as if you two are close. I don't know whether I should like it or not. I narrowed my eyes at Riker, the annoying bastard who decided to follow me after I left. Everyone else left as well when we accepted each other. I don't know his game, acting like he's possessive of me when I already know what he's like. Yes, I'm mute. One more thing to add to your reasons for not wanting a mate. I shot back, earning a chuckle from which I assumed was fake. He's trying hard to win me over. I know people like him, so I won't fall for this sort of trick anymore. I'm just stating the obvious. We are mates now, are we not? Being possessive towards you should be the least of your worries. He replied with a smug look on his face. I groaned inwardly as I tried to maneuver my way through the pack land, so I could get to the treehouse Raina brought me to before. It wasn't that far away, so I decided to walk, so I could get to clear my head. But I couldn't even get that one wish, now could I? What goes on between Raina and I is not any of your business. I know what you're up to, so please stop. I'm no fool, Forrest made sure of that. It's unfortunate when you think of it. I was always being tutored by my wolf, being protected by him as well, something my parents failed to do. They were the ones who should have been there for me, but my wolf took over that role. It's a good thing he's smart too and is also someone I can count on. Why, thank you, my dearest son, Forrest replied with a grunt as he rolled over while panting a little. He didn't seem to care if Riker and I accepted each other. even though he's the one who told me to do it in the first place. He's not the type of wolf to whine after a mate. Thank the goddess for that. You have things to do, but here you are running off to goddess knows where. Don't you want to find out about your warlock side and why your powers are gone? Riker asked, but I shook my head instead. No, I'd rather much leave it at that. My soul isn't wandering anymore. Your brother is all right given the fact that he was my second chance mate. What I want to work on the most is to figure out how I can get you to leave me alone and for Ryland to get over the fact that we aren't mates anymore. It was strange, though, knowing that my soul chose Ryland as my second chance mate, and during Riker's and I's rejection of each other, it also affected Ryland. I see that you are not just a wanderer, but you are also stubborn. Why would anyone want to give up a part of them that they were already destined to be? Riker asked badly. He tried his best to catch up to me given the fact that I was speed walking to get away from him. I don't have to explain anything to you. I still remember what you did when I was captured by you. Don't think for a second I will forgive you. I'm not as stupid as you think. If I'm ready or when I'm ready, I will look into that. But in the meantime, I would rather be alone right now, so stop annoying me and go find someone to fuck, I replied, getting angry at his presence. Forrest was shocked by the way I had just spoken, and somehow it seems as if he was also proud. Proud would be the understatement of the year. I am fucking happy to be rubbing off on you. You seem to learn fast, my dearest, Forrest replied. Riker decided to stop following me, seeing as how his attention was irritating me and that he wasn't able to get me to bend to his will. I wasn't a fool if he thought that I would roll over and forgive him like that. He had another thing coming. Their visit, especially Andrea's, had left me confused. I wanted to be able to have some time for myself to think about what she had said instead. It would be easier to let Raina transport me here, but I wanted to walk. I would rather not depend on her all the time, and she already gave me free access to the treehouse, so why not use it to my advantage? We could run there, you know, Forrest said, making me freeze. Are you certain? Shifting would require a lot of energy, something you are yet to retain. That's why I didn't ask you about it. I was still concerned about him. He has been using a lot of his energy lately, all because of me. I wanted to be able to depend on myself sometime too. I'm well-rested, Elias, plus we are shifting for different reasons. It wouldn't be a problem at all, believe me. So let's shift, so we can make it there faster. You aren't as quick as you used to be, given the fact that you're getting old. I laughed silently and got ready to do what he said. Oh, you have shot an arrow through my heart there, Forrest. Thanks for the insult, I replied, which had him grunting. No problem, Forrest said and shifted before I could say anything else. He took off like a bullet, pointing out that he enjoyed being in his wolf form. Tell me one thing, Forrest. Tell me that everything will be all right from now on, I said, not sure if I was convincing myself more than anything. I can't promise you that, Elias. It will go downhill from now on. I have a feeling that Riker is trying to charm his way into our lives. Just don't give in and everything will probably be all right. I just hope that we don't have to run because I won't stand by and let you get hurt over my dead body, and that's the one promise I'm willing to keep. I knew that Forrest was overprotective of me, but I didn't know to what extent. I was just getting an idea. If it means we have to leave this pack, just to be safe, we will, and no one will be able to stop us. Riker, after parting ways with Elias, I made my way to my brother's room in hopes of talking to him about this mess we had both landed ourselves in. I know that he probably had numerous questions, so I'm hoping to try to answer them as best as I could for him. Talking to Elias earlier somehow brought on a new realization that I would have to try harder to win him over. I know that I fucked up our chance of ever having a relationship in the beginning when I wanted to kill him, when I sent him back to the forest to die. I am still confused about my sexuality. The bond between Elias and I was stronger now, and it was making it hard for me to keep to myself. I was blaming the bond for making me follow him around like a lovesick puppy who could not be away from its master for too long. My parents were still pushing me, hoping to have Elias as our Luna Alpha, but I wasn't sure if I like it or not. I knocked on my brother's door after announcing my presence, and he asked me to come in, which I did. Everything okay? I asked, and he shook his head. He was sitting on the bed with his down, my heart breaking from the sight of seeing him so defeated. How the fuck am I supposed to do this? Because of our bond, I was also rejected by him even if Elias did not mean it. Now I have no mate. I'm not even sure if I have a second chance mate out there. I nodded my head as I listened to my brother, noticing how broken he was because of this. It was my fault. My twin was in pain and I did not know how to help him. You need to find something to do to get your mind off things, find a distraction of a sort. We were both supposed to be alphas because of our genes, so why not take up that position? I asked for a suggestion, something he could think over. He peeks up at me as his eyes showed their remaining tears that he was trying desperately to get rid of. You know, I'm the immature one here. I'm not really ready for that type of responsibility. I won't be able to function properly, watching you with Elias, and knowing he was supposed to be my mate as well. That's why I'm leaving. My mouth fell open as I looked at my brother. I was left in shock because I couldn't believe what he had said. Leaving? You belong here, Ryland, so you can't just run because something didn't go your way. He growled as he got up off the bed, pacing as anger radiated off him in waves. Because something didn't go my way. Fuck your beliefs, Riker. I know you didn't want a mate, but shit, the moon goddess herself made sure you got one as what, a punishment. And I'm left to mend my broken heart. A mate is not something you joke about. You saw how much pain I was in from a mere rejection that wasn't meant for me. I have to leave so that I can search for my second chance mate because I won't sit back and act like everything is fucking all right. He shook his head while pulling at his hair, making him look so vulnerable. I hated seeing him like this. He was always smiling, and now he's on the verge of breaking. You always run when things get too much for you, then show your face when you feel it's best to. You once said that you wanted us to talk, to go back to the way we once were. Is this the way you intend to leave things between us? You fucking run and expect me to just be okay with it, I asked, feeling my temper rising. It is what it is. I have to do this for me, not for you, but for me. You should focus more on Elias, since the both of you have accepted each other. His warlock side is dormant. Try to help him find his way, or his soul will only wander again. You don't want to lose him in the end. The way he said that seems as if he knew something, like this was foreshadowing at some point. Elias, how are you really feeling, Elias? It's a simple question. People often lie when they tell you I'm fine. Liliana asked, and I sighed as I looked down at the plate of food that was placed in front of me. It was dark by the time I got back from the treehouse, because Liliana wanted me here. I was sitting at the table with her and the others after Ryland's sudden departure. To be honest, I'm confused. I'm more confused about everything than I normally would be. I also feel guilty of what I did to Ryland, even though it wasn't really my fault, I replied, making Liliana nod. It's a good thing Riker wasn't here, since he decided to spend some time with his parents. He had been following me around a lot, not giving me the space that I needed. It was then that I realized he had some sort of plan, one I wish didn't involve me. That's why you are still going to get the help that you require. That's something you can't put off, that and speaking to Brian and Brendan's mother. I nodded my head as I listened to what Liliana was saying. Slowly eating my food because right at that minute I didn't feel hungry anymore. Jason was staring at me as if I were a puzzle he was trying to figure out, making me feel uncomfortable. I hated it when people stare at me as if I was a freak. I know what you want, I'll be able to give it to you, Raina said, and my eyes snapped to hers, confused. She only chuckled and looked back down as if she didn't say anything. After finishing our food, Raina grabbed my hand and we both sprinted out of the pack house as fast as we could go. You could have teleported us where you're taking me, you know. Now I'm trying hard not to puke after eating so much. I said, and she chuckled while squealing. And where would the fun be in that? It's beautiful outside, the stars are prominent tonight. Puking should be the least of your worries because of what I have in store for you, she answered back as she let go of me, forcing me to run on my own. You are crazy, you know that, right? Who in their right mind goes for a run at nights? I shook my head in disbelief. You shouldn't always have to depend on magic. Just because I'm a witch doesn't make me your guinea pig, she shot back as she came to a halt in front of a tree. My eyes became wide with happiness as I looked at what was in front of me. The tree was decorated with lights, bright enough for me to see what she had done. A swing? A fucking swing, I shouted as I reached for it. After sitting down, I looked at her as she was laughing at the way I was acting. What? I haven't been in a swing since I was like 7. came my lousy defense, which didn't really explain why I was actually acting like I was 7 again. Doesn't matter, this is all for you. To get your mind off certain things. I know it's been hard for you, to have Riker here and what happened with Ryland, so this is a way of giving you some sort of happiness. Plus, I tapped into your mind when you were asleep, and saw the image of when you were younger and in a swing, knowing how much you love them. I decided to recreate one. Raina was blushing as she explained to me why she chose a swing out of everything else. I would have lashed out at her for invading my mind, but I didn't because she did this for me. I hope this is not a date or anything like that, I replied, and she shook her head as the blush remained on her face, which didn't convince me, but I decided to let it go for now. I really appreciate it, Raina. This means a lot to me, so thank you. She nodded her head and got behind me, so she could start pushing me. Plus the stars makes it more romantic, don't you think, she asked, and I agreed with her. I held my head up while closing my eyes as I felt the wind hitting my face, which was enough to calm me down. I shouldn't have complained without knowing what she had in mind, as I was enjoying every minute of this. Not only that, but I didn't know how long I was swinging for or when Raina and I took turns because I was too caught up at that moment. Time flies when you're enjoying yourself, right? Raina used her magic to push me a little higher than normal, so I was able to see the world below me, and it was beautiful. Something that I didn't get to acknowledge before until now, as Raina's magic seeps through the swing, allowing me to ascend even further as I took in everything I can. I was in a much better mood thanks to Raina and her ways of cheering me up. It felt good to have a friend. It feels so fucking good, Forrest replies as I continued to take in the scenery in front of me. The swing suddenly froze in the air, taking me out of my trance as I looked for Raina to find her sitting next to me. She laughed out loud and shook her head while looking down. If you could see the look on your face right now. I'm glad you're enjoying this as much as I am. I smiled at her as I told her thanks over and over. We spent the rest of the night in our own little world, laughing and acting without a care in the world. At least this was enough for me to take my mind off what was going on for now. As I looked at my friend, I smiled in awe because I couldn't believe she was here with me and not a figment of my imagination. But somewhere deep down, I was confused and scared. I didn't know if I had made the right decision by staying here, seeing how I have already made a mess of things. I will forever blame myself for what happened with Ryland, and that's something that won't ever change. When I accepted Riker as my mate, I'm aware that the day would come where I would have to go back to his pack, and that would be the hardest part. I know what's going to happen once I go back with him. I just hope that I still have Raina with me to help me because I would need all the help I can get from now on. Riker, you know what's funny? For a minute there, I thought I would have to share my mate with my brother, my twin at that. I guess Selene changed her mind at the last minute because that would be so fucked up. I said to my parents, who were still a bit down because Ryland decided to leave. I get why he wanted to leave, and I supported him 100%. If it means getting him away from Elias, then I'd do anything. But that was beside the point. Even though Ryland made a promise of being back within a year, I already miss him. We didn't get along because of me, but I couldn't help but miss my brother the more I realized he wasn't going to be here, that he would be gone for quite some time trying to find his second chance mate. I know. You're the jealous type, Riker. You and Ryland would butt heads over Elias, so it was a good thing this didn't go in that direction. I'm just sad that he has to suffer because of this fucked up situation you are all in, Mom said as Dad handed her a glass of orange juice. Mom wasn't someone who would often curse, but if she was either sad or furious, then things would be different. I'm sure he'll be fine, darling. We just have to worry more about his health. I'm just happy that Paxton is with him. You know how smart his wolf is, right? Dad asked Mom as they laughed at a joke I was yet to understand. Ryland also wanted his space. If he was running without letting us know, then that would be a problem. I guess we should get that witch on our side just in case that were to happen in the near future. Yeah, Paxton and Maxwell are two devils, but they know how to set Ryland and Riker straight. Mom whispered while nodding her head. I'm going for a run, be back soon. Max has been dying to get out ever since we got over that pain thing, I said as I drank the rest of my orange juice before I left. Once I was outside, I shifted into my wolf form, letting Max know that he still existed, since he was also mad at me for not letting him out often. The run didn't take that long because I was stopped by Raina, who had a very pissed-off look on her face. Shifting, she snapped her fingers and clothes appeared on my body right away. I guess she would rather not get a view of my body for too long. Pathetic, she said, and I raised my eyebrow at her. You think I don't know what you're up to? I tapped into your mind, and believe me, I didn't like what I saw. She walked up to me so she could stand in front of me, letting me see just how angry she was. I have no clue what you're talking about, I replied innocently, which she laughed at. Don't play dumb, Riker. The minute you take Elias from here, you intended to abuse him, so I want you to get that thought out of your mind. Your parents might be naive to think that you have changed, but I know better. Yes, my aunt helped by suggesting you and Elias should accept each other so that Ryland wouldn't die, and I wouldn't want that to happen to him. I glared at Raina as she came closer to me so that she could whisper in my ears. My aunt may be stronger and more powerful than I am, but don't think for a second I would hesitate in making sure your head is severed from your body. I will be with Elias even if he leaves, so I can protect him. If you so much as let him shed a tear over you, I will gladly end your pathetic life because you don't deserve him. None of you do. After delivering her threat, she disappears, leaving me there fuming. So what if I was just pretending to change? She didn't have any right to invade my privacy and to call me out like that. I huffed as I thought back on what she said. Yes, I was going to take Elias home with me after sorting everything out with Liliana, given the fact that she adopted him. I didn't really need her consent because he was old enough to make that choice on his own, but I wanted to make sure it was okay with Liliana if I left with Elias. The fact that I had fooled everyone except Raina into thinking that I had changed was something else. I chuckled as I made my way back home, Max once again ignoring me because of how short his run was, as if it were my fault. Of course it's your fault, but that's not the reason I'm ignoring you. I'm only here celebrating your misfortune, Max said, and I rolled my eyes. Whatever floats your boat, I replied, trying to rile him up. It didn't seem to work because he blocks me right away. Why does everyone have to be so damn annoying? I get that they want to protect Elias, but they should learn to mind their own business. It would do them some good if they did that. I scoffed as I realized that I had not only fooled my parents, but also the elders. They were too caught up in their world to realize I had played them, which felt so good. I just hope that Elias doesn't catch on to my lies and I can take him back home without any problems. I'll give him a few weeks, too, to make sure he gets comfortable enough. Then I will strike. I know that I should just move on with Elias and try to work things out, but I can't. That's just not me. I would go right back to the person I was before, and it won't be a pretty sight. I just pray to the goddess for helping those who get in my way, because the time for change will happen sooner than they think. Elias, it's been 2 weeks since I have accepted Riker as my mate, and it still didn't feel right. Leaving here was bound to happen, but I was still confused. Do you want to come back again? It seems as if it's going to rain, and by the looks of it, it's probably going to be bad. I nodded my head and thanked Rachel as I sprinted out of the office. Coming to sign language class today was a big mistake when I knew it was about to rain. I ran as fast as I could because Forrest decided to hide already. I don't even know how he survived being on his own for so long if he's also afraid of the thunderstorm as well. You don't know half of what I went through, he snapped as he went back to hiding. Lightning, being my worst fear ever, started zapping through the sky as if it were mad at me, causing me to jump from freight as a loud thunder followed. I whimpered and ran as fast as I could, reaching the pack house in no time. At least I made it here alive. I didn't go to my room, as the lightning and thunder were becoming more frequent now. With all of my strength, I pushed my way through the first door I spotted, thanking the goddess that it was open. I launched myself on the bed, curling up under the sheet as I started trembling. What the fuck? I heard a voice asked. Peeking out of my hiding place, I realized that it was Jason. Oh, fudge muffin. What are you doing in my bed? Jason asked as he proceeded to rip the sheet off me. I narrowed my eyes at him and tried to grab it back, but he was too strong for me. Why do we keep meeting like this? First you used me as your shield, and now you're in my bed using it as your hideout. He shook his head and let go of the sheet, which I gladly accepted, pulling it back over my head. Ugh, this is nonsense. You coming here and kicking me out of my bed, I'm going to mind link Liliana and tell her to come and get you." I have had it up to here. I didn't let him finish what he was saying as another thunder, louder than before, echoed through the house. I pushed the sheet off me and launched myself at him, wrapping my legs around his waist and my arms around his neck, so he wouldn't let me go. Forget about what I said about him earlier, or the way he was watching me before. This was as safe as I can get, and I wasn't going to let him go. Don't you have a fucking mate you can go and bother? I really don't want to get on his bad side, which I'm sure would happen if he saw us like this. You also have Raina you could cuddle with, so let go now. He growled as he tried to push me off him but failed. No, I wasn't going to let go until I knew that the storm had passed and I was safe again. So buckle up, Pikachu, because I chose you. He sighed when he realized I wasn't going to let him go and sat down on the bed instead. It was surprising to say I was feeling a bit calmer, which was weird. It shouldn't be like this because Jason was as old as Samuel, who was probably in his 30s. My eyes started to droop as I held him tighter. His warmth was enough for me to fall asleep. There was a knock that was suddenly being heard on the door. I shot my head up and started to look around, making sure it wasn't the lightning or thunder taking on a human form and coming here to torture me. Okay, my imagination was a bit weird, so don't sue me. Jason got up to answer the door with me still latched onto him, which was seriously getting uncomfortable. When you said you had a pest problem, I thought you were being serious. Samuel said as he took in the scene that he somehow found funny, given the fact that he was trying hard not to laugh. I do have a pest. He's a leech. So could you kindly get him away from me? Jason asked in an irritated tone, acting like this was my fault, which it was not. Okay, it was. Doesn't seem like he wants to let you go, Samuel said as he tried to pry me away from my comfort. Keyword tried. I didn't even think it was possible for me to hold on that long without any support. Now I know what Jack was going through in the Titanic. Shit, will you help me? Jason begged, finally snapping. It took some effort, but I was finally freed. I glared at Jason, who all but pushed us out and closed the door in our face. I guess he had enough of our presence or my presence. Samuel started walking with me in his arms, and I frowned as I realized he wasn't going in the direction of my room. He saw the look on my face and smiled at me. I know you're afraid of the storm. I'm taking you to your mate, Elias. It's only fair that he should be the one comforting you. I shook my head, trying to refuse, but he already made his mind up. I would rather not be around Riker. Please get me back to Jason. I begged, but my pleas were falling on deaf ears. Forrest was pacing in my mind. I could tell he didn't like the direction where this was going. The storm, completely forgotten, gave way to a new fear. Being in the same room with Riker didn't bode well for Forrest and I. We dug our way in this hole, right, Forrest? I asked as I tried my best to not freak out. Rightfully so. Let's just hope that he doesn't try anything, Forrest replied with a growl. He's right, though. Let's just hope that Riker doesn't try anything, or I would show him what it is like when I'm extremely mad, and trust me, he wouldn't want to witness that side of me. No one did. Riker, this was a surprise. The fact that Elias was in my bed, curled up in my arms, left me in shock, even though a part from me didn't mind at all. I opened the door earlier to find Samuel standing there with Elias in his arms, and to tell you the truth, I felt a twinge of jealousy at that moment. I scowled when I realized where my thoughts were taking me, or what I was currently doing. Never in my entire life have I thought about being with a man, let alone cuddling with one who is my mate, and to tell you the truth, this felt right. Elias shifted, and his eyes opened wide with fright as another loud thunder echoed throughout the room. I heard his heartbeat galloping, which told me that he was scared of the storm. It's not going to get you, Elias. Can you stop acting like a damn child? I mentally facepalmed myself because I couldn't believe that I had opened my mouth and said that. He pushes me away, standing up while backing away from me. I guess I deserved that, didn't I? Where are you going? Come back to bed, I said, but he only shook his head. Stubborn asshole. I got up and made my way over to him, lifting him up in my arms, and went back to bed where it was warm and comfortable. I don't even know why I'm here when I still hate you, he said, and I narrowed my eyes at him, thinking of something to say that would hurt him. Have you ever wondered why everyone else talks to you and not do it through mind link like Raina? It's because you are too dumb to understand. No one wants to waste their time on you. If they communicate with you in that way, it will only damage their brain. I meant it as an insult, but he only laughed silently while shaking his head. I thought he would be crying and throwing a fit, but I guess I was wrong. Can you stop drooling? I asked Max, who was wagging his tail excitedly from being so close to his mate. Nope. Stop insulting my mate and then we will talk, he replied with a growl. I went back to focusing on Elias because there was no getting through to Max when he's like this. You know, there's something we haven't talked about. Elias looked at me confused as to what I meant, so I continued. We accepted each other, yes, that's part 1. But part 2 is the mating ritual. We have to mate and mark each other before the full moon, which should be here by next week. I, for one, am not ready for that, but if it's something we have to do, then there's no stopping it. I shuddered at the thought of being with him like that. The moon goddess sure has a fucked up sense of humor. She knows that I didn't want a male mate, yet she handed me one on a fucking silver platter. I'm not ready for that, Elias replies, nervously chewing his lips that look so plump and ready for my taking. I was so tempted to pull him close to me and kiss him like there was no tomorrow. I guess it is safe to say I have been in denial all this time, placing the blame on the moon goddess when in truth I wanted this. Just staring at his lips as he continues to bite them had me feeling so turned on, I wish I were the one tasting them. The mate pull was definitely in full swing right now as I felt my cock hardening by the seconds. His eyes became wide, and it was then that I realized he could smell my arousal. Should I be ashamed? Heck yes. I didn't get turned on by the same gender. That was far from my mind. But here I am, drooling over Elias as I wish I could fill his mouth with my cock and watch him take his time pleasuring me. Ugh, my mind is a mess right now. Stop doing that. I chastised because I couldn't concentrate. It would only lead to something I'm sure we would both regret later, even though Max was dying for a taste of him. I'm not doing anything. You should stop being a pervert. He shot back as he tried to leave the bed once more, but I pulled him back down to me. A lightning chose that moment to make its appearance, and Elias jumps a little as he buries his head in the crook of my neck to try to escape the thunder that follows. Why are you so afraid of the storm? I bet your wolf isn't like that, I said, trying to find out what happened to him. It's none of your business. Just stop talking so I can relax, he replied, and I sighed. How are we supposed to work things out if he's being so difficult? I get that Raina doesn't trust me. Heck, I don't even trust myself because of what I was thinking when we left here. Being around him had only left me feeling so confused. One minute I want nothing more than to watch him suffer, and the next minute I want nothing more than to rip his clothes off and have my way with him. I'm fucked up, right? I guess Ryland leaving messed up my mind a little, causing me to lose focus on what's vital. I will still have to carry out my plan once we leave, but I'm not going to think about that right now. For the first time in a long time, I felt complete. I know it's because I'm here with Elias. The minute he leaves, my thoughts would drift back to killing rogues and anyone else who disobeys me, to have everyone fear me like before. But for now, I'll take this. At least I can give myself some sort of happiness because I don't know how long it will last. With that last thought and Elias next to me, I fell asleep feeling more at peace, wrapped up in my mate's arms where I belong. Riker, when I woke up the following day, I forgot what had happened before. I forgot about Elias falling asleep next to me as it rains. I felt something or someone pinning me down on the bed, and I moved on instinct, pushing the person as hard as I could and hearing a yelp in return. Looking down, I noticed that it was Elias and started to scowl. How the hell could I have gotten so weak and allowed him in bed with me? It all started coming back to me, my memories being plagued by what I was saying to him and how I was reacting to him being so close. How could I even fall asleep with him, and even went as far as thinking about how good it felt to have him as my mate and in my arms? What the hell is wrong with me? Riker, what the hell was that? He asked as he stood up and glared at me. What the hell was that? Get the fuck out of my room. My voice sounded strange, even to my ears. Elias jumps and ran as fast as he could out of my room. So much for making progress, right? I sighed as I got up off the bed, then made my way towards the bathroom. A cold shower would help me, so that's what I did. How would I even face him, knowing I treated him so poorly? I don't know what's happening to me. All I know is that I woke up in a pissed, poor mood. I wanted to kill, it was long overdue. My temper was trying to control me, one that I thought I had a rein on, but I thought wrong. I need to head home like today, I just can't be here anymore. The rain had stopped, and so it was safe for me to travel back. Maybe I could ask Raina for some help, but she hates my guts and would probably send me to hell instead. After my shower, I got dressed and started packing my stuff. It wouldn't take long since I didn't bring a lot of stuff here with me. I needed to get my parents and leave as soon as I can. When I was done packing, I walked out, slamming the door shut as hard as I could. A frown on my face was evidence enough to not bother me today. It was one of those days when my temper was getting the better of me. I walked as fast as I could to my parents' room. I needed to leave immediately or things would go bad for everyone here. I tried to change, but no, this shit had to happen now. Pounding on their door over and over so that they could hurry and open it. The door finally opened, and I saw Mom standing there with a confused look on her face. "What's going on?" she asked as she took in my distressed state. "It's happening, Mom, and I need to leave right now with Elias so I don't hurt anyone here." It seems as if she understands and pulls me inside. "What's going on?" Dad asked as he made his way over to us. The anger, my temper, the need to kill. "It's overwhelming, and it's getting out of control. I need to leave with Elias right this very minute. If I have to fight for him, I will because I'm not going back without him." My voice was dark. It even sounded strange to my ears. Dad's eyes became wide and he nodded his head. We got the answers we needed. Ryland is gone, so there's no reason for us to stay here any further. It's a good thing we didn't unpack, so we can grab our stuff and hope we can get Raina's help. We need to leave as soon as possible. Dad muttered, and I nodded my head, agreeing with him. This was what I felt before killing rogues. All this anger was stemming from somewhere deep down. When I get this way, no one can stop me. Like I said, I thrived on fear. It's the only way I get to deal with things, even if it was wrong. Yes, I did admit that I required help, but I was too much of a coward to seek the help that I so desperately needed. I didn't wait for my parents to finish. I ran as fast as I could to the room I was told belonged to Liliana and Samuel. After knocking, Samuel answered it and gave me a look as if I were invading on his personal time. "Yeah, I guess I cock-blocked him. May I help you?" he asked, and I nodded my head. "Yes. I'm here to let you and Liliana know that I will be taking Elias back with me today. I know it's too soon, but something came up, and I need to leave as soon as I get the chance." I explained, hoping they would let me go without a fight I was so desperately craving. Liliana chose that moment to let her presence be known, and trust me, she was mad. "You let Elias come back here crying and expect me to just let you go with him like that?" she shouted as she took a step towards me. Samuel held her back, trying to stop her from making one of the biggest mistakes of her life. I get that I may be a bit temperamental, and every so often I forget things that happened the day before. I forgot that Elias was there with me, and so I snapped at him. "I promise you it won't happen again." We both knew that I would be leaving with him, so the time had come. "Please don't fight me on this. You know all about separating mates," I replied, and that seemed to knock her out of whatever she was thinking. "Fine. I'll talk to Elias and let him." I held my hand up, stopping her from continuing. "That would be okay, yes, but we need to leave like right now. I was hoping you could talk to Raina instead and get her to help us make our travel a bit shorter." I was trying my best to stay calm in front of them. The anger was threatening to come forth, and if I didn't leave right now, there's going to be a bloodbath here. "Okay, I'll talk to her." I sent Elias a mind link letting him know what was going on. He should be through with packing, since he doesn't really have numerous things. I nodded my head and made a move to leave, but Liliana stopped me instead. "You know, he won't be able to complete his classes here. He was going to therapy and sign language class. I guess I can count on you to let him continue those back at your pack," Liliana asked as if she were waiting for me to mess up. She was waiting for me to say or do something wrong so she would be able to keep Elias here. "I will do anything for him if it makes him happy. I'm not that of a bad person, you know. I just need to have control," I replied as I felt my eyes started to twitch. My breathing was becoming shorter the longer I stood here, wasting time. Darkness was already taking over, and at the end of the day, I would be a complete different person. "Everything is set. Let's get going then," Liliana replied as she started to walk away with Samuel hot on her heels. A small crowd was gathered outside, saying goodbye to Elias, who was still crying. He was clinging to Raina as if she were his last hope, as if nothing or no one was going to save him. "I promise I'll be there for you every day, Elias. You don't have to worry. We'll go to our treehouse, and we will spend some time on the swings like old time, right?" Raina asked as she tried to get Elias to calm down. He said something to her through Mind Link, and she nodded her head after making a promise. Liliana walks up to them next, hugging Elias and wishing him good luck. "You are still my son, Elias, please remember that. The moment I saw you, I knew you were special. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I love you, Elias, with all of my heart, and please remember to visit me often. I would have to tear down this entire planet if it means I get to see you again." Liliana was crying by the time she was done. "I hated that this was happening, but we had to leave. It was the only way." It was Brian and Brendan's turn, as well as a couple more people, and Jason, who seemed a bit hesitant about being close to Elias. I wonder what that was about. Thereafter, I stood next to Mom, Dad, and Elias as we got ready to be teleported back to my pack. I know what's going to happen from now on, and it made me hate myself even more. Elias, I didn't trust this. I didn't trust him. This was all too sudden, leaving the pack that I came to love so much. I missed Raina already, but I felt better knowing she would always be there for me. I wonder how Liliana and Samuel would cope without me. They both saw me as their son and even went as far as adopting me. They were the first people to show me any kind of love, and I would miss it dearly. We had arrived at the Dark Sea Pack in no time. Raina had to leave because she had some things to get done. Riker didn't waste any time by pulling me by my arm and dragging me to another room. "This is where you'll be sleeping from now on. Do not bother me if it's not for something important. Do not speak to me unless spoken to. Do I make myself clear?" He had said before he left, and I nodded my head because I would rather not be at the receiving end of his temper. I could feel it. Our bond gave me the opportunity to know what he was feeling, and I didn't like it one bit. Now, here I am alone in a room I never thought I would be. Here I am at a pack I was once afraid of. The same pack my mate ordered my death, at the same pack my mate tried to kill me. He threw me in the dungeon like I was nothing. Then when I went into a coma, he threw me away in the forest like some common criminal. My heart broke, shattered into a million pieces as I looked out the window. I couldn't stop the tears that were falling freely down my cheeks as I recalled everything that had happened to me before. Falling to my knees, I grabbed my hair as I let out screams no one would be able to hear, thanks to my father. My parents, the ones who taught me everything I knew. The ones who saw me as their son before that day when they abandoned me. "Elias, it's going to be all right. Please stop crying," Forrest said as he tried to be strong for the both of us. I should pull myself together. I shouldn't let this be a burden for him. He has done a lot for me in the past, and so I shouldn't be ungrateful. But how can I, when my life has been nothing but hell from the moment I turned 16? I guess it is safe to say that the moon goddess hated me for a reason. I'm not certain. It seems as if all of my trials and tribulations stems from her anger, stems from her hatred for me. I have done nothing wrong. I don't even know if I had it in me to hurt anyone. I was a warlock without power, a wolf without rank. I was a mute, a disgusting freak that no one wanted. My tears turned to silent laughter as I thought about my mate. Not even he wanted me, so why should I care? Why should I worry about what happens to me from now on? I was nothing. I was no one. I remained on the floor as I stared at the wall, trying to figure out what I did wrong. I'm here at the Dark Sea Pack. That means I'm close to home once again. How will my parents react if I were to visit them? Would they cast me away once more, or would they accept me with open arms? All I wanted was love. Not the kind of love I have for Raina and Liliana, but the kind of love that would reassure me that I was wanted. It's going to be all right. You know that I'm not going to sit back and let any harm come to you. I will protect you with my life, Elias, that I can guarantee. Forrest whispers, and I nodded my head. Too weak to even reply to him. The floor was comfortable enough, so I decided to stay there since I wasn't used to this place as yet. All I know is that something happened to Riker why he snapped earlier. It seems as if he was afraid. Afraid of something, I'm not so sure. But he's acting as if I had done something wrong, and I didn't know what. All I remembered was falling asleep next to him last night as the rain fell. I was afraid of the lightning and thunder, so I ended up in bed next to him after it was Samuel who brought me to him. Something happened to him while I was asleep, but I didn't know what. I was so confused, even my head was hurting me. I thought we were making progress. I almost believed that he had changed, but look at where that got me. Locked up in a room by myself. It feels as if my life wasn't getting any easier. One minute I was finally happy, and the next my heart was breaking once more. Maybe I wasn't cut out for love. Perhaps I was destined to be alone forever. The Lonely Wolf, nice name, right? If that's the title I was given, then maybe I should stick with it. After all, it's better than getting hurt over and over again. It's unfortunate when I think about it, though, when I think about all the things I have been through. I was finally able to have some sort of happiness at the Shadow Stone Pack, only to have it snatched away from me. So you see, I'm not supposed to be happy in this world. I wanted to change and got it with my new family, but not even fate was kind to me. I mean, look at what was already happening to me. It was safe to say that my life was over from the moment I accepted Riker Green as my mate. Riker, and where do you think you're going? You have only just arrived here, but here you are running already when you should be spending time with your mate. Dad said, as I glared at him, feeling annoyed by his presence. I'm a grown-ass man who doesn't need to answer to you or Mom. Where I go should not be any problems of yours. I replied in a harsh tone. Dad started shaking his head as he looked at me with disappointment. So we are back to square one. It's a lucky thing the elders already left if they were to see you like this. I'm sure they wouldn't hesitate to take your title from you. He's acting as if I gave a damn. If it's the alpha title they wanted so badly, they can have it for all I care. I'm not going to stay here and argue with you, old man. I have things to take care of. Now, if you'll excuse me, I said as I made a move to leave. But instead, I was stopped by what my father had said. I don't even know where your mother and I went wrong. We raised you and Ryland the correct way, but it seems as if the goddess is angry at us for whatever reason. I'm not certain. He sighed as he looked at me with pleading eyes. I know why you're running, Riker. The feelings, it's all new to you. It scares you so bad that you would use anger and frustration as an excuse. You're afraid of love, to loving someone. Instead, you are running like a coward, ruining what I'm sure would be a good thing for you. I opened my mouth to answer him, but he held his hand up, stopping me. You are no coward, son. I've never seen you back down from anything before, so don't let this be the first. Try to find a way to work with Elias, or you'll only lose him in the end. With that, he walked away, leaving me angrier than before. I wasn't running from anything, and I sure as hell wasn't a coward. He knows damn well when my temper gets out of control, I have to be on pack grounds. If I'm not here, then it will only lead to disaster. If you aren't running, why did you lock Elias in a room by himself? Max asked, and I groaned out of frustration. Let me take over this once if you're that afraid. Let me handle Elias for now, he suggested, but I couldn't do that. That was the coward's way out, and I would rather fight my battles. I have everything under control. You don't have to worry about me or Elias. I replied, but it only angered Max. But he's my mate as well. My damn mate. I haven't gotten a chance with him because you kept on acting like a fucking idiot. Now Elias won't trust us because of what you did. Sometimes I wonder if you have any brain cells, or they were damaged from you being too stupid. He shouted his insults over and over until I grew tired of them and blocked him. My plan was to go searching for rogues, to end their pathetic lives, but the talk from Dad and Max had left me feeling irritated. Who do they think they are talking to? A fucking child. They should be happy that Elias and I accepted each other and I don't want to kill him anymore. I even started calling him by his name instead of Mutt, which was a huge effort, right? This shit was too complicated, even for me. So I decided against going on a killing spree and headed back towards the pack house instead. It took a couple of minutes before I realized that I was standing in front of Elias's door. What the hell am I doing here? I opened the door without knocking because, yes, it's my house, and I'm free to do what I want. I saw Elias standing by the window with his back turned to me. The palm of his hand was placed on the glass as he stared out at the scenery that he was barred from. I know you're there. I can smell your rusty scent from here, he said as he turned to look at me. I growled at him, not liking the fact that he had the nerves to insult me. As if your scent is any different. It smells like dead people in here. I responded back, which had him narrowing his eyes at me. "Why are you here?" he asked as he went back to staring out the window. "I have no idea, but my guess would be to check on you just to make sure you weren't stealing anything." I'd have to resort to a harsh punishment if that was the case. Gosh, Riker, shut the hell up. When did I even get like this? "Oh, I know you were always like this." "I can smell the lie in that statement, Riker," he said, and I shook my head, trying to think of something else to say. "It was Max. He sort of took over and brought me here." "I'll leave now, so you won't have to worry," I said as I hightailed it out of there, closing the door behind me quickly. I breathed a sigh of relief as a nervous laugh left me. That's one of the biggest lies I've ever told. I blocked Max, so I had to come up with something or Elias would think that I was starting to have feelings for him. That was embarrassing as hell. I hope I never have to put myself through that again. I don't even know why I was there in the first place. It was like something was drawing me to him. A power like I've never felt before. It was strange. All the thoughts of killing had been erased from my mind as I found myself standing next to him. A mixture of emotions I couldn't escape from that was grasping me by my shirt and pulling me towards him. Our bond was getting stronger. The more we were apart, the harder it was for me. I don't know about him, but that was how I felt. Dad was probably right. If I had just gotten over my fear, then maybe I could give this a chance. If only I wasn't so stubborn. That's the only thing that's keeping me from starting over, and that was a burden I was willing to carry with me for as long as I can. 2 weeks later, Riker, it's been 2 weeks since I last saw Elias. After my visit to his room, the last time, I swore not to go back until I was truly ready. I can't say that I don't miss him, though. On days like this, I wish he was here to help me calm down. I had come to the conclusion that that was the reason for my visit to his room before. The mate pull was getting too strong, even for me. When I was standing next to him, it seemed as if everything was normal. But I had to fuck it up, and now he probably won't even look at me, much less talk to me. "So you're still killing rogues as a sport?" I heard a voice asked, and I looked up to see Ryland standing there. My mouth fell open from the shock of seeing my twin here because he was supposed to be in Canada searching for his mate. "What the fuck are you doing here?" I asked, after recovering from the shock of seeing him standing here in front of me. "First of all, your breath smells like death. Second of all, I found my mate at the White Falls Pack in Brampton." Took me a while, but guess what? "My mate is a fucking 16-year-old boy," he replied as if he couldn't believe it. "So I decided to come back home since I found him, but I have to wait until he's at least 18 before I can mate with him. I feel like bad luck has been following me around, and goddess knows I have done nothing wrong." He seethes as he shook his head. I couldn't help it. Hugging him was the only thing I had on my mind, so that's what I did. "Hey now, you have blood all over your clothes." He whines as he tries to get away from me. Keyword try. I didn't let him go, though, because I missed him like crazy. "How did you get here without my knowledge, by the way?" I asked as I let him go, laughing at the sight of blood on his shirt that he was trying to get rid of but failing miserably. He was only making more mess. He sighed and stopped, then glared at me as if it were my problem. I contacted the Shadow Stone Pack, got help from Reyna, who teleported us here. It was quicker and safer, since I wanted to make sure Kai was comfortable enough. You see, when I met my mate, he wasn't speaking English, so I had Reyna perform some voodoo shit on him to enhance his language so that he could speak English only. So that's what he's doing now. I'm glad I met Reyna, though, because she's perfect at what she does. He replied, and I nodded my head in understanding. "Have you told Mom and Dad about your mate as yet?" I asked, and he shook his head. "I wanted it to be a surprise at first, but seeing you here and knowing the type of connection we had, you would have found out soon. So I decided to tell you first and spare the lecture I am certain I would get from you if I didn't let you know beforehand." I chuckled and patted his shoulder. At least he knew me like the back of his hand. "But seriously, brother, when are you going to get some fucking help? You can't always kill rogues just because it makes you feel powerful. What if they aren't feral, then what? You'll just take innocent lives like that? I have no doubt that you did that before, but you need some help before it comes back and bite you in the ass." I raised my eyebrow at him, wondering if he was right. Did I need help? I'm not sure, but I killed because of some power hunger game I wasn't planning on losing anytime soon. Maybe I have killed innocent rogues before who had probably just been kicked out of their packs and looking to join other packs, but I didn't think of the consequences. All I know is that I didn't like them, hated them to be exact. If I found one near my border, I wouldn't hesitate to kill. I know it sounds messed up, but that's how I'm programmed, and I doubt if I'll ever change. Now that you're back, are you planning on taking the alpha title like you're supposed to? I asked, changing the topic because I didn't know how to answer him. He scoffed when he realized what I did and started to walk away. Yes, that was my original plan. Goddess knows, the alpha here is a fucking madman, so I can't let him rule this pack alone when I know he's getting off on killing rogues. There he goes, talking as if it weren't me he was referring to. Might be mentally ill, who knows? Better sleep with one eye open if I were you, I replied, and he pushed me a little. I'm serious, Riker, you need to change your views on rogues. Look at what you did to your mate before, even when you knew he was your mate. You tried to have him killed because in your eyes he was a rogue, a mutt to be precise, and he's fucking innocent. I can bet on my life that he is. So you need to change your views about rogues before it's too late. I don't even think that's possible. I already had plans to continue killing, and no one was going to stop me. It was my way of dealing with my problems. I get that that was a strange way, but there is nothing else I truly enjoyed doing. It also helps me in a way I'm sure he wouldn't understand. I knew there was something seriously wrong with me, but I don't think I was that bad where I needed therapy. That was out of the question. Besides, therapy doesn't help, it only makes things worse in my perspective. What I required was some good fuck. I haven't been with anyone ever since I came back. It didn't feel right. Plus, Max was making it hard for me. If I so much as look at a woman here with lust, he would take over until I learned my lesson. He has been doing that often, saying that the only person I should consider being with was Elias. But how can I when he doesn't even want me to touch him? I sighed as I opened the door and walked inside, with Ryland talking about how hard it was going to be for him to stay away from his mate until he was of age. I wasn't even listening. I had problems of my own to deal with. But I was happy for Ryland, and I was happy he finally found his mate. Now I don't have to worry about him, knowing he has someone who would be there for him. I can't say the same about me, though, because my mate cannot stand the sight of me, and I don't blame him at all. Elias, I couldn't leave my room. It wasn't because I would rather not see Riker, it was because of something else. It's been 2 weeks now, and I'm left to bear the burden of it by myself, which sucks big time. The full moon was approaching, which meant one thing: my heat. How, in the name of the goddess, am I going to get through this knowing I can't stand being around Riker? Knowing I won't be able to let him touch me in a sexual way without feeling repulsed. Even Forrest didn't know what to do. I would rather not contact Raina because I knew she had things to do. It would only seem as if I were a baby and I needed constant care. It was too much. The scent, the pain, everything. I couldn't scream or call for help because I was mute. I could only contact Riker for now because he hasn't introduced me to his pack members as yet. I didn't know anyone here who I could rely on apart from his parents, whom I didn't feel like bothering at this time. Maybe I should swallow my pride and let Riker fuck me. That would be the only way of solving this problem I'm facing, but I was just too stubborn. The last time he was here, he locked me in this room and basically told me that he didn't want me around him. Then he came crawling back, as if I would be okay with everything. I haven't seen him after his last visit, and it was really getting to me. Just yesterday, his parents came to visit me. My heat wasn't present then, but I could feel it slowly making its presence be known. I was twisting and turning on the bed, sweating, as I felt like I was on fire. I knew that I couldn't leave the room because I would be in serious trouble if I were to ever run into an unmated wolf. Our world was different. Even with my mark that shows that I belong to another, they wouldn't hesitate to take me. F. Forrest, I need help, I said as I tried to muster up every strength I had in me to contact him. There's only one thing we can do now, Elias, he replied, and I made a move to fight him on this, but he stopped me instead. I know you don't want him around, but this is too much even for me. The full moon is approaching, and you know what that means. You have to be fully mated to Riker or else it would lead to nothing but pain for us. I know you don't trust him, and I don't either. Max told me he wanted to mate with the women here, but he's trying his best to stop him. You know what happens when he fucks someone else, Elias. so this is the only way we can move on. We have to let him take us until the heat passes. What Forrest said had left me feeling confused. Am I supposed to jump in bed with someone I hated so much? How will that even work if I were to give this a chance? I couldn't even see myself kissing Riker without feeling sick. He hasn't given me the impression that I should trust him, so why should I be punished like this? Let me take over so you don't have to witness any of it. I know how you feel about this, and I also feel the same, but this is a risk I'm willing to take for the two of us. Let me take over so that you won't be scarred by what we will be doing, Forrest said before closing the link. It was getting too much for him, too much for me. I guess I didn't have any other choice, so I closed my eyes and gave Forrest full control. If it's the only thing I can do to stop feeling the effects of this heat, then I'll have no other choice but to accept this one way or another. Forrest, I've done so much for Elias that I should be getting a fucking reward. I couldn't sit back and watch him breaking apart, so I had to take over. I was strong enough for the both of us, so I will be the one to bear this torture of being with my mate. I hated it too. I hated the idea of doing anything sexual with him, but it had to be done. Now I will be able to feel what those women were feeling when Riker was fucking them. I sent him a mind link, letting him know that Elias was in heat and needed him. I was now waiting on him to arrive as my body let out another shudder from the pain that was rapidly flowing through it. Moments later, the door opened, and I saw Riker standing there, panting as if he were running to get here. He started to inhale while closing his eyes. I could tell he was struggling with his feelings, but eventually, it was lust that won. He wanted me. I could feel it through the bond. As much as he was fighting it, I could tell he was losing control, and it was going to be a wild ride for me. Opening his eyes, he made his way towards me. He reaches out his hand and gently ran a finger down my cheek and places it on my lips. What happened to Elias? He asked, and I rolled my eyes but winced when pain shot through my head. He's taking a break for now, I replied, and he nodded his head. So you're in heat. I was starting to think that that would never happen to you. With you being a warlock without power, I thought that side of you was closed off as well. And there he goes, talking nonsense. It's one of the reasons why I don't really like him. He just doesn't know when to shut up. I may be a warlock without power, but I'm also a wolf in heat. The best thing you can do now is shut the fuck up and help me so that I can stop feeling this unwanted pain. I replied, which had him laughing. Did I say something funny? Did I fucking stutter? I'll gladly give you what you want. Watch out, Forrest, because at the end of the day, I'll make sure you won't be able to walk for a week, and that's a promise I'm willing to keep. With that, he slams his mouth down on me, letting me know that he was ready to give me everything and more, which I'll be ready for. Warning. This chapter is a little crazy, so I'll just leave a warning here. Riker, I had just finished taking a shower when I got a mind link from Forrest saying Elias was in heat. I couldn't believe it, so I got dressed in a hurry and made my way to his room without stopping. Opening the door, I saw Elias in bed, moaning from the pain of being in heat. His scent was so strong, attacking me the minute I opened the door. I didn't waste any more time as I slammed my lips down on his. His lips tasted so sweet, felt so soft and pure against mine. Taking my time, I took his clothes off as well as mine, so we were both naked. No, I wasn't going to prep him. I didn't love him and I couldn't stand being next to him, so why should I? The mate bond as well as his heat were the only things I would blame for the way I was so eager to get a taste of him. I pulled away from him, staring into eyes I knew belonged to Forrest. Elias's eyes are blue, the kind of blue that reminded me of the ocean. But for Forrest, his eyes were green. That's how I knew when he was in charge. I felt him trembling against me as I parted his legs, just like the bitch I knew he was. The heat made him eager too. At least I was finally able to fuck and get rid of these blue balls I've been walking around with thanks to Max. Speaking of Max, he was too caught up with this that he didn't even hear what I was thinking. If he did, he would have taken over, and I wouldn't get to feel the pleasure of fucking Elias. Lining myself at his entrance, I took my time entering him at first. He winces a little, but didn't stop me. At least he wasn't as fragile as I made him out to be. After getting a good 5 inches in without prep, I began pumping slowly at first until I was all the way in. I wasn't that big, so I won't be bragging. I'm around 8 inches, which was more than enough. My moans from the pleasure I was getting could be heard throughout the room as I picked up my pace, slamming myself inside his hole that was no longer virgin. It didn't stop there. I did exactly as I said I would. I fucked him over and over until I felt satisfied enough that he got every last drop of me. Werewolves have the type of stamina that humans would kill for. We can come as many times as you can count, and we can fuck for hours as long as we want to. That's what I made sure happened to Elias as I ravished his body. His mouth and his ass got a taste of my cock, one I'm sure he would want again, and I'll gladly give it to him. He didn't stop me or cry from the pain I'm sure he was feeling. He's too proud to do something like that. He's not an omega, so I don't have to worry about getting him pregnant, so I came in him over and over again. When I finally decided to stop, I looked at him and saw that he had a faraway look on his face. His mouth was open as if he were letting out silent screams. "What the fuck? Forrest, are you all right?" I asked, but didn't get any reply. It was then I realized what I did, and no words can explain how stupid I was. I not him. I fucking not him, which can be fucking painful for someone like him. What the hell was I thinking? Driven by lust, coming in here and taking him over and over without even realizing the consequences was one of the biggest mistakes on my part. I couldn't do anything apart from stay there and wait it out. I don't even know how I'm going to make it up to him after this. Why should I even try? He deserved this, didn't he? A part of me couldn't help but feel guilty of what I just did. I can't understand my hatred for him when he was my mate. It's not like it's his fault why I was given a male mate in the first place. I wasn't even thinking straight most of the time. I mean, look at Ryland. He found out his mate is a male, but yet he accepted him without fighting it. Why couldn't I do the same? Why do I have to let my pride ruin everything? I breathed a sigh of relief when it was over, slowly pulling out so that I didn't cause any more damage than I'd already caused. Tears sprang free from his eyes, my heart clenching at the sight of him breaking down in front of me. It was all my fault, no one else but mine. I should be blamed for all of this hot mess I got myself in. He hated me before, and now I gave him another reason to hate me even more. Sighing, I got up and made my way towards the bathroom, deciding on getting him in the bath so that he could relax. I wasn't a bad guy, am I? I'm just confused. One minute I hated Elias, and the next I couldn't help but want to be around him. Maybe I should have given this a try. It wasn't so bad after all. I guess it was safe to say I was in denial. I was a closeted gay who didn't like the idea of anyone finding out. But my brother couldn't care less. That's the kind of attitude I should have had the moment I found out Elias was my mate. Instead of treating him like crap, I should have been there for him, taking care of him the way I knew was right. I could sense that he had been through a lot before I met him, but I was too stubborn to want to get to know him better. I didn't have a heart. I was a monster in the making. I killed for pleasure, for sports, which was not right. I thrived on fear and power, but eventually it made me look like a coward. After starting the bath, I went back for Elias, who was still trembling and crying on the bed. I picked him up bridal style and made my way towards the bathroom. Ryland was right. I needed help, and I needed it right now, or else I'll continue to hurt everyone I'm around. I just hope that once I redeem myself, Elias would be able to forgive me for everything I've done to him. If not, I will let him see that I am willing to change even if I die trying. Elias Forrest gave me control once more after telling me that he needed time to rest. It seems as if something happened to him while mating with Riker, but he wouldn't tell me what it was. When I got back in control, the first thing I noticed was the excruciating pain that I was feeling in my lower back and feet. It was hard for me to walk, so I had to be in bed for most part. The second thing I noticed was Riker sleeping next to me. It was dark when I woke up, which meant that I was out for hours. I thought that Riker would have left when he was done, but I guess I was wrong. What is he still doing here, by the way? The third thing was the heat was gone, which I was grateful for. Did he forget his rules when he had just brought me here? If he was staying out of pity, he can leave for all I care. Moments later, he started to stir, letting me know that he was about to wake up. A yawn escapes his mouth as he opens his eyes, which landed on me instantly. The light from the lamp has given me a full view of his face, so I could see the worry in his eyes. Good, you're awake. I should go and get you something to eat. You've been sleeping for a long time now, so you must be hungry. he said as he made a move to get out of bed, but I stopped him. I don't know what game you're playing, but you need to stop. You're only trying to win me over by acting as if you care about me. He shook his head, trying to deny what I said. I wasn't a fool, though. I can see right through him. Look, I know that I've made plenty of mistakes and words can't express how sorry I am. I also know that sorry won't fix anything, but I'm willing to try. In the morning, I intend to go to therapy. It was suggested by my brother, so I guess I'll make full use of it. Another thing as well. I wanted us to go together since I promised Liliana that you'd continue your classes here. He looks away, as if he was suddenly embarrassed or shy. What did he have to be shy for? Getting out of bed, he made his way towards the bathroom, leaving me to my thoughts. There's something going on with him. No one can change overnight if they don't have some sort of motive behind it. I would have to watch him and try not to let my guard down because he'd only walk all over me. He'll use that as a way of getting what he wants from me when he knew I was too weak to fight back. I wasn't stupid. I knew that he's only doing this because of the pain he caused me earlier. He stepped out of the bathroom a couple of minutes later, freshly showered, with a towel wrapped around his waist. I'm not going to stare. I wouldn't give him such a luxury. Since you already taken a bath earlier, you don't have to worry about showering. I didn't, so that's why I took one, he said as he took up his clothes off the floor and started getting dressed right in front of me. Why was he even explaining himself to me? I had to focus my attention on the boring color paint on the wall so that I didn't let my eyes stray. It's not that he wasn't a handsome man, it's just that I didn't want to give him any indication that I had any feelings for him. Would you like anything in particular to eat? Seeing that it's now 10:30, I guess everyone already retired to their quarters, so I could prepare something for you if you'd like. Okay, he caught me there. At least I had a choice as to what I wanted to eat, and he wasn't denying me or trying to starve me. What an angel he is. I could go for some PBJ, and could you also get me some bread and butter sandwich? I could go for that as well, and some jasmine tea if you have any. He looked at me like I was weird, but nodded his head instead and left after getting dressed. I only asked for the bread and butter sandwich because of Forrest. At least I could do something for him. He hates PBJ but loves bread with American butter. I had to admit one thing, though. I kind of like it as well. Hey, remember the bag you had with you when we were alone in the forest? I asked, trying to see if I can get Forrest to reply, but he didn't. It's a good thing you had it with our other stuff so that I can go through it. I still don't know who gave you that bag, but I hope that I will be able to find out soon, I said, but still no answer. Have you ever thought about how ironic your name is? Forrest, haha. Every time I or anyone else says Forrest, I can't help but think about you. I suggested once more, but still nothing. Guess he was out for good this time. The door opens shortly after and Riker walks in balancing 2 trays in his hands. Setting them down on the bedside table, he walks up to me so that he can assist me with sitting up. He should do all the work without complaint since it's his fault anyway. I know you said that you wanted some PBJ and bread with butter sandwich, but I made some turkey sandwiches for myself as well with French fries. You can help yourself to some if you like. He took up the tray and placed it on my lap, making sure to leave my cup of tea on the table. We ate together in silence, which gave me an opportunity to think about the way he was acting. I don't know any other word to describe it other than domesticated, right? As if he enjoys doing the housework around here. Maybe he's just trying to impress me with his newfound change. He's acting as if we were in a relationship, and he's been taking care of me all this time. This was not a side of Riker I expected to see, and quite frankly, it was shocking. When we were done, he took the tray and left, saying he was going to get some fresh air. I still haven't forgiven him for what he did, and if he thought by doing all this work he was going to win me over, he thought wrong. Forrest was the one who always taught me to be strong, and that's what I'll do. I'll show him I can make it on my own if he ever tries to hurt me again. Elias Riker was walking next to me while informing me on what's supposed to happen the following morning when I woke up and got ready to face the day ahead. So I wanted to introduce you to everyone before we head over to our therapy session. I know that I should have done that before, but I was too caught up with my personal feelings that it slipped my mind, he said, and I nodded my head. I wasn't really listening because my mind was elsewhere. After therapy, I'll be busy throughout the day, so you can hang out with Ryland's mate Kai if you want or take a walk around the pack. Try to get to know everyone better. I sent him an okay through the link as he continues to talk. To be honest, I still didn't trust him. Would you if you were in my position? I'm not really concerned about what other people might think. Once you've done me wrong in any way, shape, or form, I will not be able to trust you after that. Remember, if you still need to visit the Shadow Stone Pack, you can. I won't be stopping you because that's your home as well. All you have to do is inform Raina and she'll get you there in no time. He stopped suddenly by the stairs, which had me stopping as well and looking at him like he had lost his mind. Clearing his throat, he looks at me with what I can say regret in his eyes as well as pity. I didn't want his pity. That's the last thing I wanted from anyone. I know you still don't trust me, and maybe I haven't given you any indications to, but I want you to know that I won't be treating you like dirt while you're here. Of course, that was my first thought when I accepted you as my mate, but I learned my lessons. I can't always depend on anger and frustrations. That surely won't lead my pack or get me anywhere with you. It's time that I start acting like an adult instead of a rebellious teenager. I hope that we can work together as alphas of this pack, if you'll allow me the chance, that is. He looks away, with a tint of red on his cheeks. I'll give it to this man. He was good at acting and convincing me. But what if he's telling the truth? I won't be able to find out until he gives me a valid reason to trust him. It's not that I don't want to give you a chance, Riker. It's the mere fact that I don't trust you. Your acting skills should be able to land you in a decent role in a movie if you convince them enough. That is, but for me, it will have to take a lot of hard work to get me to ever trust you or move forward in this so-called relationship. I replied, and he sighed while running his hand through his hair. I'm trying, Elias. I know you think I have some kind of motive for bringing you here, but I don't. I did before, and I would have told you about it if I didn't think you'd run. I closed my eyes as I thought about the way he was acting. This newfound change of his was a bit suspicious. Call me paranoid, but I think I'll stick to what I believe. I didn't reply as we both went to the dining room in silence. I could already hear the chatter of everyone outside, waiting for my presence. It was nerve-wracking, yes, but this was something I was trained to do when I was younger. We entered the huge dinging room to get something to eat, which didn't take long. Finishing breakfast, we both headed outside where he would conduct the meeting. Everyone was there waiting for us to get started. I don't know how I feel about this, becoming the alpha Luna of a pack that I once feared that I was taught to stay clear of. If only I had Forrest here with me, he'll know what to do. But he's still resting. Whatever Riker did to him had taken a toll on his mind, and he wanted to get as much rest as he can to protect me. Seeing the large crowd outside had left me feeling nervous. I knew that this was my destiny, and I was trained at an early age to speak in front of a large crowd when my parents thought I was going to be the next alpha, but I couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Without my wolf present, I was left to fend for myself. I just hope that I don't mess things up and look like a fool in front of anyone. The last thing I wanted is to be a laughingstock at a pack that I already hated. Riker made his way to the stage, where he was greeted by his parents and a lot more unfamiliar faces. I nervously followed behind him, cowering from the way everyone was staring at me as if judging me. Even I would be second-guessing myself as well. I didn't have the confidence I once held after being beaten down so many times. Riker smiled and took my hand in his. The moment he touched me, I was able to calm down and think more clearly, thanks to the bond we both shared. Okay, everyone, thank you so much for coming here on such short notice. I have some vital news I'm sure you will be happy to hear. I let my gaze drift over to Ryland, who was standing next to a young boy I believed to be his mate. Ryland's eyes immediately snapped towards me, and I smiled at him after being caught staring. He smiled back at me and nodded his head, then went back to focusing his attention on the crowd as Riker continued to talk. As all of you might have heard, I met my mate. He announced as everyone started to cheer. He held his hand up, which caused them to quiet down. I have a lot of work ahead of me to get him to trust me because of some things I have done to him in the past. But for now, he's here and not only as my mate, but also the alpha of this pack. The cheers started once more, allowing me the comfort that I so desperately craved. At least they were supportive of us, and I didn't have any problems with them. I want to accept him into this pack, and I hope that you can accept him as well. Treat him as your alpha and make sure he is well taken care of. He is mute, not by choice, but by an accident that took his ability to speak. But he will be able to respond to you or talk to you through MindLink. Riker then gestured to Ryland, who walked over with his mate, who was yet to take his eyes off the ground. I could tell he was shy. My brother also found his mate, which should be celebrated equally. I can safely say that Ryland's rebellious days are now over, and he is ready to lead this pack side by side as your alpha. Riker smirks at Ryland, who rolled his eyes in return. After everything had been said, it was time for me to meet the higher-ranked wolves here. First it was Miles, who are the beta, then Damien, who is the gamma. I have a strange feeling that I saw them before, but I wasn't sure where, so I let it go. I met the warriors and mingled with a few pack members who wanted to get to know me better. It was enough to get rid of my hatred for this pack for now, which was better than nothing. Overall, the day turned out okay, for now at least. Riker therapy wasn't really what I expected, that's why I said it didn't work. It only brought up bad memories for Elias, which left him crying. He was too tired to even walk when we were done, so I had to carry him back to our room to relax. I was there with him until he fell asleep, but now I had to leave because I had a lot of work to get done. Sitting in my office alone, I got to work to get my mind off what had happened earlier. Elias had a link opened between Sally, who is my therapist, and me, so that we could communicate that way. She asked him plenty of things, from how his life was going to school and how his family treated him. At first, he revealed how they took care of him, how they groomed him at an early age to be an alpha, and he actually thought they loved him. Then, when it got to the point where he had to relive his experience with what had happened after they found out he wasn't an alpha, he broke down. The fact that I couldn't hear his cries or his pleas to stop was scary. He didn't even tell us that he wanted to leave. In the end, he looked defeated. I heard a knock on the door, pulling me from my thoughts. I asked the person to enter and saw Sheila standing there with folded arms. A pissed-off look on her face was the only indication that I wasn't going to like what she was about to say. "So, is this your way of saying fuck you?" she asked, and I raised my eyebrow at her. "We fucked. I used you, so get over it already. You and I both know that there wasn't any given knowledge of us being together, so why are you stressing yourself out on this?" I asked in a calm tone, anger making its presence known inside me as I tried my best to calm down. "You found your mate and suddenly decided that I wasn't worth your while. We could still be fucking, because I'm sure he's not putting out," she replied, and I saw red. "That's it. I don't care what anyone says about hitting a female. She deserves it for coming in here and ruining my day with her rubbish. You have 2 seconds to leave my office or you won't be breathing anymore." I threatened, only to receive a growl from her. So she was challenging me. Her alpha, what a loser. "I know you wanted me to be the Luna. You wouldn't have fucked me if you weren't at least thinking about it. Imagine what it would be like with me ruling by your side," she said as she made her way over to me, reaching out to touch me. "Imagine what I could do for you, the pups I could give you." She continued as if she thought that by manipulating me, I would be foolish enough to give in to her needs. Max was clawing his way out, getting ready to tear her apart limb by limb. Killing rogues wouldn't be as satisfying as this. So I did what any rational person would do in my situation. I gave Max full control. He didn't even say anything as he pushed her away from us. Her eyes became wide when she saw the murderous look in my eyes, the look of killing, which was what I've been starving for. Max shifted into his wolf, blocking me from what he was about to do. I didn't fight him on this because killing was something that came easy to me. It didn't take long for Max to do what he intended to do, as he gave me control once more. Looking around, I didn't see Sheila, but I only saw a spot of blood on the floor where she was standing. "Don't tell me you ate her," I said to Max, who growls at me in return. Female flesh is a very satisfying meal, I might add. It was enough to get rid of my hunger for weeks. "Thanks, Riker, I learned from the best," Max said as he blocks me once more. "So much for therapy." At least she deserves it, because I know that she would cause numerous problems between Elias and me. If anyone asked, I would say it was Max's fault, not mine. Running to the bathroom that I had in my office, I made it to the toilet just in time as I started to puke my guts out. The thought of what he did had me feeling sick to my stomach. Yeah, it wasn't me who did that, but it still felt as I was the one carrying out the act. How will I even move on from this, knowing that Max just ate someone? Oh well, there goes my breakfast. Sure, I didn't have an issue with killing, tearing my victims limb by limb with my mouth. But this was nowhere as close as to what I've done before. Did you think I was a psychopath? You haven't met Max as yet. Whenever he loses control, I try my best not to let him take over because of what I feared he would do. But Sheila was warned, and she still kept on talking, so I had no other choice other than to let him take over. This had to happen on the same day as my therapy session. Fucking brilliant, right? I got dressed in the extra clothes I had here for emergency. I then cleaned up my mess and brushed my teeth. I started to massage my forehead, trying to get rid of the sweat that was forming there. I called Miles to help me clean up the blood, hoping that he wouldn't question me about it. It's not like Sheila had anyone who would miss her. She didn't have a family that cared about her. Everyone tried to stay away from her because of how she behaves. I just hope that no one asks any questions about her disappearance, because I wouldn't know what to tell them. Riker, I don't feel so good, I said as I got in bed next to Elias, who woke up because of the noise I was making before. What's wrong with you? He asked, not in a worried tone, but an irritated one. Probably a stomach bug or something, don't mind me. I'm just going to sleep it off. I replied as I started to snuggle with the pillows. I'm still thinking about what Max had done. I couldn't help but want to vomit every time. Max found it funny, though, laughing at my expense. I am never going to give him control ever again. Maybe it was something you ate before. Would you like some tea? I shook my head at Elias's question, closing my eyes as I groaned. I'm just going to sleep it off. Hopefully, I'll be better in a couple of hours or so, I said, and he nodded his head. It didn't help that Max was teasing me. It wasn't funny at all. Sure, I would have killed Sheila myself, but I wouldn't resort to eating her. That's the last thing that was on my mind. But Max is a wolf, so I had no arguments there. Whenever we went hunting, he would always feast on his kill, so this should be nothing new to him. I fell asleep after a while of twisting and turning on the bed. I'm glad I was able to, because I would have been vomiting once more thanks to Max and his psycho ways. When I woke up, Elias wasn't next to me. I didn't panic because I knew he wasn't going to go too far without me knowing about it first. I sent him a mind link, asking him about his whereabouts, and he told me he was getting something to eat and that he wasn't alone. Being the jealous type that I am, I wanted to know who he was with, so I made my way downstairs as fast as I could. I'm trying my best not to trip and fall in a hurry to get to my mate. I breathed a sigh of relief when I noticed that he was with Kai. I did say he could hang out with him earlier, so I'm glad that he's doing so. He needed a friend or two here, because I don't ever want him to be known as the lonely wolf anymore. Sitting next to him, he rolls his eyes as I place my hand on the back of his seat. A possessive trait I came to enjoy doing whenever we were eating in the presence of anyone. It's strange, isn't it? How could a person change so quickly? At first, I hated Elias and wanted to kill him. I didn't like the idea of having a male mate, but now I can't seem to stay away from him for too long. So tell me, Kai, how are you liking it here so far? I asked, trying to break the silence between them. It's what you call, enjoyable. Yeah, I'm enjoying my stay here so far. Ryland has been nothing but good to me, he says while blushing and looking down. I felt a pang of guilt in my chest when I looked at Elias. He wasn't looking at us. His eyes were focused on his meal that he was playing with. Your English is good. I'm glad Raina was able to help you, I replied, and Kai nodded his head. Elias looks up suddenly at the mention of his friend's name, as if he were just remembering her. When will I be able to see Raina, he asked, and I shrugged my shoulders. Anytime you want. I'm not stopping you from visiting her or her to pay a visit to you. I thought I made myself clear before, I said, hoping he would believe me. I forgot about this telepathy thing Ryland told me about. I was about to laugh at you for talking to Elias as if he had just asked you a question, Kai said while shaking his head. So you're from the White Falls Pack in Brampton. Do you miss it there? I asked Kai. I'm trying to get rid of the tension that I already felt coming off Elias in waves. I do miss my home, yes, but I knew that I would have to leave when I found my mate. I just didn't know that I would find him so early, given that I'm 16. Kai replies, and I nod my head. This was enough to get my mind off what took place in my office. Max had since decided to stop tormenting me about it. I'm glad that he wasn't showing me images of it, or I would really go insane. Like I said, I did kill for sport. I used my canines to rip my predators apart, but I've never swallowed someone's body like that before. I wondered where Max got those ideas from, or if Paxton was as bad as him. Ryland came to get Kai shortly after, leaving Elias and me alone. The silence between us was awkward. I thought he was warming up to me, but it seemed as if he was drifting back to his old ways. Slipping into this shell of his that he seems to love so much. I believe I will visit Raina tomorrow and spend the day with her, he said out of nowhere. I groaned out of frustration because my mate was making it hard for me to get to know him better when he's like this, so closed off. I was trying, at least that's progress in my book. I just don't understand why he was acting like this. Can you tell me what's really bothering you? I asked, as I decided not to let this go without knowing how to fix this. You want to know the truth? Think Riker. Back in therapy, what's something that Sally mentioned that would certainly get me to be this way? He shouted, causing me to flinch from the harshness of his tone in my head. That's where you'll have to fill me in because I have no idea what you're talking about. I replied, equally frustrated as well as confused as to why he was behaving like this. Fine, I'll tell you. She said, quote, were you using me as a way of keeping your title? That's what I want to know because you strayed from the topic and didn't answer the fucking question. Shoot, I guess I can see why he's mad. It's not like I couldn't answer the question because I already knew the answer to it. Of course not, Elias. I thought you knew me better by now. I was trying to get myself out of this hole I had just dug. It wasn't like I was lying, that was far from it. I couldn't care less about the alpha title. I've let my family know that constantly, but he didn't believe me. I guess it was going to be a lot of work from now on. If it means getting him to believe me and getting him to finally see the changes I've made for him, then that's what I'll do for him to trust me. Riker, don't talk to me, I said to Max, who was trying to tell me a joke. I just didn't feel like talking to him after what he did. Even though it seemed as if it wasn't bothering him one bit. Oh, come on. Stop being so lame. You were once the killer of rogues, the one who thrives on fear, so what's with the sudden change? I know it doesn't have anything to do with Elias. He said as if he were trying to annoy the hell out of me. It was working, of course. Even though you said that you have changed, I know you're only pretending. After all, I'm your other half. I can feel how desperate you are trying not to show your true colors. That's why I hate fake people. They always rub me the wrong way. You shouldn't be mad because I ate Sheila. I was starving, for goddess' sake. I rolled my eyes as he continued to rant, going on and on as if he didn't know when to shut the hell up. When I woke up this morning, Elias told me he was going to spend the day with Raina and Liliana. Of course, I missed him already, but after what he said yesterday, I couldn't bring myself to face him. He thought that I was only using him because I was afraid of losing my alpha title. I wasn't, though, because I didn't care. I've told my dad the same thing before, so why wouldn't he believe me? You haven't given him any indications to trust you as yet. Let's sum up everything you did to him before. You wanted to kill him when you thought he was a rogue. You threw him in a dungeon when he was scared and alone. You found out he was your mate, and even though I've warned you not to reject him, you went ahead and did so. Furthermore, you got rid of him by telling Miles to leave him in the forest, where you know he spent most of his life already. He found a pack and people who cared for him, but yet you went there because of some fucked up situation with you and Ryland, and you took him from his new pack after accepting him. Am I leaving anything out? Damn, Max was very talkative today. He seemed to be in a bad mood, acting as if it were my fault. I know that you miss Elias, but can you please shut up? I'd like to concentrate, and you're making it hard for me to do so, I replied, feeling myself getting angrier by the seconds. Max got the drill and kept quiet like I asked him to. I was in my office working on some things to get my mind off Elias not being here. This was all new to me. I know it may come as a sudden shock, but I've somehow grown attached to Elias in the short amount of time that we both had accepted each other. I realized now that no one would believe me when I say I wouldn't hurt Elias, but it's the truth. It wasn't really my intention to hurt him before. I was just in a bad place at that time. A knock sounded on the door was enough to get my mind off things. Ryland walked in with Miles and Damien. Both had a serious look on their faces. You sure took your time getting here. I said to Ryland, who held his hands up before sitting down. We were stopped by some people who wanted to know where Sheila went. They weren't concerned, just curious. He replies before sitting down. You know it's against the rules to leave the pack land without notifying one of us. So if she wanted to take a damn vacation, she should have let one of us know before leaving. Miles said while rolling his eyes. Like I said, no one likes her here. Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe she needed some time to herself to rest, who knows? I said, trying my best not to look guilty in front of them. Damn it, why did Max had to devour her when there were other ways of punishing her? Let's not waste any more time on that. Is there anything of importance that I should know about? I asked, trying to change the topic because the very thought of it was making me sick already. Everything is quiet so far, haven't run into any problems with any rogues, but I guess it's because you killed them all already. Damien said as a joke, but I wasn't in the mood for it. The warriors have upped their training because you never know when it would be put to good use. And we should really think about expanding the land because the members here are already starting a family. And you know the women here can have up to 4 pups at a time, so we need as much room as we can get. Damien said, and I agreed with him. Yeah, I'll check it out and see if I can purchase a few more acres of the land. We could start building more houses so that we have enough room for everyone. Is that all? I asked, and Damien nodded his head. We spent the rest of the day talking and making plans. It was enough to take my mind off Elias for now, even though I was still wondering whether he was all right or not. I didn't send him a mind link because I wanted him to enjoy himself without me disturbing him. But there's one thing I can't help but notice, how much I've really changed, how much I felt different. I felt free, a feeling I never knew existed because of the pent-up anger I had within me. All of that is out of the way now. I won't go back to that type of person that I was before. I will have to try my best to get Elias to trust me and believe me, because I want to be able to spend the rest of my life with him in peace. I just hope that everything will be okay between us from now on. Elias, I really want to know what I should do, Raina. Should I forgive him or not? I was confused. My feelings were getting stronger and stronger as the days goes by for Riker, and I didn't know what to do. Raina and I are currently at the treehouse hanging out after I told her that I wanted to come here. I can't tell you what to do, Elias. That would only confuse you more. You should look deep within yourself to see whether this is what you want or not. Only you can answer that question. I groaned at her reply and shook my head. This didn't make any sense, none of it did. How can I know the answer when I'm so confused? It doesn't matter whether he's my mate or not. I just don't know whether I should trust him or forgive him for what he did and try to move on. I can't. I started to sob as I looked back at all the things I've been through. All I wanted was love. I wanted a family, damn it. Was that too much to ask for? What wrong have I done to be treated like this? Life is not fair, I guess. Not all of us will be able to have a happy home. I've learned the hard way already. None of that, Elias. You're stronger than this. You've been through a lot and made it just fine. You shouldn't be wasting your tears on the past. Raina said as she held me close to her. It took a while for me to calm down because the stress was just too much for me. What do you want to do now? She asked after a minute of silence. I pulled away from her and shrugged my shoulders, not knowing what I wanted to do just yet. It was peaceful here. I can see why Raina chose this location for her treehouse. Have you gotten any word from your aunt? I asked out of nowhere. It's full time I got the answers to the questions I wanted to ask. It was important for me to know about my past and find out more about my powers and why they were taken from me when I was a pup. Not as yet. You know that my aunt and I don't have a good relationship, Elias. It's a bit complicated because she thinks that I'm a threat or something. She replied in a sad tone. I just wanted to know why she asked me for permission to enter my parents' pack land in the first place. She's not someone that I trust, no offense. I replied and she smiled at me. None taken. Are you sure you're ready for that sort of responsibly? You already have a lot of going on, so I don't see the sense in putting a lot more stress on yourself. Raina asked and I nodded my head. It's time I do something for myself. But if I'm doing this, I'll need your help too. Would that be all right for you? I wasn't certain if Raina would want to help me. Seeing how she already has a lot going on, but she surprises me by nodding her head and getting up from the bed with a grin on her face. I've always wanted to help you, Elias. I've helped you before with your tongue. It sucks that I'm unable to get you to talk again, but that's something that I'm working on, and hopefully I can come up with a spell for it. I've already helped Kai, so why not try with you? This will give me an opportunity to finally see what my capabilities are. She had an excited look on her face, knowing that I was finally going through with this. I knew that I said that I didn't want to be a lab rat before, but I'll let you help me out since I trust you a lot. It's time I got my life back and stopped feeling sorry for myself, I said, feeling much more confident than before. I would rather not be labeled as soft anymore. I didn't want to be seen as a crybaby. Yes, I've been through a lot, but Forrest has always been there for me. He took my pain away, even when he knew he wasn't as strong as he used to be. If I'm going to do this, I'll do this for him as well. I won't be weak anymore. I won't run or let my soul wander anymore. I won't be labeled as the lonely wolf anymore because I have people here with me that love me and are willing to take care of me. I trust them with all of my heart, so why not show them that I was strong enough to take care of myself? Raina squeals and grabs my hand, jumping up and down, which was funny enough to see. She was like a teenager sometimes. I just love her so much, especially when she's this happy. I can't believe you're finally going to let me help you the right way. I'm so excited I could pee myself. I let out a silent laugh, still wishing I was able to hear it. But hopefully, with everything that's happening, Raina will be able to get my voice back. She helped Kai with his English, so why not try this for myself? After settling down, I turned to look at Raina. A thought came to my mind as I sat there thinking about my life, what I wanted to do from now on, and how I wanted to be able to be happy once more. There's another thing I want to do, I said, and Raina quieted down a little so that I could tell her. After this is all over, after I get my powers back and my voice, I would like to visit my parents. Raina made a move to protest. She went in protective mode, but this wasn't her fight, it was mine. I have to do this. I have to get the closure I so desperately need from them. I would like to be able to walk around here on Earth without feeling like I did something wrong to them. I want to be able to be free, so this is what I'll have to do even if you don't approve, I replied, not backing down because I already made my mind up about what I wanted to do. If this is what you want, I'll be there for you. You're not going there alone, Elias, over my dead body. I nodded my head and smiled at her. I think I know what to do. I'm going to talk to Riker, find a way to move on from this. I'll forgive him for what he did to me so that we can finally be together the right way. Even though I wasn't certain if this was the right move, I had to do it, as much as I hated the idea. If it means I can move on and be free, then that's what I'll do. I'll be happy again, just wait and see. Elias, after spending some time with Raina, Liliana, and Samuel, I met with Brendan and Brian who wanted to show me around the Packland, saying there were some other things they wanted me to see. It was fun while it lasted. I've never felt so free before. But knowing what was waiting for me had me worried it will all be over soon. I had Raina teleported me back to my room because I had to talk to Riker about something important. It was best not to delay it any further, because I wanted to be able to spend the rest of my life free of any guilt I've been harboring ever since I got kicked out of my pack by my parents. I decided to take a shower and change into something clean, since I've been doing a lot of stuff back at the Shadow Stone Pack, which somehow had become my safe haven. Those were the people who really cared about me. They weren't fake, and that's what I liked about them. But something was missing. Knowing that I was a warlock without power made me feel like a part from me was gone. I needed to find a way of getting my powers back, even if it meant going back to the one place I really didn't want to go. Elias, thank the goddess you're back, Riker said before enveloping me in a hug. I was surprised at first because the way he was acting lately was new to me. I didn't know how to react when he gets like this, knowing that he didn't want to have anything to do with me in the beginning. Even though that's not what I'm here for, I still can't stop myself from remembering what I've been through before, so even when he claims to have changed, I still have to thread carefully around him. No one really changes that quickly. I live here, don't I asked, and he nodded his head before pulling away. His eyes were trailing my body, as if trying to find something improper, like a scar or a bruise, but I was okay, so he could stop looking at me like that. I wanted to talk to you about something. I made my way towards the bed and sat down, patting the space next to me so he could do the same. Does it have anything to do with us? He asked with a worried look on his face. I didn't bother replying to him as I started to talk, It's best to get this completed. Over the years, I felt alone. I didn't have anyone to turn to after what my parents did to me. I was weak, pathetic. Goddess knows I wanted to die as well, but not anymore. I went through hell and back, and the only one I have to thank for always being there for me is Forrest. He's my lifesaver. Without him, I wouldn't be here today to tell you this. I sighed, running my hand through my red hair that was growing far too long. A reminder that I needed a haircut soon. Riker remained quiet as I continued to talk. I didn't purposefully come on your land that day when you wanted to kill me. Forrest was hunting. He got hungry and wanted a dry place to rest, so he went back to the cave where he had some fruits hidden. He got attacked by some animal that was there eating his fruits and somehow managed to enter your pack land. I still can feel how defeated he was, how much he wanted to give up. I, on the other hand, switched back so that I could be the one to die instead of having Forrest to witness it. I smiled and thanked them for taking me out of this miserable world, but it didn't happen. I don't understand why I'm telling him this, but it felt like it's something I needed to get done. I was carrying this burden for so long that I wanted to be able to talk about it and finally be free. I now remember their faces. It was Damien that shouted wait as Miles was about to kill me. It wasn't clear to me why he stopped it, but I have to thank him for doing so. All that time I was afraid of you. When you threw me in the dungeon like a rotten piece of meat, I felt like I wanted to die all over again. No one wanted me, which I couldn't understand, no matter how much I thought it through. I looked up at Riker, who seemed to be struggling with something. From that day when you rejected me, I wanted to hate you, but I couldn't. I wanted love, so I let my soul wander to your brother. I wanted to finally be able to have someone with me, and knowing he was also searching for his mate, he was my next target. Riker furrowed his brows as he looked at me with confusion on his face. Wait, how did you know he was searching for his mate? He asked, and I shrugged my shoulders. I just knew. Anyway, I had to accept you because the pain of us rejecting each other was also affecting him. I didn't know what to do, and I was confused because I wasn't certain if you would change or not. But today, when I was with Raina, I realized that I should forgive you for all that you did to me. I should forgive you and move on so that we can be happy. I don't know if you're faking your change, but I'm willing to give this a try. I was shocked when I was suddenly pulled towards Riker, who had his arms around me, hugging me as if his life depended on it. Say it again. He demanded as he breathed in my scent so that he could calm down. Say what again? I asked, knowing that I've probably said a lot already. That was the most I've ever talked through MindLink before. It surprised me as well. Tell me how much you forgave me, how much you are willing to give this a try after all I've done to you. Tell me that this isn't a dream and that you're real and here with me now. He desperately begged as he continued to hug me closer to him. I felt Forrest stirring a bit, finally coming back from a long rest. I forgive you, Riker. I still don't trust you, but I forgive you. I replied, and he laughed before pulling away from me. At least I got something. Thank you, Elias. It means a lot to me. I nodded my head and mentally prepared myself for what I'm about to say next. I just hope that he doesn't fight me on this because I won't change my mind, no matter what he says. Riker, you can't be serious. I shouted, not believing what he was saying. He only stared at me with a blank expression on his face, as if challenging me to try to stop him. I shook my head while standing up, as I began to pace because I didn't know what to do anymore. I'm finally able to settle down and start a relationship with my mate after so long, and this is what you're telling me. What you told me before now, was it all a lie? Was it a way of getting me to be soft so that I can let you do this? I asked, even though I didn't believe that was his intention. No, Riker, that's not it at all. My parents must know something about my powers and how I can get it back. Plus, I won't go alone. I'll have Raina there with me, and I'm sure now that I've told you, you would be there as well. He replied with a scoff before folding his arms. Damn right, I'll be there. I wouldn't let him go through this without being there to comfort him. Stop acting as if you're perfect. You wanted to kill me, remember? You're just like them. He said, and I looked down, suddenly feeling guilty of what I did in the past. I was in a bad place in the past. I hated rogues, and so I deemed you one right away, even when I knew you were my mate. At least you forgave me, so that's all that matters. I replied, which had him rolling his eyes. A small smile came on his lips for a few seconds before it disappeared. And you also want Raina to help you get your voice back. What if it doesn't work? He only shrugged his shoulders before sighing. Standing up, he made his way towards me with his head held high, as if challenging me. If it doesn't work, I'll be okay. I'm stronger than you think. Now let's not talk about that anymore. I raised my eyebrow at him as he started to play with the buttons on my shirt. What the fuck is wrong with him? I was also wondering. During my heat, I didn't experience sex the way I wanted to because Forrest blocked me. I still don't know what you did to him, and I know that he wouldn't want me to find out, but... He looks up at me. A blush was on his face that made me realize where this was going. But I decided to play along so that he could have his way. I was wondering if you would like to show me, if you would like to have sex with me right now. He finishes before looking away. Max, on the other hand, was about to lose control. I had to block him so that he wouldn't take over. He wasn't allowed to kiss Elias right now because of what he did to Sheila. That was his punishment. Are you certain that's what you want? We can wait, you know. I wanted to make sure he knew what he was asking for. If we did this, he had to be 100% sure, because I would rather not hurt him, not after the last time. I'm certain I won't change my mind, he replied, and I nodded my head. I held his chin and lifted his head up so that he could look at me. His blue eyes were sparkling with life, something that I loved seeing. Can I kiss you? Consent. It's one of the best feelings in the world. Knowing that the other person has the opportunity to back out without any hard feelings. I needed his permission before I proceeded because from now on, I'll make sure certain things are different for us. He nodded his head, and I brought my lips down to his, kissing him as if it were the first time. After a few seconds of kissing, it got heated to a point where he was ripping my shirt off, which was followed by the rest of my clothes. I didn't stop him because it turned me on seeing him like this. I lifted him up and marched with him towards the bed, throwing him on it before settling on top of him. I was kissing him like I was starving, hungry for more. I wanted him over and over again. I couldn't wait to be buried deep inside him. I can't believe I almost lost this, a feeling I wish I wouldn't have to let go at all. After I got him undressed, I then used the lube I had hidden in the drawer of my bedside table. Prepping him to make sure he was all right, I never wanted to see him in any kind of pain again. I took my time entering him because I wanted this to be enjoyable for him as well. What's my scent like? He asked out of nowhere, stopping me from what I was doing. Let's see, his scent. I've never really paid attention to it before, but now it was hard to miss. I was biased when it came to your scent before. I would rather not acknowledge the fact that every time I smell it, it turns me on. It wasn't just the bond, but also your scent that was driving me crazy. Do you know freesia? I asked, and he nodded his head. That flowers match you just perfectly. It smells divine, like freshly picked fruits. So delicate and so sweet, just like you. I kissed him slowly this time, taking my time to know him better. I wasn't in a rush this time. It wouldn't be like when he got his heat. I wanted to savor this, and that's what I did. Staring into his eyes while I take him on a pleasurable journey had been a new experience for him. I could see how much he was enjoying this. If he could talk, I would have heard his moans by now, but one day I hope I would be able to. I just pray that Raina would be able to help him. So that I can hear his voice, his laugh. It's all I could ever ask for. Why your scent? It's not rusty. I lied before, he said, and I paused so that I could give him my full attention. It smells like vanilla. It's very exotic. I hate to admit it, but it calms me down whenever I smell it. I apologize for fighting you all the time, Riker. It wasn't really my intention. I just had no other choice. When you've gone through what I did and the way you treated me, I was blinded with hate, and so I forgot the most important part of our relationship. I silenced him with a kiss. He didn't have anything to apologize for. It was all my fault. I'd be damned if I would ever make him unhappy again. After this, I promised to protect him with my life. I promised to be the mate he always wanted. That I swear on my life. Elias, what are you thinking about? Riker asked as he was running his hand through my hair, which was both soothing and relaxing. We were both taking a bath, which was helping me with the pain after we had sex. What it would be like to finally be able to see my parents again, despite what they did to me. I replied honestly. I could tell he didn't like it when I discussed my parents and my past, but it's something he'd have to deal with whether he likes it or not. I can't wait for the day when you'll be able to be free from them. You carry too much burden at such a young age, baby. I grimaced when he called me baby, not sure if I like it or not. I have a lot of help, plus Forrest is back, and it seems as if he's stronger now. I hope he won't ever have to leave me again, though. That's the best part of what happened earlier. Forrest coming back all because Riker and I were having sex, and he wanted to be a part of it. Hey, I was away for too long, plus my experience with Riker wasn't pleasant. So I wanted to see what it felt like to be with him knowing he had changed and wouldn't hurt us anymore, Forrest explained, but I could still feel how hesitant he was with this. I was a bit hesitant too. As much as I forgave Riker for what he did in the past, I had to thread carefully around him. Yeah, I know, I was just teasing you. I replied, but Forrest surprised me by calling me an asshole before closing the link, as if I had offended him somehow. I only rolled my eyes because knowing him, he'll be back soon since he doesn't have the capability of being away from me for too long. I might have to say that my wolf was a bit obsessed with me. Hey, I'm not obsessed with you, Forrest retorted, which had me grinning like an idiot. Riker might be thinking that I was losing my mind by now, and he's back, I said, which had Forrest growling playfully before blocking me. He can be so silly sometimes, but that doesn't stop me from loving him. Back when I had no one, he was more like a father to me than my father. He protected me and made sure I was okay, so how can I not love him? You're quiet, Riker said, interrupting my thoughts. I only shrugged my shoulders and closed my eyes as he continued to run his hand through my hair. This was what I wanted from my mate, the feeling of love that I never got before. I closed my eyes and felt myself falling asleep as he continued to give me one of the best massages I've ever received in my entire life. When I woke up, it was still daytime. I didn't see Riker and I was hungry. Thankfully, he got me dressed, so I just got up and made my way downstairs. I can't believe it, though. I was feeling a lot better than expected. My face flushed as I remembered the things Riker did to me, how he treated me when we were having sex. I don't think I can stop myself from wanting more and more of him from now on. I wasn't paying attention when I bumped into someone. Looking up, I noticed that it was Ryland standing there with a sad expression on his face. "Are you all right?" I asked, and he shrugged his shoulders. He then sighed and shook his head, letting me know that something was wrong. "Is it Kai?" I wasn't trying to be nosy, but if I could help him, I would. I already made a mess of things with him before, so this was me making up for the things I've put him through. It's just so hard, you know. I know he's young, but damn, the temptation is real. I'm struggling to hold off on mating with him until he's older, but I'm not certain how much longer I can hold off for. He replied. There was this instinct to help him. I don't know where it came from, but if he wanted someone to talk to, I would listen. No one would listen to me once, so I won't do the same now. I may not know you that much, Ryland, but I can tell you're a good person. You wouldn't do anything to hurt anyone. That's not in your nature to do so. You could talk to him, though, figure out how to live together without mating if that's what you truly want. I know you're strong enough to resist, but even with that strength, the bond will always win, I said carefully, making sure he understood what I was talking about. You're truly a Luna, you know that, right? Or maybe an Alpha, who knows? But I have to tell you that the role suits you just fine. Thank you, Elias, it meant a lot to me, he replied. Right as he was about to walk away, I stopped him. There was just one more thing I would like to tell him. I also wanted to apologize for everything I've put you through before. It wasn't really my intention to let my soul wander to you. I mean, I knew what I was doing. I knew why I was choosing you, but I didn't know the consequences. All I wanted was love, and I thought that if I wasn't getting it with Riker, then you'd be next since you were searching for your mate. I don't know what was going through my head at that time, but I wanted to say I'm sorry. I did it. I was strong enough to apologize and realize my mistakes without blaming anyone else. You have nothing to be sorry for, Elias. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have found my mate. I got a taste of what it would feel like to have a mate because of you, so I went searching for my other half and found Kai. We can both move on from what happened in the past. I know I did. All I want is for us to be happy going forward. Can you do that for me? He asked, and I nodded my head without hesitation. I have already made up my mind to let go of the past, to think about the future. But the only way I can do that is to get closure from those who hated me. Ryland gave me a hug before leaving, so I headed towards the kitchen to get something to eat with a smile on my face. It was a good feeling, being happy. I wouldn't trade it for anything else as long as I'm alive. Elias, over the weeks, everything seemed normal so far. They held a ceremony for Kai and I, making us officially a Luna of the pack. I chose that title instead of being an alpha because Riker was already the alpha here, and I felt like I was cheating fate, so I went with the Luna title. I wasn't born an alpha, so it was better that way. I was making a lot of progress here, which was new. I didn't hate the Dark Sea Pack anymore, as it became my home away from home. Today is the 7th of June, and the day I was making plans with everyone here in the office on how I was going to enter my parents' pack. I wanted to do this as quickly as I can so that I could get it out of the way. There was no use in dragging this out when I have better things to do with my life. Riker, on the other hand, had proven to me that he really did change. Even though we were still going to therapy and getting the help we needed, he did make some changes on his own. He had stopped killing rogues and even offered some a place to stay. They are nice people, just didn't have a home. One of them was Miles' mate, Ethan. Riker didn't have any say in that, and he couldn't do anything about it even if he wanted because Miles and Ethan had accepted each other. "What about your Aunt Andrea?" I asked Raina, who was also here, because she needed to hear what was going on. She's going to travel with me to my parents' pack, so it was better for her to be here. I was trying to summon her, but she's MIA. I don't know why or how, but she's not replying to my calls. Rainer responded and I nodded my head. I was hoping that I could talk to her, but I guess that would have to wait until another time. "When are you planning on doing this?" Riker asked. He seemed mad about the idea of me going back to the one place I was banished from, but he didn't have any say in this. I had to find out about my powers, and as far as I can tell, my parents knew something I didn't. "Tomorrow," came my short reply. Riker's eyes became wide because of the answer I gave him. It didn't matter, though, because no one was going to change my mind. That's too soon. You still need to recover from them and from what I did to you. Going back to the place that caused you the most trauma will only be a setback for you. Riker argues, but like I said, I wasn't going to change my mind. It will be the same if I do this now or later. I'm doing this now so that I can get it out of the way. It's not like I'll be going alone. I don't need you to worry about me all the damn time. I snapped angrily because I was tired of the way he was babying me. I'm 19 years old, not 9 months old. I can take care of my damn self. "Can you excuse us for a moment, please?" I raised my eyebrow at Riker when he asked everyone to leave. Raina was a bit hesitant, but she eventually left after I told her I was okay. "Last time I checked, you're my mate. Of course I'm going to worry about you." Yeah, he was right, but every so often it can be too overbearing. I didn't want him or anyone else to watch over me all the damn time like I was incompetent. He made his way over to me, taking my hand in his before pulling me up from my seat and hugging me. I admit that I wasn't the best mate back then, but this is me making up for all the things I've done to you in the past. "I don't want you to fight me on this, Elias, but of course, I'm going to win all the time." Cocky bastard. I rolled my eyes before pulling away from him. I was still getting used to him being loving towards me. "It's not that I don't like the gesture, Riker. I just don't like it when you think that I would always need your help. The only things I've lost are my voice and powers. That doesn't mean I am less of a man and won't be able to take care of myself." It was no use arguing with him. It's like he was adamant about making sure I was all right no matter what. "Trust me. I know that you're all male, baby. I've had the pleasure of experiencing that for myself." But that's beside the point. I only want to make sure no one hurts you because you've been hurt too many times already. It's time to start a new life, one that's filled with happiness. Well, that had me cringing. I grimaced at his words and told him to shut up. He eventually let everyone in so that we could resume our conversation. It was set. I was going back to the Green Bay Pack to see my parents. I just hoped that I would be able to enter their land without any fight. Maybe I can see my brother as well. It would mean a lot to me to be able to spend some time with him, but I knew that wasn't in store for me. They'll teach him to hate me when he gets older, like they already did. It was stupid of me to think so, but I couldn't see past that. The things my parents did to me back then, and what I'm sure they would still do to me now. It's sad, though, that I had a sibling out there, and I wouldn't get to spend any time with him because of the hatred my parents had for me. I just wish that there was a way to go back in time and change this, but there isn't, and I'm stuck in this mess with them with no way out. Looking at everyone here in the office with me, I can see how much they respected me and cared for me. Miles was saying he was going to be there to protect me as well as Damien and Ryland. I know now that I would need all the protection I can get if I was going to face the monsters who once made my life a living hell. Riker, if it were any other time, I would have locked Elias up so that he didn't have to do this. I could tell how stressed out he was already. The look on his face had me hesitating because I wasn't certain if we should go through with this or not. The good thing about this was that we had plenty of people here that were willing to risk their lives to protect him. Raina, Miles, Damien, Ryland, Jonathan, Andre, Orion, who are my warriors, were all here waiting for the go-ahead. What surprised Elias the most, though, was the fact that Liliana, Samuel, Brendan, and Brian were also here. Liliana told him that there was no way she would let him go through something like this without being there to support him. I watched as he cried while hugging her, getting as much comfort as he could from her. "Ready?" Raina asked, and we all answered with a yes. She was going to teleport us to the Green Bay Pack, which was easier than just running there. Once we were safe there, we would find a way of talking or Elias's parents without anyone else finding out. Raina was going to block their links to the pack, so they won't be able to send a mind link to anyone asking for help. This is it. This is the day when I would prove to Elias how much I've changed. I held his hand as we were being teleported into the pack house. It didn't take long, so we arrived there faster than expected. "Shields up!" Raina shouted as she held her hands up to use a spell that would protect us. No one would be able to see us with this spell or hear us approaching to start a war. I was glad that she was here, helping us the way we couldn't help ourselves. I looked at Elias and saw that he had a faraway look on his face. I was trying my best to comfort him, but it seemed as if he was slipping. "Baby, it will be all right. No one is going to hurt you while we are here," I said, and he nodded his head and started walking towards a door that looked to be an office. "I can sense them in here. Get ready," he said as he opened the door. I saw his parents sitting there with a small child in his mother's arms. At first, they didn't notice us, but then Raina dropped the shield which alerted our presence. "What the fuck is going on? How did you get here without anyone noticing?" Elias's father asked, getting ready to stand up from his seat, but Raina used a spell to keep him rooted in his spot. He was struggling against it, but it was too powerful for him. His mother started screaming, but Raina got to work quickly by taking her voice from her. Wow, I was impressed. Raina was powerful, maybe even more powerful than Andrea. She gestured for Elias, who looked like he was about to pass out any minute now. His steps were shaky as he made his way towards Raina, standing next to her. "Remember him?" Raina asked, grabbing Elias's parents' attention, which was now focused on him. Their eyes became wide as they looked at their son, as if they had just realized he was standing in front of them. "What is this mutt doing here? I thought he would be dead by now," Elias's father said, and to tell you the truth, I felt like killing him right then and there. Max was trying to take over, but I had to get him under control because knowing him, they would be dead before Elias got the answers he needed. Plus, I would rather not witness him eating them, so I'll pass on that one. "It's time, Elias, close your eyes," Raina said as they started to put our plan in action. Raina was going to tap into Elias's mind, take over and speak for him. I shivered from fright at the thought of her doing that. It was just too scary, but it was the only way for Elias to ask the questions he wanted. "Hello, mother, father. It's been so long since I've last seen you, and is that my baby brother? What's his name?" Raina's voice sounded a lot like Elias's. Damn, this was freaky on a whole new level. "My son isn't your sibling. He doesn't have your poisonous blood," Elias's father said, making him scoff. "Desmond Emerson, quite the chatterbox, aren't you? I'm only here to find out some things you've both been keeping from me. You won't get to hurt me because, as you can see, I'm not alone. Now for the questions. What the fuck happened to my powers? And since you are so adamant that I'm not your son, who are my real parents?" Desmond was looking at Elias like he was scared, which he should be. He didn't know that Elias was going to ask him about his powers. It's like they didn't want him to figure it out. I have no clue what you're talking about. It's best if you leave and don't come back. Give Asia her voice back, and I'll pretend like none of this happened." Desmond responded, but it seems as Elias was having none of it because Raina chanted a spell which had Desmond choking on thin air. gasping for breath as if it were going to be his last. I didn't come here all the way to leave with nothing. You will tell me what I want to hear and why the fuck you didn't want me. What the hell did you do to my powers? And who are my real parents if it isn't you? Elias shouted, making me flinch from the tone of his voice. I'll tell you. I'll tell you, damn it. When you were born, I realized there was something different about you. We took you to a lot of specialists to find out if we could help you, but there was nothing to be done. We then took you to see Andrea. She performed a spell on you and told us about your powers. Furthermore, we didn't have the capability of dealing with a warlock child, so we asked her to take away your powers and give you an alpha title instead. I thought that she did that, but she took both your title and didn't help us because we didn't get her the right gifts she asked for as payment. If you want your powers back, you'll have to seek Andrea for help. Desmond finishes as he continued to gasp for air. That damn witch. Now before I go, there's something else I wanted to ask you. Why do you hate me so much? Why did you cut my tongue out and banish me when you knew I didn't know how to take care of myself? Elias asked as his voice wavered a bit. Your mother and I were just too disappointed, and we let hatred get in the way, knowing that our son wouldn't be the alpha we wanted, so we got rid of you. For your tongue, I thought that it was the only way to keep you from contacting anyone, especially Andrea, for help, because I knew that you would find out about this eventually. What a load of bullshit Desmond was spewing. I heard a noise and looked over at Liliana, who looked like she wanted to murder him. Is that true, Mother? Elias asked. His mother eventually got her voice back, so she answered with a yes. I wasn't enough for you, you were only after the title. I hope you and Mom suffer for years after this. When your time comes, I'll come back for my brother and no one will be able to stop me. Elias closes his eyes and takes control of his mind once more. He walks up to me and broke down in my arms as I tried my best to comfort him. Nodding my head, I gave Raina the go-ahead to get us home. She wipes his parents' memory before leaving so that they wouldn't recall us being there. I knew that this would be too much for him. There's only one more thing left to do. We find Andrea and make her pay for her crimes. She lied to us before, but this time she's not getting away with it. I'll make sure of it. Elias, it was too much for me. I don't even know why I was stressing myself so much when I already knew what I was getting myself into. But seeing them again had left me feeling emotionally drained. Not even Riker knew how to comfort me. No one knew. I wanted to be alone, so I informed Riker that I was going for a walk by myself, even though he didn't like it. Crossing the border, I took my clothes off and shifted into my wolf form, then picked them up with my mouth before running through the forest. I didn't know where I was going until I spotted the one place I thought I'd never see again, the cave. Forrest whimpered a little when he saw what was once our home. I shifted back into my human form and got dressed before entering the cave. I looked around in disbelief, as I couldn't believe this used to be my home. It used to be Forrest's home when he was in control back then. It's cold in here, I said to Forrest, who was still whimpering, sad because of the things we had experienced before. Why, yeah, it's always been like that. I didn't know how much I've missed it here until now, Forrest replied, and I nodded my head. I'd be lying if I didn't say that this was overwhelming. The very thought of Forrest being here all alone while I was locked away from it was getting to me. We spent the rest of the day talking about all the things that happened to us in the past. It's going to be difficult to move on, but I will have to try for my future. Where are you? It's getting late. Come straight to the office when you get home, Riker said through MindLink, and I replied with an okay. It was already getting dark by the time Forrest and I were finished with reminiscing about the good old days, so I decided that it was time for me to head back home. With a lot on my mind, I wasn't paying any attention to my surrounding, not noticing that I was being watched, even with the uneasy feeling that overcame me. I didn't pay it any mind. When I arrived home, I went straight to Riker as requested. He wanted to see me just to make sure I was all right, so I didn't delay it any further, knowing the type of person he is. I knocked on the office door and opened it so that I could get this out of the way. Hey, baby, come here, he said while patting his lap, and I raised my eyebrow at him. What's with him and these terms of endearment? They were just too corny for my taste. But no matter how many times I asked him not to call me those names, he still did it. I'll just stand here, thank you very much, I replied while folding my arms. It's not that I didn't want to sit on his lap, it's the fact that I knew what was going to come if I did. He knew it, too, given the fact that he was currently smirking. Did I tell you how much I love the way you challenge me? He got up off his seat and made his way towards me. I backed away slowly from him, only for my back to hit the wall, stopping me from escaping. He placed both hands next to my head on the wall, then leaned down as he started to sniff my neck. It was hard for me to concentrate when he was like this. I just wanted to talk to him without it having to do with sexual things. Is that too much to ask for? I somehow managed to slip away from him, but Forrest was telling me to stay put instead. I didn't listen to him because he was acting far too horny for my liking. Fine, I'll stop playing with you for now. How was your walk? He asked as he made his way back to his seat. It was okay, I guess. Now that you've seen me, can I be excused so that I can go and take a shower? Ah, yes. A cold shower will have to do for now. Maybe that would help cool Forrest down a bit since he was acting up right now. Hey, I'm not acting up. Well, it seems as if something is up. I groaned at what Forrest had said because I knew what he meant. Damn disgusting. Aren't you the one who was afraid of doing anything sexual with Riker? I asked, trying to figure out what his deal was. Forrest only grunted without answering me. I guess that's all I'll be getting from him. You can take a shower as long as I'm there with you. I want to fuck you so hard right now. Riker suggested, but I shook my head, denying him of his request. I couldn't deal with having sex right now. What Forrest and I talked about earlier was still on my mind, and I was just too sad to even think about sex. He had to understand when I say no and stop pushing. No, Riker, what part of that don't you get? I would rather not have sex with you right now. He narrowed his eyes at me suspiciously, but then he slowly nodded his head, telling me that I could go and take a shower if I wanted. Good. At least he wasn't pushing this. As I made my way towards my room, I couldn't stop myself from thinking about the way I felt when I was coming back home. Was someone really watching me? If so, what the hell do they want? I had a gut feeling that it's probably Andrea, but I wasn't certain if I was right. Maybe I shouldn't have ignored my instincts back there. I knew I was being watched, but I was too much of a coward to do anything about it. Perhaps it's nothing and I'm just exaggerating. I mean, what could possibly go wrong for me right now? Elias, I did it. I did it. I did it. Raina shouted as she rushed into my room the next day. I raised my eyebrow at her in question as to what she might have done. Good morning, Elias. Sorry to barge in like this, but Riker told me you were here and that it was okay for me to come. I nodded my head at her, still wondering why she was so excited. A grin formed on her face, and the next thing I knew, she grabbed me and started to jump up and down. I wasn't in the mood, so I asked her to stop, which she did. Now are you going to tell me why you're acting so crazy this early in the morning? I asked, and she chuckled before sitting down on the bed. Riker would be so angry if he saw her. So I've been working on countless spells lately to get your voice back, and I somehow managed to find the right one. Elias, I can get you your voice back. It wasn't true. I found myself sitting down next to her in a daze as she continued to talk about her experiments. I'm sure it will work for you. If not, I'll keep on going until you can talk again. Raina took my hand in hers, trying to give me the comfort that I needed. I can't believe that the day was here where I either would get my voice back or not. If it doesn't work, nothing will change, though. I will still go on with my life no matter the result. Let's go somewhere. I know the perfect place, Raina said, and I replied with an okay. She teleported us back to the swings she once brought me, and I thanked her because I really required this to clear my mind. I figured you'd want to be here for this, out in the open, so I decided to bring you here instead. Raina was right. I required this. My heart was beating too fast for my liking, knowing what we were about to do. I just hope that it works because I was tired of not being able to talk. I'm ready whenever you are. Just close your eyes for me, and I'll make sure you get your voice back when I'm done. I did what Raina said and closed my eyes. She places her hand on my forehead, putting me in a deep sleep. Flashback to 10 years ago. I'm sorry, Mommy. I promised to never say that word again. My mother looked at me with a smile, one she always gave me whenever I felt like I did something bad. In the end, she always reassured me that everything will be all right. It's okay, my love, there's no need to worry. But you're right, that word is a bad word, and you can never say it again until you're older, okay? She replied, and I nodded my head. She took my hand in hers as we continued to walk around, looking at everyone and everything. One day, you'll be able to rule this pack, Elias. I know you'll be the best alpha there is. With the teaching that you're already receiving, I can already see a leader in you. Mom smiled down at me and I flushed a little at her praise. I really hope that she's right because I want nothing more than to make her and Dad happy. But Mommy, what if I fail, will I be punished? I asked, not knowing if I should believe everything she said. There's always room for failure, even though I wish that wouldn't happen in a million years. You won't be punished, love. Your father and I will still love you no matter what. You're our son, after all, the next alpha of the Green Bay pack. Everyone will look up to you. This is what you're meant to be. I nodded my head and furrowed my brows as she sweeps her hand out, gesturing to the wide open space in front of us. This land, the people here will be yours to rule one day, Elias. Never you forget that. Promise me you'll work hard and be one of the best alphas there is, that you won't abandon your people and you'll always listen to their complaints and help them in every way possible. I looked up at my mother and felt a sense of pride forming in my chest. I now knew that what she was saying was true. This was my destiny and I wouldn't do anything to let that go. I will work twice as hard during training and show them that when the time comes, I'll make them proud. I promise you, Mommy, I will do everything to make you see that I'm a good boy. I replied, and she nodded her head while smiling at me. You know what I want to do right now? I asked, and she shrugged her shoulders. Sing, I miss doing that, I shouted, which had her laughing. Then go ahead and do it. Love, you have a wonderful voice at such a young age already. I hope you'll never lose it when you get older. I agreed with her and started to sing. I knew that my parents loved me and will do anything for me, or at least that's what my young mind believed at that time. End of flashback. Okay, Elias, it's time to wake up now, Raina said, and I opened my eyes to find her looking down at me with a smile on her face. My eyes became wide as I remembered what we were here for. Did it work? The only way to find out if it worked is to say something. Come on, Elias, you can do it. She gestured for me to go on, but I was scared and nervous. Even Forrest had been quiet because he would rather not get his hopes up. If I got my voice back, it would mean a lot to me. I was so happy that I became friends with Raina because she was always here to help me. Okay, let's just hope that this works. Fingers crossed. Riker, after Raina told me she found a way of getting Elias's voice back, I was nervous. I didn't know if it would work or how long it would last because we were dealing with magic here. I've been pacing in my office when Ryland found me and demanded that I go for a walk with him to get some fresh air. I don't think there's anything to worry about. Look at what she did for Kai. He is now speaking English fluently, and thanks to her because I couldn't understand a word he was saying before. Ryland said, and I shrugged my shoulders. It's not really the same, but I'll take anything I can get. I just wish that Elias was here so that I could comfort him. I know that he might be panicking right now. I couldn't help but be worried about him. Ever since I changed, this feeling was getting stronger as the days goes by. I've never thought that I would experience something like this, given the fact that I've always let hatred and anger get in the way of my happiness. I still can't believe I've been so stupid, rejecting Elias in the first place when I should have been there for him. I know it's not the same, but what I'm trying to say is you should have more faith in Raina. I believe that she can be more powerful than her aunt, given the right training. I guess he was right. I didn't realize how long we were walking for until I came to a halt when I heard singing. I looked at Ryland questioningly, and he shrugged his shoulders, not knowing what was going on. That voice was beautiful. It had left me in a trance, and I didn't have any other choice but to follow it. My eyes became wide when I saw the one person standing there that I didn't expect, Elias. He was singing along with Raina, who had a smile on her face as she listened to his voice. I couldn't believe it, she did it. She actually got his voice back, and now I was finally able to hear it. Baby, I said before sinking to the ground, getting on my knees as he turns around to look at me. It didn't take long for him to tackle me in a hug as he started to cry. As she did at Riker, Raina helped me, and now I have my voice back. I don't have to talk through Mind Link all the time now. He started to sniffle against my neck as he continued to cry. I didn't realize that we were alone until I looked up and found Raina and Ryland missing. I cupped his cheek and kissed him with everything I had in me, pouring all of my love into it. He didn't hesitate with kiss me back hungrily, as if he was starved for attention. Finally, I was able to hear his moans. It was a beautiful sound I wish to always hear from now on. I stopped and pulled away from him, getting a good look at my red hair, blue-eye mate who was staring back at me with lust in his eyes. Say my name again, I ordered, which had him blushing. I couldn't help it. Hearing my name coming from him has left me in a horny state. If I could, I would have fucked him here in the open, but I don't think he'd want that. Riker, he responded. I slammed my lips down on his, and a loud mewl escapes him before he started to kiss me back. Max wanted to go at him, but I was selfish enough to keep him for myself. He could wait until I was ready to give him a chance with Elias. I stopped kissing his now bruised lips as I took in his features. Goddess, I was blind before. He's breathtaking. I'm so happy you got your voice back, baby. Now I'll be able to hear it all the time. I love you so much. He only rolled his eyes at me and got up, dusting himself off before glaring at me. What did I tell you about calling me that name? Do I look like a baby to you? He asked as he folded his arms. Feisty, I love that. I chuckled and got up before advancing on him. He started to back away from me, but his back hit a tree instead, stopping him from escaping. I barred him in with both my hands as I started to sniff his neck. What? I wasn't a creep. I was only obsessed with his scent. That's why I kept on doing it. I'll call you anything I want and you'll love it, no matter what you say. I whispered in his ears, which had him shivering. I could smell his arousal. He was turned on by what I was saying. Now that your voice is back, I'll have you screaming my name over and over. I'll have you moaning and begging me to take you as hard as I can. I know that you want me to take you right now. All you have to do is tell me. This might have taken a gigantic turn, but damn if I say his voice didn't turn me on. I couldn't contain myself, plus I was super horny around him lately. He scoffs and tried to push me away, but I wasn't going to let him go. I wanted and I'll get him, even if it takes eternity to do so. He sighed and looked up at me, his eyes now green, meaning he had allowed Forrest to take over. Elias said to tell you that he's had enough of your bullshit, so he's taking a break. But if you want to fuck, I'll be down for it as well. Forrest replied, and my eyes became wide at his boldness. Okay, if he's down, then who I am to refuse? I didn't reply as I picked him up bridal style and made a mad dash towards the pack house, which had him laughing. Even his laugh was turning me on. I don't know when he'll be able to go out again, because I'll make sure I have my fill of him for hours straight. He had just challenged the beast in me, and I wasn't going to lose this time. Elias, the next day, when I woke up, I decided to spend the day with Liliana and Samuel. They were so surprised when they heard my voice that Liliana started crying. I've never seen her so emotional before because I always thought that she was strong. I even spoke to Brendan and Brian, and they too were shocked. Liliana even said she never knew just how powerful Raina was until now. What are you planning on doing next? Liliana asked as we were both walking outside so that we could talk. I want to find Andrea. It's a pity Raina won't be able to help me get my powers back, but I'm certain if I find the right gifts for Andrea, she would be able to help me. I replied, and Liliana nodded her head. If she does that, how are you going to cope with being a warlock? You never coped well before with just being a wolf. The world has been ugly towards you. You suffered a lot, but it seems as if things are finally working out in your favor. I don't even know how to answer her. It was all frustrating, yes, but I had to start somewhere. I just want to find her and get my powers back. Only then will I be able to move on, and my life will finally be completed. I don't know what's going to happen after that, but I want to spend the rest of my life knowing that I don't have anything else to worry about. I replied honestly, and Liliana nodded her head. It's so strange hearing your voice. I'm happy things are finally looking up for you. Now this will be about finding Andre. From what you told me about your feelings when you were walking alone before, I bet it's her. She's the one who's probably going to come after you, so you need to be prepared for anything. Just know that I will be there to protect you with my life. I didn't know what I did to deserve this. The way Liliana was looking at me, I can see how much she loved me. I once thought that this would never happen to me, that no one wanted me, but look at how things have changed for me. I finally found a family who would be there for me, who would risk their lives for me. What more could I ask for? Riker is calling. I think it's time to head home now, but I'll be back as soon as I can. I gave Liliana a hug, and she asked me to be careful. After that, I contacted Raina and told her I was ready to head home, so she teleported me back. Once I was back at the pack house, Riker was already waiting for me with dinner. He smiled when he saw me and asked me to sit next to him, which I did. I already ate, I said as I took in the different types of food that was on the table. Do I look like I care? Nope. You ate at Liliana's, but now you're eating with me. He responded, making me scoff as I took up a biscuit and dipped it in the gravy that was there. I couldn't help but moan from the taste of it. I think that I might be having a foodgasm right now. I heard laughter and was brought back to reality to find Riker laughing at me as if he couldn't believe I was moaning over food. If it's that good, what the hell am I supposed to do? What's so funny, you dickhead? I asked in an irritated tone, but that only made him laugh even harder. I still don't get the fucking joke, so sue me if I don't understand why he's laughing at me. I ignored him and started eating the French fried chicken that was there as well, along with French fries and mashed potatoes. But there was a twist with this mashed potato. They also added sweet potatoes with the Irish potatoes and lots of cheese. I was in heaven. I zoned out completely as I devoured the food greedily. I wasn't lying when I said that I ate before, but damn, this was too much to pass up on. If you're moaning this much over food, I know you would moan even louder over my dick. Riker said out of nowhere, and I started to choke. I was in a coughing fit when he gave me some water to drink, which was enough to get me to calm down. What the fuck is wrong with you? I shouted, suddenly feeling irritated because I didn't get to finish my food in peace. It's all about food for me. No one should bother me while I'm eating ever again. The way you're acting makes me think that you're pregnant, but you're a guy, so you can't get pregnant. I narrowed my eyes at Riker for what he said and took up a biscuit, then threw it at him. I know I shouldn't be wasting food and that there are plenty of people out there who would want it, but I was too angry to care. What was that for? I'm only speaking the truth. He said, before taking up said biscuit off the floor and blowing on it, then taking a big bite. That's so disgusting. I don't believe in wasting food. Now continue to eat so that we can go and get some things done. You've been slacking off as a Luna lately, or is it that I've been spoiling you too much? I rolled my eyes at him and went back to eating. Being a Luna can wait until I get my powers back. I'm not slacking off, I just have more important things to do with my life right now. I replied as I started to eat the fries. He's right, though. I have been failing in my duties as a Luna. But I couldn't focus when there were so many things happening to me. That is why I need to find Andrea and get that out of the way. Riker didn't say anything else to me as we continued to eat in silence. I just hope that Andrea will be able to help me, or I wouldn't know what to do with myself anymore. Elias, it's been 2 days now since I've been searching for Andrea. It's been quiet around here as everyone had their guards up. Liliana and Samuel decided to join in the search, as well as Brendan and Brian, ever since they said I was their best friend. Raina was getting frustrated with the search. Her magic was all over the place, and I could tell she was about to lose it any minute now if I didn't do something to calm her down. Let's go for a walk. I suggested after another failed attempt at locating Andrea, and she nodded her head. It was raining earlier, but without the lightning and thunder, which was a first in a while. As Raina and I were walking through the forest, I felt the same feeling as I was being watched again and stopped. What's going on? Raina asked as she looks at me with a confused expression on her face. I have a feeling like someone is watching me. Remember, I told you about this before. I asked, and she nodded her head while looking around. We started to sniff the air, trying to pick up on any scent that shouldn't be there, but there was nothing. I don't think anyone's here. Raina was suddenly cut off by a loud growl when a monstrous wolf suddenly appeared out of nowhere and tackled her to the ground. I shifted instantly and tried to step in, but they were all over the place for me, so I had no other choice but to contact Riker to let him know what was going on. No matter how many times I tried to get the situation under control, Raina and this wolf seemed to have no intention of stopping, and I got frustrated. I didn't know what to do as the two of them kept on fighting. Raina finally used her spell to levitate out of the wolf's reach, putting an end to their fight. Riker sent me a mind link telling me he was close with Ryland, Miles, Damien, and Jonathan. He had to reassure Liliana that he could take care of me because she wanted to come here as well. I didn't know what was going on. Why wasn't the wolf attacking me? and what did it want with Raina? When Riker arrived with the others, I shifted back into my human form and handed me the clothes be brought for me. The wolf suddenly disappeared, causing all sort of strings of curse words to leave Miles' mouth as he called it a waste of time when he should be home with his mate. "Why did the wolf attack you, Raina?" Jonathan asked, but Raina was quiet as if she were in shock and didn't know what to do. I grabbed Raina's hand and asked her to teleport us back to the pack house so that she could lie down. She was constantly saying she was all right, but I knew her by now, and I could tell when she's lying. Once we arrived home, I got Raina settled in a spare bedroom and left to take a shower. I sighed as a million thoughts rushed through my head as to what that wolf wanted. It was big, almost as big as Riker in size. I could also sense something dominant about it as well, letting me know that it had a high rank. Getting out of the shower, I dried off and wrapped a towel around my waist so that I could get something to wear. Riker was waiting for me, and I could see how much he was already stressing about this situation. "I don't want you to go anywhere without a warrior being there with you," he said, and I rolled my eyes before entering the walk-in closet so that I could get something to wear. After getting dressed, I made my way back to him and saw an irritated look on his face, which told me we were about to have an unnecessary argument. I wasn't desiring that. Something was going on with Raina, and he was wasting my time already. "Did you hear what I said?" he asked, and I sighed while giving him my full attention. I may have lost my voice at one point in my life, but I'm not deaf, Riker. It's not like I was alone. I had Raina with me, and you know how powerful she is. She can fight anyone who gets in her way and come out victorious. So I don't see why you have to waste my time with this bullshit right now. I muttered as I made my way towards the door, only to be stopped by Riker, who grabbed my hand, stopping me from leaving. "I know she's powerful, but you saw her out there. Her powers are getting out of control. She wasn't even focusing when she was fighting that wolf. I want someone there with you when you are with her or anyone else, and no, that's not up for a debate." I eventually agreed with him so that he could let go of me. Once I got back to Raina's room, she was still on the bed in deep thoughts. I had to figure out what was going on. I just hoped that she would tell me because she must know something. Raina, before that wolf attacked, I had the same feeling again. I don't know what to do, and I'm confused. "Is there anything you'd like to tell me?" I asked, hoping that she would open up to me. She nodded her head and sighed, running her hand through her hair. I never thought that this would be possible, Elias. I didn't know any of this was real until today. She began, and I gestured for her to go on. I needed to know what was going on so that I could help her. I just hope that she allows me to help her because she has done a lot for me already, so it's time for me to repay her. That wolf is my linker. That wolf is my mate, Elias. I gasped at what she said as my eyes became wide. "Are you certain?" I asked, and she nodded her head before bursting into tears. I pulled her to me and hugged her so that I could comfort her. I don't know why she's this emotional when she had just met her mate. Maybe something else is going on with her. I hope that she would be able to tell me because I don't think I like seeing her like this at all. Riker, it's proven to be a difficult task with locating Andrea. If she would rather not be found, then what are we going to do? Dad asked, and I shrugged my shoulders because I had no idea what to say. Finding Andrea and restoring Elias's powers would be the only way we can move on. I came to talk to my parents after Elias left to see if Raina was all right. Every so often I forgot how stubborn he could get when he's not getting his way. I just wanted to make sure he was protected, no matter how powerful Raina is. Was that too much to ask for? At least he didn't fight me for too long and eventually agreed with me. I have no idea what we are going to do. The last time she was here, she wanted permission to pay a visit to Elias's parents. Then after that, nothing. Raina has been trying to contact her as well as the rest of her coven, but they are coming up short, I replied, making Dad groan out of frustration. I don't know what more we can do at this point. All we have to do is call off the search and wait for her to show up on her own. It's wasting everyone's precious time, if you ask me. Maybe Mom is right, but how will I be able to tell Elias that we shouldn't continue with the search? He would be pissed as hell, and I didn't feel like arguing with him. After spending some more time with my parents, I went back to my room so that I could get some rest. I was training earlier when Elias sent me a mind link about them being attacked, so I was tired as hell. I didn't bother with getting dressed since I was going to sleep, so I only put on my boxers, then made my way tiredly to bed. Closing my eyes, I dozed off right as my head hit the pillow. Riker, come on, wake up, I need to talk to you. I was constantly being pushed by Elias, who seemed eager to talk, so I woke up and shot him an irritated look. He only laughed in return, which was still one of the sweetest sounds I've ever heard. What's so important for you to wake me up from such a lovely dream? I was dreaming about you giving me one of the best blowjobs ever. He blushed at my bluntness and rolled his eyes before cuddling up to me. I wouldn't mind giving you a blowjob now that we are alone. He replied, making me gasp at his boldness. Spinning him around, I got on top of him and started to kiss him like I was starved. Sleep was now far from my mind because of what I had in store for him. This time he didn't fight me, though, and he wasn't pulling away, letting me know that he needed this as much as I did. I eventually got his clothes off at a speed I never knew I had. I took my boxers off, and his eyes immediately zeroed in on my cock as he looked at it with hunger in his eyes. This is me making up for all the times I told you no. If he wanted me to thank him, I will, once I have my cock buried deep inside of him, that is. We went back to kissing some more before I started making my way down his body. Stopping at his nipples, I took my time sucking them, which had him moaning from the pleasure. He then decided to switch position, and now he was on top of me. I placed my hands under my head as I looked at him with an amused expression on my face, wondering what he was about to do next. He slowly took his time pleasuring me, making sure to leave as many marks as he could on my body. I loved it when he's like this, when he was in control. Something I wasn't sure I would have enjoyed before, but I was proven wrong. He eventually made his way to my cock, tightening his hand around it before taking it in his mouth. A shudder escapes me as he took his time pleasuring me, making my dream come true. He was still so innocent, but he was getting bolder every time we had sex. After a while of receiving one of the best blowjobs from him, I pulled away because I didn't want to come in his mouth. That was reserved for somewhere else. We didn't stop as we kept on going at it like rabbits. I finally gave Max a chance with him, and trust me, Max made sure I saw everything he was doing to Elias. It was such a fucking turn on seeing Elias like this, taking all of me like a pro. He was begging for more, and I or Max didn't stop until he lost consciousness. I couldn't believe I took it this far. I was just too far gone to care, and I bet he won't have any regrets when he wakes up. I got up to use the bathroom, then made sure he was clean enough before getting back in bed. I couldn't go back to sleep now because I was constantly considering taking him over and over again. I decided to think about something else, so now I wondered what he wanted to talk to me about before I jumped him. I wasn't certain if it was important, but I'll make sure to ask him when he wakes up. Riker, sorry to bother you, but there's someone here you and Elias might want to see. I asked Miles who it was, and what he told me left me in shock. I looked at Elias as I tried to wake him up, but he wasn't budging. Of all the times I chose to have sex with him, this had to fucking happen. My heart started to beat fast as I realized what this meant. Andrea is here, and it's time for Elias to get his powers back. Elias, I was woken up by Riker, who told me that Andrea was here, and I needed to get some clothes on so that I could go and talk to her. I was left a nervous mess, as I wasn't mentally prepared for any of this. I knew that the day would come where I would have to face Andrea once more, but I didn't know how I would react when that day came. Riker tried to comfort me, letting me know that he would be by my side, which was enough for me to calm down. I slowly made my way downstairs, making sure to delay it as much as I can. Yes, I wanted my powers back. I was empty without my other half, but now that it was about to happen, I was scared. Riker and I made it to the living room where a small crowd was gathered. I saw Raina there, as well as a man I've never seen before, standing next to her. I raised my eyebrow at her, and she told me that she would talk to me in private through MindLink, so I replied with an okay. I heard you were searching for me, Andrea said as I made my way closer to her. I nodded my head and got ready to talk to her. Yes, I was. I found out what you did to me from my parents, and I want you to give me my powers back so that my life can finally be completed. If you want something in exchange, just tell me and I'll see if I can get it for you, I replied, making Andrea scoffed as if I had somehow offended her. Seems as if my niece here was finally good at something, getting your voice back and all. But please don't go around talking rubbish because I wouldn't want anything from you. I was about to ask her why when she raised her hand, stopping me from what I was about to say. She then turned to Raina and the man standing next to her, clapping her hands and cackling like the witch she is. That laugh always scared the crap out of me. I've gotten enough gifts to last me a lifetime from these two. Meet Parker Johnson. He's the wolf who attacked Raina earlier. But he's sorry and won't do it again, am I right, dear? Andrea asked in a sickly sweet tone, making my stomach churned. The man nodded his head and smiled at Andrea, agreeing with her. Now that we got that out of the way, let's focus on you, Elias. Yes, what your parents said was true. They asked me to take away your warlock powers because they didn't have the balls to raise you with such power. So I was asked to only keep your alpha side, but I didn't because your parents are nothing but con artists. Andrea folded her arms as she looked at me from head to toe. Her eyes became jet black as she continues to look at me. She was one scary witch, I tell you. After she was done checking me out, she made her way towards me, which had Riker and the others getting in a defensive position, ready to attack if she tries to hurt me. When I asked you for permission to go back, I did it because I had every intention of giving you your powers back. That means giving you the Alpha title as well. You are the Alpha of the Green Bay Pack. You can go back and claim your position if you want, and no one will be able to stop you. Is that what you want, Elias? Was that what I wanted? Looking back at all the things I've been through because of my parents, I wasn't certain if I should go back. The pack members sure as hell didn't help me when I was being abused in front of them before my father banished me. I don't want to go back or take the Alpha title. I only want my powers back, which would be enough for me. Andrea made a tusking sound as if she were disappointed with what I said. I guess she wouldn't understand why I didn't want to go back. I was happy here, as much as I can't believe it. I found my happiness with Riker and this pack, so there's no use in going back to somewhere I didn't belong. Okay, if you say so. Close your eyes so that I can get started. I did what Andrea said and closed my eyes. I then felt a touch on my forehead and above my heart. Power like no other suddenly began to seep through my veins, making me cry out from the force of it. Open your eyes, Elias. It's okay now. Andrea whispered, letting me know that it was over. I opened my eyes and looked around, seeing that everyone there were watching me with worry on their faces. I smiled at them to let them know that I was all right, and they seemed to relax a bit after that. Your power will be fully restored once you get enough rest. It should take a day or two before your transition is completed. Well, that's it for me. Don't contact me for anything else. With that, Andrea disappeared from our sight. Everyone started talking at the same time, asking me whether I was all right or not. Riker then lifted me up in his arms, making me shoot him an angry look, to which he laughed at. Don't look at me like that, baby, you heard, Andrea. You need to get plenty of rest, so I'm only taking you back to our room. I rolled my eyes at him and allowed him to take me there, since I was already feeling drained. Once he placed me in bed, he left saying he was going to talk to Raina, so I decided to talk to Forrest instead. Forrest, are you all right? You've been quiet. I was worried about him. He wasn't as talkative as he was before, making me wonder if there was something wrong with him. Yeah, I'm all right. Was just spending some time talking to Max. I'm happy you got your powers back, Elias. Now I don't have to protect you so much or worry about you all the time. If he thought that he was getting away so easily, he thought wrong. We were in this together whether he likes it or not. Plus, it has always been the two of us, so no matter the amount of power I have, he will always be my protector. I love you, Elias. I hope that you'll never forget that, he replied, and I couldn't stop the tears from falling as I told him that I loved him as well. My life is finally completed, thanks to Andrea for giving me back my powers. Now I can move on to something new instead of worrying all the time. I am finally free. Elias, Elias, help me, he's after me. Kai shouted as he ran towards me. He laughed as he hid behind me, making sure to use me as his shield. You do know I'll still give you away if Ryland comes this way, right? I asked, making him gasp in disbelief. You wouldn't, he said, and I raised my eyebrow at him. Try me. I replied, challenging him to say otherwise, but he kept quiet for his sake. I chuckled when I spotted Ryland running towards us. Kai took off, bursting into a fit of laughter as he tried to escape his mate who was catching up to him. Aren't they a happy couple? Riker said, wrapping his arms around my waist. I agreed with him as we continued to watch them chasing each other. Miles and Ethan chose that moment to walk by, waving at us as they headed off together. It was a lovely day today. The sun was out and everyone was spending time with their mates. Damien found his mate yesterday when he was on patrol. Her name is Kara and she's such a sweet girl. She was shy as well, seeing that she's an Omega who got banished from her pack. She left so that she could find somewhere else to live when she stumbled on our territory. Damien was already protective of her. He would growl at anyone who would glance her way. I was happy for them. Parker Johnson, who is Raina's mate, told us yesterday that he was working for Andrea and had been following me around a lot because he was trying to get to Raina. He wasn't sure if she wanted him, so he used another approach, which was to fight her. It was a way of getting her to submit to him, which seems to work, seeing how they are together and happy. Liliana and Samuel were happy about me getting my powers back. They wanted to make sure I was okay, so they stopped by as many times as they could in one day. It's like they couldn't stay away from me. Just this morning, they stopped by with the adoption papers, surprising me by making me theirs forever. I was happy that I finally found a family I could call my own. I had to leave my brother behind because he was still young and I wouldn't be allowed to see him. "Let's go for a walk," Riker said while taking my hand in his. We started our trek through the forest. Everything was so clear now that I have my power. Raina had been helping me, teaching me the different spells that I could use. She was also teaching me how to control my powers, which was helping a lot. "What are we going to do now that it's over?" I asked as I stood there, taking in the scenery in front of me. We could think about starting a family. I know that none of us will be able to give birth, so I was thinking about adopting. I'm already tied to you indefinitely in this lifetime and the next, so I'm uncertain if you would want to get married. My mouth fell open from shock because I never knew this would happen. I never knew Riker would want this. But looking at him now, I could see the love in his eyes. The way he looked at me, as if I were all he saw, made me tremble with excitement at the thought of starting a family with him. I'm uncertain if I'll be a good father. What if I'm exactly like my father? I looked down because I didn't want him to see how much that statement affected me. You aren't anything like your father, Elias. I can guarantee you that. You will be wonderful to our pups because I believe in you. It's only up to you to believe in yourself. I nodded my head, smiling because I finally had someone who believed in me. Back then, when I was alone, I didn't know that this would be my life today. If anyone had said it before, I would have called them a liar. Now I was finally moving on, getting the happy ending I so desperately craved, which was long overdue. Riker's POV, "Let's go for a run," I suggested, seeing how it was time we allowed our wolves to spend some time together. Max has been nothing but a pain in the ass, saying I'm not giving him any chance to spend any time with his mate, so I believed that this would be good for him. Elias immediately agreed with me, saying that Forrest was already super excited. We took our clothes off and hid them so that we could come back and put them on. Running around in the open, I felt the tension leaving my body as we took off in the clearing. We found a bed of dandelions and ran straight to it. They were blown away by the wind, which was excited to see, so we kept it up until we got bored with it. Next, we began to chase the butterflies. Elias, or rather Forrest, stopped at a bird's nest and got excited about it. He was about to take a look inside when he heard chirping and decided that it was best to leave it alone. I jumped and tackled him to the ground, hearing a loud whine escape him as he tried to get me off him. We were both rolling around playfully, yipping at each other. This lasted for a couple of hours until we were tired and decided to head back to our clothes. Shifting, we got dressed and looked at each other before bursting in a fit of laughter. We fell on the ground, with my back against the tree as I pulled Elias in front of me. Sniffing his neck, I tried to get as much of his scent as I could. "You know, there's one thing I really would like to find out," Elias said after calming down. I asked him what, but he said it was stupid. Of course I wanted to find out, so I didn't stop bothering him until he told me. What I really want to know is what happened to Sheila. It's like we forgot about her, and we are suddenly acting as if she doesn't exist. Sometimes I feel like she doesn't exist at all. My eyes became wide as I thought of something to distract him, to get his mind off Sheila, so I did the only thing I could think of. I kissed him. He was moaning by the time I was through with him. I could smell his arousal, but I got up instead of doing anything about it. He lets out an angry growl and started chasing after me. I was laughing and running like my life depended on it. Riker Green, you better get your ass back here and finish what you started. That's my love. The only person I was forever bound to. The only person who won my heart and finally let me know what it felt like to be in love. I will hold on to that feeling for the rest of my life because without him, I was nothing. At least now, I can safely say that accepting Elias as my mate has been a blessing for me, one that I will always be thankful for. The end of part 1. Thank you for reading my story and for voting and commenting. I really appreciate it. Part 2 starting next. Everyone please read. I regret to inform you that the continuation for this story will be on other platforms, but this will remain here for my readers to enjoy. If you want to read the continuation, please visit these platforms and search for my author name, which is Princess Jitty. 1. Starry Writing Dream. 2. Alpha Novel. 3. History. 4. Miscroll. Joyread. 5. Good Novel. 6. Hin Novel. 7. Raider. 8. Babel Novel. I will let you know if there is any other platforms that I haven't mentioned. Please don't be mad, okay? But it wouldn't be fair to keep everything here for free. That way I would be losing. I would like it if you would kindly go on any of those platforms that I mentioned to continue reading. Thank you all so much for taking your time to read my story. I really appreciate it. Sorry for the inconvenience this might cause. Do I have to sleep with one eye open because of this?